Reit, bore da bawb, bore da a chroeso cynnes i bawb i gyfarfod bwrdd iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr y mis Ionawr hwn. Mis Ionawr oer, ond yn sych a dim gwyntoedd heddiw dyn ni falch iawn o ddeud. Croeso i chi, os ydych chi wedi ymuno â ni yn yr ystafell yma yn Fenyw Cymru, croeso hefyd os ydych chi yn ein dilyn ni yn fyw ar-lein neu yn wir yn gwylio'r darllediad sydd ar gael i rywun wylio o bryd i gilydd. Croeso cynnes i chi a falch bod chi wedi gallu ymuno â ni. Dim ond i nodi, mae yna rhai trafferthion traffig wedi bod bore yma, mae'n bosib bod ambell un yn mynd i ymuno ni yn hwyr yn sgil hynny, trafferthion ar hyd yr A55 o 2 gyfeiriad. Rhai honni wedi cyrraedd yn hwyr, ond mae'n eraill dwi'n gweld dal i gyrraedd ambell un. Os ydych chi'n gweld rhywun cerdded mewn i stafell, dyna pam. I nodi, does na ddim ymarfer tân heddiw, felly os oes na alarm tân, da ni'n mynd allan yn dilyn yr arwyddion sydd yn glir yma ac yn ymgynnull o flaen yr adeilad tu allan. Mae yna ymddiheuriadau wedi cyrraedd gan Jason Brannan ac dwi'n gweld mae Georgina yma yn lle Jason bore yma. Croeso Georgina. Mae Pam Benga hefyd yn ymddiheurio a mae Nesta yma yn lle Pam a Philip hefyd. Croeso cynnes i chi'ch dwy. Mae Angela Wood yn ymddiheurio. Dwi'n gweld mae Chris yma yn lle Angela. Croeso cynnes i Chris yn ogystal. Yr eitem nesaf felly ydy datganiadau o fuddiant sy'n ymwneud ar agenda heddiw. Unrhyw un efo unrhyw beth i ddatgan, unrhyw fuddiant i ddatgan. Na, neb. Iawn, os ydych chi wedi anghofio ac yn sylwi bellach ymlaen yna, os newch chi nodi hynny, nawn ni roi cyfle i chi wneud bellach ymlaen. Cofnodion y cyfarfod diwetha, sef y cyfarfod y gynhaliwyd ar yr 8fed ar 20 o Dachwedd. Unrhyw sylwadau? Mi droi at Rhian yn gyntaf.
Diolch, jyst rhyw cwpl o bethau bach. Dwi ddim yn gweld ydyn nhw wedi cael eu codi yn weddill y papurau. Un oedd lle mae'n deud ar dudalen 6 bod mynediad uniongyrchol i A&E o gartrefi gofal wedi disgyn yn sylweddol. A felly jyst gofyn y cwestiwn, ydy hwnne wedi parhau neu ydy hwnne'n batrwm, ac os felly mae'n rhywbeth dyn ni'n i gyd yn falch iawn ohono fo. Yr ail beth o'n i eisiau gwybod mwy amdano fo oedd y syniad o wardiau gwyrdd pan mae pobl yn barod ar gyfer dod adre, ac eto o'n i eisiau gwybod dim bach mwy am hynny. Felly o'n i ddim yn hollol siŵr bod rheina'n cael eu cyfro yn weddill yr agenda.
Iawn, diolch yn iawn am godi'r materion yna. Gai awgrymu bod ni'n cyfarch y ddau fater yma ar yr adroddiad perfformiad a troi at gyfeillion sydd yn y stafell Steve, Russ a bosib bydd Chris hefyd yn gallu cynnwrthwyo efo hynny ar yr adroddiad perfformiad os ydy hynny'n iawn Rhian. Os oes modd atgoffa fi hefyd, bydd hynny fyddai'n falch iawn o hynny. Unrhyw un arall efo unrhyw fater yn wneud ar cyfnodion cyfarfod blaenorol. Bwys cynnes iawn Claire, sydd wedi mynd o ni, da ni'n gwybod mae'n drafferthion wedi bod ar hyd y lôn bore yma, felly croeso cynnes Claire. Na, pob na hapus efo'r cyfnodion, pob hapus i gymeradwyo. Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen, yr eitem nesaf felly ydy yr cofnod gweithredu. Unrhyw beth, unrhyw un eisiau tynnu sylw, Philip, I don't know if you want to note anything in that section that is not in the report. Pawb yn hapus efo'r gofrestr yna? Iawn. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn o? Diolch. Yr eitem nesaf ymlaen ydy stori profiad claf. Dych chi'n ymwybodol fod y stori yma, a'r eitem yma yn, wrth gwrs, yn eitem rheolaidd ar yr agenda ac yn eitem bwysig iawn i ni fel bwrdd cael cyfle i ddeall rhywfaint o brofiad y claf neu yn wir weithiau profiad staff sydd yn gweithio i ni ac mae o'n hynod ddefnyddiol a tro hwn dyn ni'n falch iawn bod Mike wedi dod i rannu i stori a dwi'n credu bod Chris am gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Croeso eto, Chris, drosodd atoch chi. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch Cadeirydd, bore da. Da ni'n edrych bore yma ar stori Mike. We're looking this morning at Mike's story. Mike was a gentleman who was diagnosed with polycystic kidney disease in his 20s and has been a regular patient since then to Ysbyty Gwynedd in Bangor under the renal team there. He talks about his story of his journey from diagnosis through to having his kidney transplant in Liverpool. And his journey through that, and also the journey of his family. He makes a note in his story regarding remembering the family in it all, because he was going through it. But obviously, he had a young family at the time. Obviously, he's still only a young man now, but he had a young family. So there's a key messages there to pull through of his experience and the kindness and reassurance that he's had from the team, both in Bangor and in Liverpool. Being able to get his story over so his patient knows best. So he knew his body, he knew what was going on, and he was listened to. I think there's some of the key notes from his story that he was listened to. He understood what was happening. He was fully informed and having his life back with his family post transplant. And then since his transplant, he's obviously been sharing his story. He's become a volunteer with various kidney charities, and he's also attended study days to relay his story to our staff, so our staff actually understand what it is, that lived experience of the patient through the patient's eyes, and teaching them really to around what it is for him and for his family. So I think those are the key items to pull through from the story there. Thank you.
Iawn. Ac yma ni'n gyfle i ni wylio'r fideo ar y sgrin. Eithaf sy'n wylio ar-lein bydd o'n dod ato ni mewn munud. Diolch yn iawn am cyflwyniad yna Chris, ac yna os oes yna sylwadau neu rhywun eisiau holi cwestiwn, dwi'n siŵr bydd Chris yn able i ateb a helpu ni cael unrhyw drafodaeth wedi hynny. Just aros i'r tîm felly ardderchog. Diolch yn iawn.
I was diagnosed with polycystic kidney disease when I was in my 20s. Since then, I've been monitored on a regular basis by the teams that are checking the decline, unfortunately. And that's been at Ysbyty Gwynedd, and it's a place that I've got to know well, and I have got to know the people very well also. So, as my EGFR declined, I was pointed in the direction of the options which were available for dialysis. The fabulous thing is that really I was fully involved in that decision, and it was my choice as to the type of dialysis that I chose. So I chose peritoneal dialysis, and I chose it because, first of all, it's less invasive and any renal function you've got will continue to work, to function. And also, should it fail or I have to change over or get an infection or whatever, for any reason, and I had to change over onto hemo, then I'd still got my veins to fall back on. So the home visiting team were guardian angels. I mean, they were truly amazing people. And they were with me from my very first surgery. I'd never had a general anaesthetic before. And one of them actually held my hand while I got knocked out, which was so kind. They also then taught me how to use my PD machine at home. So what I found was it was very reassuring that backup was constantly available. So everything went really well, so much so, to be honest, that I was slightly disappointed when I got the call from Liverpool to go for the transplant, which was only after 5 months on dialysis. So things that I wish I'd really known before transplant. Number one, hydrate like mad, because they like to keep the kidney wet. And they were pumping so much fluid into me that my wrist blew up like a balloon. And had I known that, I would have hydrated like mad. I was drinking in the end 9.5 litres a day to keep everything clicking away nicely. I'd also be quite interested to know about how the matching takes place for the transplant. I know that my transplant is 1-0-0, and so it's as near perfect as I can get. Some other observations are to remember the spouses. My wife found it particularly difficult when I went for transplant. And I think often that we don't think about the rest of the family. Some things that you should do is get fit is the number one thing. I was doing circuit training and running on a regular basis. In fact, even when I was on dialysis, no salt, hydrate, watch your diet and keep your weight off. And finally, positive mental attitude goes an awful long way to helping you in your recovery. Try not to hit the morphine button. So post-transplant, you'll get morphine around your neck that you can administer yourself. And I decided to lay off it as much as I possibly could, because I realized that the morphine was stopping everything working and stopping my bowel moving. And the sooner I had a bowel movement, the sooner I would get out of hospital. I found patients know best to be really useful. When I get my bloods done in the morning before I take my tacro, I can see the results in that evening. And I find that useful because I can see what's in range and what's out of range. My life post-transplant has been absolutely wonderful and I feel fabulous. I've got my life back. I've got my zest back. Everything's really wonderful. I decided that I would like to try and give something back, and I have been through the training for pop and kidney support, and I'm now a peer mentor. Overall, I think I couldn't have been luckier to be at Ysbyty Gwynedd. All the teams there have really helped me, from those that monitored my decline to the people that deal with dialysis and the home visiting team, and now to the very kind folks in transplant who look after me. I'd like to express a huge vote of thanks. You've been really fabulous, and I can't thank you enough.
Gwych iawn. Gwych iawn. Diolch yn fawr iawn I Mike am rannu I stori, ac roedd hwnna'n dipyn o stori doedd. Mae werth hefyd nodi be mae Mike yn dweud am ei brofiad ac yn anna dim sôn am y gofal mae wedi derbyn ar gefnogaeth gan y staff sydd yn allweddol ac wrth gwrs yn gwneud gymaint o wahaniaeth. Unrhyw un isio wneud unrhyw sylw, isio codi unrhyw gwestiwn? Gynta Caroline, wedyn Dyfed?
Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn.
Wedyn Teresa.
Oedd yn fuddiol iawn I ni glywed y hanes yna gan yr unigolyn a gan Chris hefyd. Yn y cyfarfod ola o QSC Cyndolig, mi gifon ni gyflwyniad ar organ donation. Ac mi welwch chi nes ymlaen yn y agenda heddiw, fel rhan o'n crynodeb I o'r cyfarfod hwnnw, mi o'n un o'r pethau oedden ni eisiau dynnu sylw y bwrdd yma ydy pwysigrwydd I bobl gofrestru I gyfrannu organa. A pa mor bwysig ydy hynny, fel bod o yn cynnig gwelliant I gymaint o bobl ar achlysuron anodd mewn bywydau pobl, ond mae cyfrannu'n y modd yna, da ni wedi clywed bore yma pa mor bwysig a'r gwahaniaeth mae hynny'n ei wneud. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn, sylw yna, ac mae rhai ohono ni yn cael yr anrhydedd o bynnag gwasanaeth blynyddol yn dydan sydd yn nodi y rhodd yna gan bobl o'i organau a'r cyfle mae hynny'n rhoi i bobl cael bywyd o ansawdd. Mae hynny yn anrhydedd yn digwydd yn flynyddol yn Gadeirlen Llanelwy. Dyfed, tithen nesa, a wedyn Teresa.
Dwi'n meddwl mae straeon fel stori Mike ar profiad positif mae o wedi gael drwy'r gwasanaeth arenol yn Ysbyty Gwynedd yn dangos i mi bod yna heriau gyda ni efo gwasanaethau sydd angen i gwella a'r her fawr sy'n dod efo hynny. Mae rhaid ni beidio anghofio y gwasanaethau sy'n gweithio yn arbennig o dda a bod ni yn gwarchod heini oherwydd mae'n bwysig i ni edrych ymlaen wrth gwrs a gwella, ond mae angen i ni edrych wrth yn traed a gweld beth sydd gennym ni yn gweithio'n dda a gwneud yn siŵr bod ni'n parhau hynny. A mae stori Mike yn ategu hynny i ni. Diolch.
Diolch yn iawn yn y sylw yna, Teresa.
Dau sylw os gai, Cadeirydd, dechrau. Meddwl am y stori, yr effaith ar y teulu fel petai a y cynnig sy'n o gwmpas y teulu, fel da chi'n dweud yn y gwasanaeth yn y Gadeirlan yn Llanelwy cyn y Dolig. Braf oedd gallu trafod hefo teuluodd, bod math o deuluodd yna, ond bob tro mi o'n a deuluodd neu ffrindiau o gwmpas y person a pwysigrwydd hynny o ran gwelliant a lles yr unigolyn. Ond yr ail peth o'n eisiau dweud ydy, mae'r pwyllgor yn cwrdd fory, y pwyllgor rhoi organa, a mein wedi digwydd bod Dr Southern sydd yn cadeirio fo fory. Mae o'n ymgynghorwydd anesthetic a fo sy'n cadeirio. Mi na i wneud yn siŵr bod o'n cael diweddariad a bod y pwyllgor yn gael. Dyn nhw'n cwrdd mor aml â hynny, ond maen nhw'n cwrdd a mae o'n dim bwysig iawn. Wedyn, dwi'n am mynd am y tro cyntaf dweud y gwir a dwi'n edrych ymlaen i gallu rhoi diweddariad yn war y sgwrs yma. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch yn iawn yn sylw yna, Teresa, ac dwi'n siŵr bydd y cyfraniad yn y pwyllgor yna'n un bwysig hefyd. Diolch yn iawn. Sylw ola ar eitem yma gan Carol.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. So I should declare that I'm a renal nurse by background. My very first job was on the renal transplant unit in Cardiff Royal Infirmary. So it was wonderful for me personally to hear Mike's story and actually how far things have come. My comment really was reflective of David's comment. I personally visited the renal services, a bit of a busman's holiday, you might say, and I think it's an absolute jewel in our crown that often we might not sort of see, and we talk as a board about the really big challenges, but this is a service that offers excellence. There's a strong research element here in the organisation. Innovation. I met a lady who, for the first time in 15 years, was able to go on holiday because there'd been a new development of a dialysis machine that was the size of a small suitcase, and actually people living their lives. So to hear Mike's advice as well about keeping as well as possible while dealing with kidney disease, I think we're seeing that more and more. So just a comment of appreciation really for the work that people are doing.
Yeah. And the care for the individual is not just when they're in the hospital, of course, as you say, it's that sort of wraparound and looking after somebody so they can be fit for anything they require when they're in the hospital. So that's really important to note. Os yna rhywbeth i gloi, Chris, rhag ofn bod yna rhywbeth ti isio ychwanegu neu dweud i ddiweddu hyn?
Ddim yn y papur, dwi'n meddwl, ydy cofio am y teulu. A ddim wedi nodi yn y papur nhw'n sylweddoli hynny, ond cofio am y teulu a'r ffrindiau hefyd. Rydyn ni'n edrych ar y claf, ond dwi'n meddwl cofio am y teulu yn beth mawr.
Ie. Diolch yn iawn am nodi hynny pwysig iawn. Mae'n fwy nag unigolyn, mae'n gyfeillion a teulu yn ogystal. Diolch yn iawn am yr adroddiad yna. Dyn ni falch iawn bod pobl yn gallu rhannu profiadau efo ni sydd yn gyfle i ni ddeall beth sy'n digwydd yn rhain gwasanaethau ni ac yn gyfle gobeithio i rannu ar draws y sefydliad ac yn gyhoeddus i bobl gael gweld peth o'r gwaith a profiad pobl sy'n derbyn yn gwasanaethau. Gwych iawn, diolch am hynny. Ymlaen i'r eitemau nesaf, mae gennym ni gyfres o adroddiadau rwan adroddiad gen I fi cadeirydd yn gynta. A dwi am danlinellu 2 neu 3 o bethau yn unol ar arfer. Fe welwch chi mod i nodi fod yna gyfres o gyfarfodydd gyda llywodraeth a gyda ysgrifennydd cabinet. Mae rheina yn parhau ac yna dyn ni wedi cyfarfod gyda'r grŵp mae'r prif weinidog wedi sefydlu pan oedd hi'n weinidog iechyd ac dwi'n siŵr fydd gan Carol fwy i ddweud am hynny yn ystod y cyfarfod heddiw. Ond mae'r cyfarfodydd yna'n bwysig iawn ac yn hoelio sylw ar berfformiad yn anad dim byd arall. 2 beth arall gen I, sef ges I gyfle I fynychu ambell I gynhadledd oedd pobl wedi trefnu o fewn y bwr iechyd yn ymwneud ag arweinyddiaeth glinigol oedd un ohonyn nhw ac dwi dim ond isio nodi pa mor bwysig ydy'r arweinyddiaeth yn y bwr iechyd ar draws a dyna pam dyn ni yn datblygu wrth gwrs sgiliau arwain yn cynnal cyrsiau yn cefnogi pobl I ddatblygu sgiliau arwain ac mae hynny yn dod yn glir ym mhob dim dyn ni'n ceisio darparu fel gwasanaethau bod arweinyddiaeth yn allweddol ac yn ni'n falch iawn bod pobl wedi dod at ei gilydd I gefnogi ei gilydd ac I roi hwb i'r arweinyddiaeth. Ges I hefyd gyfle I fynychu digwyddiad yn Tŷ Llywelyn Bryn y Neuadd yn gweld sut oedd y celfyddydau yn cefnogi unigolion oedd angen cefnogaeth ac yn gyfle atgoffa'n hunan dwi'n credu bod iechyd a lles ddim bob amser yn golygu meddyginiaeth traddodiadol, ddim bob amser yn golygu presgripsiwn neu gorweddar mewn gwely rwle mewn theatr, mae'n llawer ehangach na hynny. Ac enwedig o ran yn lles ni gyd, mae gan y celfyddydau rôl ganolog dwi'n digwydd credu, mae gan I gefndir yn y celfyddydau fy hun, ond ar wahân I hynny, dwi yn gweld ac wedi gweld yn y digwyddiad yna yn Tŷ Llywelyn y gwahaniaeth oedd weithio gyda pobl oedd yn wneud â gerddoriaeth a celfyddydau yn gyffredinol, y gwahaniaeth oedd wedi gwneud i'r unigolion yna yn Tŷ Llywelyn ac oeddwn ni'n teimlo'n falch iawn o weld y cynnyrch a gwrando ar y gerddoriaeth oedd wedi gynhyrchu ar ffilm ac yn y blaen. Ond ni'n teimlo'n hynod o falch bod ni fel bwr iechyd wedi cydweithio gyda'r artistiaid ac eraill I darparu gwasanaeth oedd yn gwneud gwahaniaeth go iawn. A dwi eisiau llongyfarch pawb. Ac hefyd eisiau nodi cefnogaeth pobl fel Cyngor y Celfyddydau yn hyn o beth. Mae arian i'r celfyddydau yn brin iawn fel ydyn ni gyd yn ymwybodol. Ond o'n ni'n gweld yn uniongyrchol y gwahaniaeth oedd yn gallu wneud, felly llongyfarchiadau I bawb ac I gloi oeddwn ni wedi cael cyfle I ymweld ag Ysbyty Gwynedd ar ddydd Nadolig ac dim ond I ddiolch I staff dydd Nadolig llawen, ond I ddiolch I staff am ei cyfraniad arbennig. Nid dim ond ar ddydd Nadolig, ond ar gyfer y cyfnod yma, dyn ni wedi mynd trwyddo, mae wedi bod yn gyfnod anodd, mae'n parhau I fod yn heriol o ran pwysau'r wasanaethau, a dwi'n meddwl bod yna le I ni fel bwrdd heddiw I danlinellu'n diolch i'r holl staff sydd bod yn gweithio yn ddigon dros y misoedd dwytha. Mae'r gaeau dal efo ni, mae dal y pwysau, mae yna dal pwysau ar wasanaethau fewnol ac allanol. ac byddwn ni ddim yn gallu ymdopi oni bai am ymroddiad ein staff. Felly, fel bwrdd heddiw, dwi'n awyddus iawn i'r neges yna fynd allan, bod ni'n ddiolchgar iawn iawn i staff. Da ni hefyd yn ddiolchgar i'r cyhoedd am ei ymynedd ar y degau, achos mae yn anodd ar y degau. Da ni diolch i'r cyhoedd i fod yn amyneddgar, ac yn diolch am y negeseuon maen nhw'n danfon gwerthfawrogi y gwasanaethau yn ystod y cyfnod anodd yma. Felly dyna ddiwedd crynodeb byr iawn gen i o weithgaredd sydd wedi bod dros y cwpl o fisoedd dwytha ers y droddiad diwetha i'r bwrdd. Hapus i dderbyn unrhyw sylwadau neu unrhyw gwestiynau os gwelwch yn dda. Na, felly dwi'n cymryd bod pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am hynny. Ymlaen nesaf at adroddiad y prif weithredwr. Carol, atoch chi.
Diolch Cadeirydd. Bore da pawb. Just to run through a few things on my report, if I may, and there is a request, a recommendation for approval here, so it's not just the usual report for discussion. And that approval relates to the establishment of an executive committee. I think I might have trailed this in the last board meeting. Thanks to Pam, who is on leave, for helping and working with us as an exec committee. And with David's support, the establishment of an executive committee that will, in short, deploy the strategy and performance requirements set by the board. The reason we're moving towards this is to enable us to more openly and transparently demonstrate how the executive is taking forward the work across the whole range of the annual plan, for example, and to demonstrate the work that happens in other forums below, in the hierarchy, below the executive committee. The detail of the I'm going to keep going. I'm a bit distracted. Yes. The detail of the terms of reference have been circulated, so happy to take any sort of remaining comments on that, but looking for approval there. Just to keep going, we've had the joint executive team meeting with Welsh Government. Members will recall these are twice a year, called JET meetings. There's a summary there of the progress, and I particularly draw that out because we are working on the assessment of where we are as an organisation against those special measures requirements as we look to the milestone of 2 years in being escalated into special measures, and there'll be more of that in the next board, of course, but hope that's been helpful summary. A formal welcome to Jane. I know Jane has been around this table for some time, but delighted we've been able to secure Jane's substantive appointment, and Chris has had the dubious pleasure of sitting next to me in a number of boards now, but of course this is Chris's last board, and we'll get a proper chance to thank Chris, but my thanks to Chris for all of the work over very many years here, and our best wishes, and I know we'll say a bit more on that a little bit later. We know some of us were personally affected by this, but we know we had a significant challenge with the burst water main, and as is the way, staff came together. Quite a structured process that we have in place to deploy during these times, and there's just a quick summary there. There's a lot more detail, and we will be doing some reflection on what went well, what could we have done differently in relation to that major incident, working with other public sector bodies. We did maintain water supply through all of our facilities, and a particular focus on supporting vulnerable people when that water loss actually ran over quite a few days for some people. So it was quite a significant incident. Just to say, we are progressing still with the electronic health record work at some pace now. I know Dylan is here, and we're on track to get the outline business case in draft at the end of March, and then some review period for a few months after that, engaging further with the government. Very keen to push that as a really key enabler. And of course, the mental health EHR we did secure, and we're working hard on that. We will bring through perhaps a bit more detail on that in future exec committee reports. Delighted to say Tristan Lewis has been recognised. Tristan is part of the Estates and Facilities Environment. And Chair, just as you were talking about the arts, Tristan's been particularly recognised for his work on green spaces and the environment, the use of the natural environment for health and well-being. And we send our warmest congratulations to him. And then finally, we will touch on performance and winter in the reports a bit later on, but to reiterate the thanks that you've given, just being part of some of the system resilience meetings, I got a first-hand flavour of the really hard work and actually quite innovative steps people were putting in place to maintain safety and well-being of people in our community. It's been a very, very difficult winter right the way through the UK, and we've still got higher rates of respiratory illness here in North Wales. So again, huge thanks to staff both on the front line, but actually people who are helping to support them to do the work. Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. Carol, unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw? Neu droi gynta at Gareth, a wedyn Karen, a wedyn Billy.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Thanks, Carol, for the report. Just a couple of points. One is I just wanted to draw out, I think, the really excellent practice in paragraph 5.1 about using our community staff to visit people who are enduring, I think is the only word, very long waits for ambulances. I think that's really excellent because, you know, it is very distressing for people, because even if it's not a really acute issue, so I think that's really good, and I hope we can learn from that in the other IHCs as well. And then it's a really small point, but I will raise it, which is there's a reference in the papers about delegations, and particularly about individual patient commissioning agreements. Yeah. And I wonder whether you could just, or somebody could say a little bit about what those are. I think I know, but I'm not sure. And just to point out, there's a little glitch in the system, because we've got a delegation up to 125, and we've got a delegation from 500,000, but there's nothing said about what the position is. Yeah, so yeah. I mean, I don't need to have an answer to that now, just to point it out. But I would be interested in what how the commissioning agreements for individual patients work. Yeah, great. I'll leave that with you for a think about for a minute, and I'll bring others in and respond if you can at the end. Carol, Karen, nesa, mae Billy, Claire, a wedyn Urtha.
Mine's just a very simple one, Carol. It's on the Executive Committee scheme of delegation, and we're referencing a finance director. Is that a director of finance, or are we meaning the executive? I think there just needs to be a bit of tidying up to ensure right permission levels. And then the other one was, as well as the water, we experienced an outage with electricity recently as well. How was that impacting services, and how did we cope through that? Okay.
Yes, some of us had quite a long time without electricity, but it could have been much worse as well. Right, Billy, Claire, Urtha.
Thanks, Carol. Just with regards to the wreck that's been identified in the path lab in Wrexham, when wreck was identified in Bryn and Neath, before I was an independent member, I was assured by an estates officer that there was a belt and braces approach was being taken to wreck, and that there was going to be a review that was to be completed in December 23. and was not expected to show any surprises. Just wondering if the RAC in Wrexham, was that part of this review, and how assured are we that with our ageing estate there isn't any more RAC?
Diolch yn iawn. Claire.
Diolch. Sorry that we're all kind of going to the exec committee because I have to. Really good to see it being established. I think it will provide a lot more transparency in terms of how we're taking forward some of the really kind of big challenging issues. So really welcome us setting it up. And I know it's a regular theme of mine. So it's a different question than Karen's. Those levels of delegations for me just seem really tiny. And so because we're being asked to approve them, I assume they're extending current delegations. They won't be making them smaller. So I don't know where those numbers come from. Is that best practice? And because my view would be that with a £2 billion a year budget, these seem really small levels of expenditure, and it leads me to think that exec are still operating in the minutiae sometimes and not as much in the big picture.
Okay. Diolch yn iawn. Ursa, i orffen, a wedyn Carol Ludlow.
I've got a question about the work that Tristan's been doing in Bryn Naiaf, and I have visited that area, and the enthusiasm and the achievements that's already been, achieved is amazing. But I did wonder if we could have him come and speak to us, because his work is so valuable and so innovative, and also links into environment issues, that the health board must be aware of, and maybe there's good practice that could be transferred elsewhere. We have had other staff members come and talk about the work they do. I think it would be great to hear, because it's a real achievement and it's something we should all be know more of and be proud of with him, really. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Okay, Carol, do you want to come back on that list?
Fantastic. It's the longest list I've had with my quite a success. Brilliant. Okay, and I might just go to rest on a matter of the RAC, but I know the answer, but I want to just
on the RAC.
make sure. So the individual patient commissioning is what we call IPFR, individual patient funding request. This is a process used across Wales, and there is a sort of central approach where patients may have an exceptionality in terms of a need that gets assessed, and if it meets the criteria, it gets funded. It is often for treatments that are more emergent, and where we don't commission as part of a core. They're often very expensive, and hence the assessment is about what's the guidance and the likelihood of actually benefit. And so the medical director usually takes quite a key role, but other clinical executives too in this field. It can be contentious because these are really big sums of money and big decisions, often on an evidence base that isn't very strong. So that's what that relates to. If I just wrap up the exec committee stuff all together, that would be great.
Sure.
We will be are looking at the review of the schema delegation in the round. It was felt that we, in discussion with Pam and Russ in particular, we could relax some of these areas here for us. And you're absolutely right, Claire. At times it does feel as though we're in the minutiae. That's part of the wider work on foundations for the future, is to set, decision making at the closest level as possible, but having the right controls in place. So that's part of that. I think I'll pick that up. Electricity. Well, we've had everything, I think, thrown at North Wales. Storm Dara, we had the weekend storm, we had water, we've had the lot. I think my reflection is we've done a lot of strengthening through this year in terms of our emergency planning and preparedness. I would say, she works to Jane, an excellent head of that function now, and that we've been able to take some strength. We were just discussing yesterday in execs the reflection on we using a more comprehensive tool to assess how well we plan and prepare and actually execute some of these plans. So we should look to bring that assessment through once a year, I think it is, Jane, isn't it? But there's plenty to reflect on, I would say, over this season. On Tristan,
Can I just add to that? Sorry, it is worth noting that as well as the power and the water, some of the road system was also affected, and David Jones would want me to note that, of course, the bridges are affected in stormy weather, and that affects patients and staff too. So that is quite a consideration, isn't it, when we're looking at the resilience that we require in order to keep meeting patient needs and staff needs and the public in general. Just noting that as well in the middle of the storm and everything else.
Completely. And I know Jane wants to add one small thing, but if I just finish with Tristan, it's an opportunity for me to say Stuart Keane, our new Director of Environment and Estate, starts next week.
Yes.
You know, well, we've had a number of conversations already. He's getting himself immersed before he really starts. I think there's a whole thing about green health, blue health, you know, that we can really engage with. And it'd be great to hear the work of Tristan, and maybe one of the committees we can work out a way to do that, I'm sure, somehow.
Did you want to say something, Jane?
Just very quickly, I think just to say, I mean, a huge amount of collective effort. We enacted all our business continuity plans and they did work very well, whether it was stormwater or whatever, and that includes transport. So we actually had got contingency for last week. If both the bridges have been closed, luckily one remained open, but we do enact all of that. And we will be bringing the report to the board in April before it goes to Welsh government for sign off around our emergency planning. But I think we've made a lot of progress this year in terms of making sure we do have the right capability and plans in place, whatever gets thrown at us, and we've had a lot.
Reit, pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y droddiad ac yn arbennig newidiadau i'r cynllun dirprwyo fel mae Carol wedi nodi. Di pawb yn hapus I dderbyn hynny. Russ?
Thank you, Chair Jock. It was only if you wanted me to just comment on RAC, that was all. Obviously, we found that through that visual inspections for our partner organisation, Curtains. We have put measures in place to ensure it's safe to continue to operate, and we have got Curtains doing a full structural review to give us a more permanent solution as well. So the area is absolutely safe, and we're assured by our experts to do so, and we've involved Welsh Government colleagues. That was part of a final review by Curtains, so we've got quite a lot of estate, and so that concludes what their work across the whole estate.
The review by
Curtains. They're
Curtains.
Yeah, Curtains are our partner organisation.
Curtains together.
That's the name.
Yes. I take no responsibility for how they've named their company. We are assured that they are experts in this field. Okay. We do that through an appropriate process through shared service as well. So, but they are concluding their review. They will give us what is a more permanent solution, but we are assured it is safe to operate, and government colleagues are fully involved.
Right. Thank you very much. Something else in box for Stuart when he arrived. Well, so that's good news. Okay, great. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y droddiad ar newidiadau i'r cynllun dirprwyo. Pawb yn hapus, diolch yn fawr iawn am hynny. Ymlaen i'r droddiad nesaf, tro hwn gan Gareth fel is-gadeirydd. Gareth, dros at y ti.
I'm going to add a few things to my written report, partly because things move on and there's been new interesting developments. But the 4 points I want to bring out really. First is, and it is important to say that there are some areas, and we'll perhaps talk about some of them later, where, you know, we are very much ahead of the game, but also we can do much better at learning from what's happening elsewhere and not just in Wales. So the example I've given of CTM, I think, is one. I mean, we have got some similar
CTM.
Cwm Taff Morgannwg. So our colleagues in the South Wales Valleys, that the work that they have been doing on alternatives to admission with the ambulance service, and some of this we are sort of doing, but it's just we should learn from it. And there was another example which I didn't put in here, but I have drawn to colleagues' attention, which is that they've set up their own limited domiciliary care workforce to help people be discharged back to their homes and then assess them for their ongoing care needs once they are back in their homes. Because one of the problems with delaying with delayed transfers of care is that people get assessed for their care needs when they're at their most vulnerable, not when they're in a familiar environment. And again, there are obviously some big downsides from that, so we should learn from what those are as well. But I know, Carol, you are very in touch with that health board and the other ones, but I think there's a lot of learning. And just one other point on the learning is we've had a lot of talk recently, some of us, about GIRFT, getting it right first time, which is, as I understand it, a very developed set of standards and tools which have been developed in the English NHS. And which we have still got a lot of which we can transfer into our health board. And I absolutely don't think we should be shy of taking good stuff from elsewhere, wherever it comes from, and applying it. So just to make that point. Second point I wanted to make was, there's a huge amount of change in thinking about mental health, which I think is really important. So just to join three things up under that, there is a mental health bill going through Parliament, which will result in the long term in massive change. It will be in the long term because everybody recognises that the change
UK government legislation.
It's UK government legislation, but it covers England and Wales, and the Welsh government tell me they've been fully involved in the drafting of it and are very happy with it. It reflects work that's been ongoing, including a draft bill in 2022, I think. But it will result in some really significant changes in terms of improving patients' rights when they are sectioned under the Mental Health Act. But it will take a long time to come into effect because it's recognised that the resources neither in England or Wales are really there to do what will be needed. But, it's exciting because it's the right thing to do. And, we need to start preparing for it, even if it's going to be 6, 7, 8 years down the road. More in the shorter term, but very exciting indeed, is some thinking that's emerging in the NHS executive, the Welsh NHS executive, about the importance of access to talking therapies to people in primary care before they get referred to our acute services. And we had a really hot off the press. We had a meeting yesterday with them, and I hope this isn't going too far, but I think we all believe in transparency. I really think it's important that we make a pitch for we don't want to call it pilot, it's an early adoption, because it's not going to be let's try it and then let's not do it. But I really think we should be focused on making sure one of those early adoption is at least in part of our health board area. So I'm really excited about that. And finally, just to say at the same time, there's a risk of throwing everything up in the air, but I've been asked on behalf of the vice chairs to join a task and finish group on acute and crisis care, where again, I think it's recognised there's massive change that's needed. So it's an exciting and challenging time for mental health, but it has always been the poor relation. And I think, we really need to grasp some of those opportunities here in North Wales. The third point I wanted to make was about dentistry. This is rushing in where angels fear to tread, but I do think it's important because there's been some very negative publicity about dentists handing back their contracts. And I just want to make 2 points. One is, as a health board, we don't really have any control over that.
Absolutely.
It's something that the practices have a right to do. We can try and dissuade them, but their dissatisfaction is generally with the contract. And I'm not making any judgment about whether that's justified or not, but it is a decision the practices make on the basis of a contract that is decided by the Welsh government. So it's not the health board's fault that is happening. Where we are, if not at fault, where we do need to learn, is we've just been through a very big procurement exercise to award new contracts quite successfully for under the general dental service contracts. But it's a bit like filling a bucket which has got a hole in the bottom. So we need to think more creatively about what we can do about enabling greater access to dentistry across North Wales, as well as continuing, obviously, to where there is uptake to issue new contracts for general dental services. But because we don't have control of those people handing them back, we need to find other ways of meeting the needs. And I know we are doing that, but I just want to underpin that. And just final point, very quickly, is I do refer in my report to a visit I made to the Clarence medical practice in Rill, and I just wanted to say that reminded me, and I'm singling them out not because they're the only good practice, and we some of our managed practices do excellent work too, but it just was a reminder about how some of our primary care providers are doing fantastic work. Very much a can-do attitude, not saying that's not really in the contract, so we're not going to do it. And it was quite inspiring. So, you know, my thanks to them. Yeah, you know, there's a lot going on in mental health and primary care. And I know we have lots of other problems, but I just want to raise that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Diolch yn fawr iawn am yr adroddiad. Gareth, ni holi cyfle i holi unrhyw gwestiynau neu sylwadau yn gynta. Mae Chris wedyn Rhian, wedyn mae Caroline, wedyn Dyfed yn y drefn yna. Lot o gwestiynau.
Oh dear.
Chris.
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up on two points. The first is on dentistry and saying this in newly appointed capacity as the veterans champion for the board, and highlighting that whilst we need to consider the dentistry access issues, there also needs to be some special consideration given to those service family members who are having more or greater difficulties with their comparable civilian counterparts when they're moved from pillar to post, and where they then find themselves without a dentist. And it's not an overnight fix, but it's something that I think as a board we need to be aware of. And the second point is on your ride along, Gareth, and I had a disagreement with a glass doing the hazardous task of the washing up after Christmas, and I gashed my hand and I ended up at the minor injuries unit in Holywell, and I sing the praises abundant of the staff there. They really were excellent. But I suppose the point is this, that I had to again go down to Gang Fluid for an X-ray to come back, which was no fault of them. They had the facilities to do the relevant examinations, but didn't have the staff. And also, it was dead. There was no one there. A&E wasn't. And I went back again on a weekday, and again it was very quiet. And I'd suggest that perhaps A&E wasn't. And I wonder whether, as part of our overall, and you talk about being risk averse, that perhaps greater signposting and would allow pressure to be taken off the emergency department, and because there are really good people and really good facilities there to be used, and they're just not being used.
Chris, I'll let you come at the end if that's okay, Gareth. Any Rhian nesa?
Yeah, just a few things. I mean, I definitely support what Chris has just said. I think we've mentioned it before, haven't we? The need for much better signposting and alternatives to admission. I think it's all wrapped up in the same thing, really. And I'm particularly interested in care of the elderly and care homes. So I think this ties in with the question I asked earlier. Direct admissions to A&E from care homes has dropped significantly. I'd like, has it really, or is it just a blip? Because here, Gareth, you talk about 4 were from care homes, calls on that day, and 2 of them didn't need to go to hospital. So I think there's quite a bit of work still to be done with care homes as to when and where it's appropriate to deal with them. So that was one thing. The other thing, you talk about the navigation hub, which is all part of the alternatives to admission. And this is just Cwmtâr Morgannwg, isn't it? Why aren't we doing something similar? Or we are, but maybe the profile needs to be raised so that it's a huge thing. If we can develop our alternatives to admission, as well as discharging more effectively, we're freeing up capacity within the system, aren't we? Diolch.
Diolch yn iawn. Nesa, mae Caroline, wedyn Dyfed.
Yeah, just an observation from me, Gareth. Thank you very much for your report. It's just full of so much useful information and just shows the importance of going out and visiting not just our own facilities but partners as well, and networking widely across Wales and beyond, and learning from others. I was particularly struck by your day with the ambulance, and you've got some really pertinent and astute observations there. Some of them we heard about from Imran before Christmas, part of the winter pressures plan. But for me, it just shows the importance, not just of, doing research and strategic work, but just talking to frontline workers, not just our own, but partner organisations as well. And there are some simple things that can be done quite quickly. As Rhian said, care homes maybe having a bit more confidence in the judgment of their own staff, having alternative facilities to calling the ambulance, and a range of other things, as Chris has mentioned as well, just appreciating the importance of minor injuries, X-ray facilities. All of these things collectively will take pressure off the system and that acute pressure on A&E. But for me, it just showed the importance of going out and seeing things for ourselves and listening to frontline staff. So diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch yn iawn. Dyma ti nesa.
Diolch.
Wedyn.
Diolch i Gareth am yr adroddiad ac yn benodol i ride out, so o'n i'n gefnus iawn, cos o'n i'n dychmygu Gareth ar motorbike. Ond mae'r pwyntiau mae wedi wneud yn hyn mor bwysig, a mae'r rhai o hein yn cael effaith trwy'r system i gyd, yn enwedig y rhai oedd ddim angen mynd i'r ysbyty, sydd yn aml yn cyrraedd yr ysbyty, a dyna pam da ni'n gweld lot o'r problemau. Ond dwi'n meddwl bod yna ddatrysiadau yn fan hyn. Dyn nhw'n rhai hawdd, wrth gwrs, ond hefyd, yn dilyn be nath Chris ddeud, ydy, da ni angen bod yn, dwi'n cyfri pawb yn hyn, dim y bod iechyd yn unig. Da ni angen bod yn lot mwy cynt o ran, da ni'n dargyfeirio pobl i lefydd eraill, a deud wrthyn nhw, dim fan hyn ydy'r lle cywir i chi, da chi angen mynd i X. A mae hynna'n anodd oherwydd mae pobl yn disgwyl, wel na, dwi wedi dod i fan hyn, a dwi'n mynd i gael yn hun am fan hyn, ond mae rhaid i ni ddechrau meddwl am lle ydy'r lle cywir i bobl, a wedi cael profiad personol o hyn, hefo aelod o'r teulu, yn mynd at y fferyllydd, hefo golydd gwddw, eitha gwael, ac yn cael triniaeth, ac yn cael, a dim wedi mynd at y doctor, dim wedi mynd i'r ED neu lle bynnag, ond yn gallu neud wedyn, so dwi'n meddwl bod o'n bwysig bod ni'n edrych. Da ni'n gwybod bod ni yn neu hynny, da ni angen gwneud mwy falle. Diolch.
Dyfed, Mike, sylw ola cyn dod nôl â Gareth ac un sylwadu gan Carol.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Gareth. Just wanted to update on dental. We're in a very similar situation with dental waiting list. The commonest reason for a child to be admitted to acute care is dental problems at the moment across North Wales. It's very similar to the case of need for the North Wales Medical School some years ago. Just to reassure everyone, it's been discussed in the Senedd. We are working with this board at Bangor University and with Aberystwyth University to develop a business case for the North and Mid Wales Dental School. Bangor will be commencing dental therapy training this autumn to complement dental hygiene. Both of those groups of professionals can fill in for some of the work of our missing dentists, if I put it that way. And when that course is up and running, we have 3/5 of the General Dental Council's 5-year dental curriculum. So I think we're not deterred. I think there's a lot of work to be done on preparing that business case. And we look forward to working with the board on that.
Diolch yn iawn, Mike. And we meet, of course, as Health Board and the University to have a discussion about strategic matches on a regular basis, and that definitely features as to other things. So we're really grateful to be supporting that work. Gareth, lots of questions.
Well, yeah, thank you. Just to say, I'm obviously embarrassed by Caroline's comment, but it does give me an opportunity to say thanks as well to the frontline staff, including the ambulances, but also our own staff, who are always very welcoming, and like, if I say the attention, they always seem to welcome the fact that you're playing an interest. So that's, you know, you need both, don't you? You need people who, and I'm given the time, thanks to the appointment of the government, to do some of this, but it also takes time from people, and I appreciate that. I did want to say substantively, on the MIUs, I mean, we have talked about it before. It's something I'm absolutely believe we need to be much better, but it isn't just about signposting, because it's also about having a consistency of offer.
Yeah.
So that, and this is something that the ambulance service made clear, that, in terms of, all right, we know there's an X-ray machine there, but do we know when there is guaranteed to be somebody there who's going to operate it? So it's consistency of offer. It is the signposting, and it's also something about clinicians cover. Now, this is not something I'm an expert on in any way, but it does seem to me that most of our MIUs are co-located with other facilities where there are clinicians. So insofar as the issue is we can't do that because there's no doctor supervising us, which is often part of the issue, I think. We just need to be much cleverer about adding to the job description that they are on, they are able to be called on if you ever need it. It's a bit like, and I know the rules are changing, that, if you go to a pharmacy, that they can only sell certain over-the-counter medicines if a pharmacist is there. But as we all know, the sales assistants very rarely will actually go to the pharmacist and say, I'm about to give this to this person, and can you... But it's the fact there is that fallback, that when it's needed. So we need to be much cuter about that. And the final point is, and I'm going to get my revenge in first, it's not revenge, but I'm going to make big apologies to Carol and Imran if we're already doing something that's I don't think we're doing something exactly the same but that is similar as to the navigation hub. I'm just want to be absolutely clear, because it's difficult to keep tabs on everything. Yeah. I'm not saying that CTM are doing everything better than us, or even these things better than us, but I just think we need to make sure that we're clocking it and learning from it. So. Yeah.
Diolch yn fawr, Gareth. I don't know if you wanted to pick up anything specific, maybe around the MIU, for example, where that's provoked a bit of a discussion, and I know it has featured in other places too.
My reflection, we're getting good questions today on our report. So my reflection, a couple of things really. I think we probably need to spend a little bit more time as a board deep diving into what have we got, how well is it working, what's our strategic approach, because we do have component parts that are similar but a bit different, and actually we've got lots but not a lot of consistency. I think there was an away day sort of event looking at what have we got in primary community care, and so it was like 36 different schemes. Now, that's quite hard for anyone to navigate. We do have some navigation type sort of mechanisms, but do they go far enough? And we found that opportunity with the advanced nurse practitioners going into the home. So there's a lot to develop, and I think absolutely we must be a health board that looks outside. I have a view about MIUs. I think minor injuries, minor illness, I think this is about a local service for people in the heart of communities wherever possible, but agree they have to be regular, otherwise people won't trust to go there. So I think there's something for us about spending some more time understanding and thinking about the future, particularly as part of our clinical services planning. On the care homes, I know because you're very passionate about this, you've raised it twice already. I think we need to see the data come through, because there's been a lot of effort to support care homes across a range, and I'd like to know, is that sustained? I remember doing some work in a care home a couple of decades ago, and actually care home staff are often registered nurses on their own. They will naturally look to get additional support, and have we been able to bridge that gap successfully, I think is the thing we want to answer. And then just a general comment, if I may, on the importance of going out and learning. I find it hugely important, and Pam is going to be working on that programme of visits, learning visits, so that we all get that opportunity.
And all members of the board, not just, if I may say, not just independent members, but all members of the board.
Yeah, because it's such a good, we learn so much, don't we?
Yeah.
As you said, Gareth,
Yeah.
and it gives us an opportunity to thank people and appreciate properly their work.
Great.
So
Thanks for adding to that. Diolch yn iawn. Ag I gloi, Dylan.
Yeah, diolch. No, I just wanted to just draw attention as well. There is one digital thing which is quite good in Wales, and that's there's a live A&E wait time app,
Yes.
which we
Yeah, yeah,
update,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that will tell you, you know, there's only
Yes.
3 patients in
Yes.
Splitty Penrose Stanley or whatever.
Yeah.
So the more we, I think, share that,
Yeah.
we're quite particular about getting the staff to try and update the systems to update that.
Yeah. And there is a lot of signposting by social media.
Yeah.
I see quite a lot of it myself, but clearly, despite those great efforts, that on its own is not enough. There's a broader piece of work here in terms of getting that shift in people's thinking, really, in accessing the appropriate service. So I think we've noted that the board in a session, whether it's formal or informal, will take a look at the whole area about access to services. What have we got? Do we need to revise? What do we need to do more of? What do we need to do less of? And so on. We can make a note of that as an action. That would be good, and we can do that perhaps sooner rather than later, if I may suggest. Great, diolch yn iawn. Gawn ni ddiolch hefyd I Gareth, nid dim ond am yr adroddiad am yr holl waith mae o yn gwneud ar y rhannu. Diolchgar iawn I ti, Gareth, am pob dim ti'n neud. Diolch o galon. Ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesa, sef yr adroddiad ymgysylltu, ag mae yna gyfle I Helen gyflwyno'r eitem yma, a dwi jyst eisiau nodi bod yr adroddiad yma yn hynod gynhwysfawr. Dwi'n meddwl bod yn adroddiad arbennig o dda, sy'n crynhoi yr holl weithgaredd dros gyfnod ac yn nodi'n glir y materia yna mae pobl wedi codi ac beth I wein hymateb ni. Ac dwi'n meddwl bod hwn yn dangos y ffordd dyn ni di ceisio bod yn weithredol ac yn gweithio mewn ffordd agored ac yn dangos yn glir iawn y cyflwr ein gwasanaethau o ddydd I ddydd fel petai. Dwi'n meddwl fod o'n gyfle reit dda. Mae'n ddarlun da iawn o'r hyn sydd yn digwydd yn ddyddiol yr wythnosol yn y bwr iechyd. Felly gawn ni ddiolch yn fawr I bawb sydd wedi bod yn rhan o hynny ac yn rhan o'r gwaith, ac dwi'n awyddus iawn i'r rhai o'r negeseuon yma cael eu lledaenu ar draws y bwr iechyd I gyd. Mae yna bethau yma dwi'n meddwl fysa'n ddefnyddiol I bawb glywed, nid dim ond aelodau'r bwr. Helen, titha I ddweud gair am yr adroddiad? Sgwch yn dda? Diolch yn iawn.
This is the fourth report that is before the board. I think we are in a really good place, maturing it every time, learning as we go to improve how we demonstrate how we're listening to the feedback, and that's done by multiple teams across the organisation. We're joined this morning by both Leon and Rachel from the patient experience team, who work very hard and support this paper, and also Jeff from Slice is here. We use information that Jeff gathers through the listening efforts there, as well as those within the team that I look after. This report took the opportunity to look back over the last year just to confirm what the themes are, and some of the work that's been ongoing, which you've referred to, Dyfed, which is within our annual plan. But some of those achievements are because we're focusing on those areas. And indeed, as Paolo and team and Chris's team look forward into developing the plan for the next year and beyond, there again are opportunities to ensure that we are taking forward the work to make improvements in those areas. I think the paper speaks for itself. I'm happy to take any questions, but just to say my thanks to everybody who supports this. I present it, but lots of people do the work behind it.
Absolutely. It is considerable work to gather all the information, but I think it's important work because it captures what is happening on the ground, as it were. And one of the things I often say is there's nothing better to remind us about the reason we're here than people's experience of the services they access. And this really captures that well. Cwestiynau a sylwadau. Going to turn to you first, Chris. Wedyn Rhian, wedyn Arthur, wedyn Chris arall, wedyn Claire.
Thank you, Chair. It's less a question, more an observation, and I just want to put on the record really the enthusiasm that Leon, Rachel, and team bring into this space. I've had the privilege of working with them over the course of the last year or so, moving forward some of the patient experience data collection, and boy, they've come with such a solution focused attitude, and they're working with a number of constraints because the software system that they work with, which is a nationally procured system, is not the easiest to work with, but they're constantly finding ways to sort of manipulate the system to be able to do what we need it to do. So I think it's right to recognise that, and that approach has been really important in terms of the in-reach into the emergency department, for example, where they've really made leaps and bounds in collecting some of that data, which in itself is then really important in improving services more quickly.
Diolch yn iawn. Rhian, dyma nesa.
Yeah, just one little point. What does the therapy dog do for the other 90 days? He's only there once a month, once every 3 months. And I think it's wonderful when animals go into, I've seen them in care homes, animals and little children. It just lights up people's lives, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The other thing was, this gives us such huge, rich evidence. And that's there, and I'd like to be sure that all of that gets spread and that we can see specific improvements resulting from all of this. There's so much in here, but I'd like to see that thread going through.
Yeah, no, that's a really important point. Arthur, nesa, wedyn Chris.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr. Thank you, Helen. It was a really good report, really broad, really strong, and very interesting. I wanted to bring attention to 2.8, the examples of improvements that directly relate to patient care and feedback, because that's a really important part of the circle. And, you know, unless the feedback does take place, and it's seen to take place, and in some ways publicised that it's been done, people will continue to feel that, you know, that they're not listened to. So actually saying, yes, thank you, brilliant, we've really changed things here, and somehow getting that message back to the public that this has been done, that's the key part for them to believe it's worth engaging with us. But I particularly want to mention the women's services who have been out to different places, to baby groups, to get feedback. And again, that's really crucial because, you know, a person who's just had treatment is not going to want to really share their thoughts. They might need a bit of time to reflect. It's got to be, you know, and also a cancer patient's not necessarily going to want to share with their consultant. So going out to a different place, I think, is really positive. So to really commend the women's services for taking that step. Thank you. Thank you, Helen.
Diolch yn iawn. Arthur, Claire.
Was Chris
Yeah.
next?
Well,
No,
Claire.
not me. Okay. Diolch, Helen. I think, and all the team. I think what I really appreciate in this paper is the transparency in this. So there's a lot of information in here about good change we're making, where we've listened to things and changes we've made over the last year, and it's set out in a way that's really easy to follow. And then I think they're closer to the end where we talk about some of the situations and cases that members of the Senate or MPs are dealing with. It kind of makes you feel we've still got some long ways to go with some things too. A bit like Priyan's point, what would be really helpful in the future, I think, is to see some direct connections between this work and the quality paper. Because they do address some of the same things, but there isn't an easy alignment between the kind of themes that are raised in this paper and then the things that we monitor and get assurance on as a board in the quality paper. So don't have an answer to it, but I just think it would be really great to start to draw out those things and then to see through the quality paper how they're being worked on and addressed. But diolch.
Diolch yn iawn. I'll ask Helen to come back on that point and others shortly. Chris.
Thanks, Chair. It was just to highlight the comments I think came from a politician around and parking at YGC, and that point has been raised quite organically as well by another service user separate to this. And I wonder whether that actually presents us with a somewhat of an opportunity. There's reference to the old park and ride system that I don't think if it does operate, it doesn't operate as it should do. And perhaps there's an opportunity for us as a health board to think about using other partners and also other initiatives such as active transport, which is something that perhaps we should be putting more focus on. We can't make the site any bigger, unfortunately. There's always going to be that tension. So just food for thought, I think.
Diolch yn iawn. And the good news is for Stuart, that's also is inbox because parking and transport and access to sites is an issue everywhere. I travel by train to Wrexham Maelor because it means I don't have to worry about parking the car, for example, but I can't do that on every site. So it's an issue. Right. We've got a number of people and hold on, please. I will bring you all in, or some of you in anyway. We'll start with Steve.
No, I was recommending on behalf.
Sri, yes, no, I know Sri. I noticed Sri. Right. Caroline, then Sri. Let me say the good news is I do note when people wish to speak, and then if I miss somebody, just put your hand up. I think that's the easiest thing. Otherwise, we'll have a whole room of people pointing to everybody. Sri.
Thank you. I'm very honored. Thank you so much for doing that. So I was going to say that while the report is quite comprehensive and extensive, I think it not to miss the point that long waiting times, the alignment with long waiting, whether it's a GP surgery, whether it's elective care, or it is an ED, there are long waiting times and patient experiences. While majority of the patients may have had a good experience, but we recognize the fact that those are fundamental issues with the NHS, and NHS is going through critical times. While we may pick up on the good bits and we're grateful for those patients who've given the feedback, we recognize that there are significant challenges within the system at the moment. So I think we're not buoyed by the fact that there are lots of good bits in it, but actually we know, and there are constraints, there are bottlenecks, social care discharges, there's a digital divide, there's a communication issues. Those all point to the fact that people are facing a lot of difficulties in accessing their health, which is unacceptable. We don't want to accept that as a norm.
No.
I just wanted to make that point here.
No, thank you very much. That's a very fundamental point. Jane, Nessa, within Gareth, within Noni Gloy, within Nolas Helen.
So I just want to come in on the work on the diabetes, where I thank Helen and her team to make sure we've got really strong input from patients, patient groups and the voluntary sector into that work, and also to say we're not just doing this as part of engaging, but we are trying to do co-design, co-development of how we transform diabetes care and support in North Wales. And I have to say that people, our patients and patient groups have been incredible, and in fact, being actually much more willing to consider much more radical changes to how care's supported, but also really willing to engage, and then sometimes been quite challenging to the clinicians when we've had them in the same room. And I think all of that actually points to the fact that actually some of the things we worry about the ability of our patients and patient groups to really contribute, when you actually do engage and get them there in the room, they are an incredibly good value, and they bring real different perspectives into that conversation that's really important in terms of how we do proper transformation.
Diolch yn iawn. Gareth, I gloi, wedyn Helen I ddod nôl.
Yeah, three quick points. Firstly, I mean, to pick up on what a number of people have said, you know, it's an excellent report, thank you. But section 5, I think there's, does need to put in the context of the tens of thousands of people that we have contact with, but there's some really difficult cases to read about here. And I just want some assurance, I'm pretty sure this is the case, that in accordance with the new integrated concerns policy, that all those cases are picked up, that if we validate what the person has reported to their representative, because, you know, there are always two sides to a story, but that we are learning from them, because, as I said, some of those I found really quite difficult to read. The second point was just to say, one of the particular of those, 5.7, which is about mental health, just want to keep on saying that I remain really concerned about the long delays that we experience in allocating care coordinators to those mental health patients who are accepted onto our service, and that ties back into hopefully the very positive developments from the NHS executive on earlier access to lower level interventions. And the final was a very short question, and it's probably not for Helen, but we've talked before about this SBRI initiative on digital communication texting with families. And, you know, one of our problems, not a problem unique to us, not a problem unique to the NHS in Wales, you know, is you do pilots and then they stop and the funding goes, so it doesn't continue. Are we able to continue that? Are we continuing it? And if so, good. If not, what can we do to sort of perhaps build on what we've learned from that?
Diolch yn iawn. Helen, glad to come back on any of those points, and also if there's any issue, Carol. Helen, at ti.
Diolch yn fawr pawb. Just to say, I think Claire makes an excellent point regarding the quality and the links with that. That's something that, as part of some external work that was done to look at our engagement approaches, that was pulled out, the triangulation of how we're using information in order to understand and move forward and make differences. So I will have a chat with the nursing team on that. And I think the other point to make is, and I think I'd probably like to give the floor briefly to Leon, if that's okay, in terms of the integrated concerns policy and the amazing work that that the team have been leading in that regard, and some assurances around how we pick up those ongoing issues that are reported, particularly through correspondence. We get correspondence via MSs, but Leon's team also get correspondence regarding issues. So.
Okay, croeso, Leon, if you can speak briefly about what's happening and make sure you speak clearly, because the acoustics aren't very good here.
No problem.
Diolch yn iawn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Just to answer some of the questions in relation to the SBRI project, sustainability is always a challenge, as you say, continuing that pilot, and discussions are really ongoing. And I know it sounds like a really flaky answer, but ultimately that's where we're at the moment in time. To answer sort of Shree's point around delays, it's our major theme of PALS and poor patient experience ultimately, and it's responsible for 1 in 2 complaints that we're currently getting. Delaying appointments and waiting times and lack of clinical treatment or assessment are our 2 fundamental themes. But beyond just the waiting time itself and the patient experience, of course, then comes the associated or possibilities of harm while someone's waiting for a long time, which is a concern for all of us. So extensive work is ongoing at the minute to understand, to really drill down on them numbers. What are our themes? What are our trends? Working with the 3 Ps, prevent, plan, to, although we can't prevent that wait at the moment, what can we do to ensure people are waiting well to seek support? So that's very much the next stage of our maturity within patient experience, that we understand our numbers now. We understand what the issues are. I'm confident of that. It's the what and how we're going to go about that. In terms of the integrated hub, just to provide assurance to the Vice Chair, yeah, the hub, I think Chris is fair to say, is working extremely well. It meets at 12:30 every day, and just to very briefly, it's an integrated hub that covers mortality, complaints, concerns and incidents. And the fundamental purpose of the hub is to ensure that when someone raises a concern, whoever that may be, that it has a rapid, timely, transparent review, and it starts itself off in the health board in the right way, that it doesn't get lost in a system, that it doesn't get lost. So at the point where someone does raise a concern, there's all significant people around that table attend at 12:30. We discuss whether a rapid review needs to take place, whether a learning investigation takes place. Then, of course, we discuss whether it's a reportable incident or a near miss, etc. Early warning notifications. Any concerns that are worrying to us at that hub, which I chair alongside my colleagues in patient safety and head of quality, are escalated then to an exec meeting. That exec meeting takes place at 8:15 on Tuesday mornings, lasts for as long as it needs to, where there's a really strong accountability around what are we doing with this. So within the longest wait, I suppose, before going to execs is from the Monday, from the Wednesday morning meeting to the following Tuesday, but that's the longest. But inevitably it appears in front of us. If it's really serious, obviously there'd be immediate escalation there and then. The only other thing I just wanted to mention very briefly, and an apology, just I think it's so important, I just wanted to bring to the attention of the board and members here that we've got some significant pieces of legislation coming in very quickly, very soon. One being the spiritual care standards, because chaplaincy also forms part of patient experience. One's the need PTR guidelines that we're anticipating are going to be December 2025. PTR is putting things right, and what governs is how we respond to complaints and concerns. And then we've also got the accessible healthcare standards. They've been broadened out significantly, include a multitude of areas such as neurodivergence and wider considerations to our population. And finally, the National People's Experience Frameworks. Myself and my colleague Rachel are doing an audit this afternoon to see where we are and where we need to get to ensure compliance. There is no doubt that it's a busy year in patient experience, and those 4 key pieces of legislation will place significant burden on us and significant resource challenges. But we are preparing for it. We're excited by it, and we'll certainly give it our best shot.
Diolch yn iawn am y cyfraniad yna, a diolch Leon a Rachel am y gwaith sy'n digwydd ardderchog. Carol, did you want to mention anything on this report?
Just very, very briefly, we'll concur with all the comments about how important this report is to feeding through in a very open way some of the challenges that we have. Just to supplement that connection to quality, yes, but actually the connection to the core roots of our IMTP, because what is really, really key, we've done so much work on concerns over the last 6 months or so, that actually if we've got to try and solve or improve the core issues as to why people give us the feedback that they do. So we'll come on to that a bit later, particularly around planned care and emergency care access. And then in particular, we do need more focus, I think, on primary and community care access. Gareth, you picked that up in the mental health context, so that we can actually see how can we make this better. There is a connection to the organisational design principles later about adopting best practice, and I think that's probably our biggest challenge now, is to bring best practice into the organisation to improve the experience of citizens. So people are working very hard on this. I'm delighted to hear about the integrated concerns hub working so well. We approved that policy, of course, a few meetings ago. So,
Diolch yn iawn. Yn sydyn iawn.
Much, there's some really useful information there, Leon. And I think it's important to bring some of that to QSE as well, about the new legislation. We meet every 2 months, but we've got a development session coming up sometime in March. So it'd be useful to brief us or possibly do a full board briefing as that legislation develops. But I agree with what Claire said as well. You know, this report needs to link in with a quality report. And I do think in QSE we've done a lot, we've put lots of emphasis on improving data and on challenge services. And I think we need to spend some time between now and the summer really looking a bit more at patients' experience as well. So if Philip can consider maybe adding it to our work programme.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ac gawn ni ddiolch i Helen a'r tîm yr adroddiad gan nodi mae'r gwaith yma wedi datblygu gryn dipyn yn ystod y flwyddyn. Mae'r adroddiad wedi datblygu a mae yna gyfle rwan i asesu o'r gorau be dyn ni'n neud nesaf, dwi'n meddwl. A dwi'n siŵr bydd Helen a tîm yn ystyried hynny gan gynnwys clywed y sylwadau a pawb wedi rhoi bore yma. Felly edrych ymlaen at weld y gwaith yn datblygu ymhellach. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn a nodi'r adroddiad yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn i bawb am eu cyfraniadau. Ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesa sef yn y maes iechyd meddwl ac mae gennym ni adroddiad cynnydd yn y gwaith a dwi'n falch iawn o groesawu Ros. Very warm welcome to Ros here. Ros Olsted. Phil is also here who supports that work. Ros, thank you very much for joining us to share how the work is progressing. We said we would, as a board, keep a close eye on how things are going, and over to you to present this report and share your thoughts, please. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you very much. It's good to see everyone again. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm Ros Olsted. I was formerly the independent advisor to the board from the Welsh Government's point of view, and I'm now working as an independent advisor in the mental health area, working with the board on the RCP response plan. So the paper today has not obviously just been put together by me. So I'd like to start, if that's okay, by Teresa taking the first bit, because as the executive lead, she's been leading the work that's going on in the health board. I will then pick up and talk to you about the work I've been doing as an independent advisor, and Phil will finish off and talk a bit about the governance arrangements. So if I can start with Teresa, that would be great. Thanks.
I'm turning to Welsh, if I may, fel troi'r Gymraeg, Cadeirydd. Diolch yn fawr iawn i Ros am holl mewnbwn mae di rhoi i ni. Rhaid mi ddeud hynna ar y dechrau. A rhaid mi ddeud hefyd diolch i bob un swyddog sydd yn y stafell yma heddiw, oherwydd mae'r gwaith yma di cyffwrdd ar agenda pawb, swn i'n deud, dros y 6 mis dwytha yma. Mi ddoi at ambell un eitem o Sky, jyst mwyn dangos i chi lle da ni yn gweld cynnydd go iawn. Ond rhaid mi ddeud diolch, a hefyd wrth gwrs diolch i aelodau annibynnol da chitha di bod yn cynorthwyo, yn rhoi cymorth i ni'n gyffredinol, ond hefyd yn craffu. A diolch arbennig i Caroline fel cadeirydd y pwyllgor QSE i ni. Ac hefyd i Yrtha sydd wedi bod yn helpu ni hefo'r gwaith ac yn pontio dipyn go iawn. Ond wrth gwrs y pwrpas yr adroddiad heddiw wedi rhoi'r diweddariad i chi ar y gwaith sydd wedi mynd yn ei flaen. Mi o na 4 gofyn gyn y bwrdd ym mis Gorffennaf, cofiwch pan oedden ni'n trafod hwn o'r blaen. Cynta hynna oedd rhoi diweddariadau i'r bwrdd fan hyn, ond hefyd i'r pwyllgor QSE. Mae hynna wedi bod yn digwydd ac yn mynd yr eidl. Yr ail un oedd bod ni'n monitro'r gwaith o ran y cynllun gweithredu fel petai, a mae'r gwaith yna wedi bod yn symud ymlaen, mae'r adroddiadau yn mynd i fewn trwy'r bwrdd yn y bwrdd iechyd hefo'r swyddogion. Drydydd un oedd i parhau at gyfnerthu y gwaith o ran profiadau cleifion gofalwyr a'r teuluodd. A mae'r ffocws yna wedi bod yn arbennig, a da ni wedi trio bod yn ystyrol yn y gwaith ymgysylltu yna. Ac mae hwnna'n plethu hefo'r pedwerydd gofyn oeso i chi ni, sef bod ni yn sefydlu grŵp cynghori arbenigol, sef y gwaith fydd Ros yn trafod, i wneud yn siŵr bod hwnna yn ei le a bod yna llywodraethu cry, a fydd Phil yn cyffwrdd ar y gwaith yna chdi bach mwy. Ond yr hyn hoffwn ni jyst trafod chydig bach ydy rei o'r llefydd lle da ni wedi gweld cynnydd go iawn. Ac os ywch chi droi'n ar adroddiad i dydalen 10, mae gynnoch chi enghreifftiau go iawn o'r hyn sy'n symud. A dim ond rei o'r pethau sy'n symud ymlaen di hein, ond ydda ni yn teimlo fod o'n bwysig ar ôl 6 mis dangos lle da ni wedi gweld y cynnydd. Os gai danlinellu amball un a wedyn na i fynd drosodd i Ros os gai. Rhaid i mi ddeud, dwi'n meddwl fod y gwaith ar y cofnod electroneg di bod yn waith arbennig. Dwi'n ddiolchgar i'r bwrdd am y cefnogaeth da chi di roi iddo fo. Yn arbennig i Dylan a'r tîm digidol, mae rhaid i ddeud, mae di bod yn waith tîm go iawn i cyrraedd lle da ni. A da ni erbyn hyn y broses caffael. Wedyn mae pethau di symud ymlaen go iawn erbyn hyn. Ac mae rhaid mi ddeud, mae hwn yn rhywbeth mae'r tîm a'r staff yn awchu amdano fo. Mae yna awydd, mae yna diddordeb, brwdfrydedd ynglyn â hwn a'r gwahaniaeth fydd o'n neud i'n cleifio ni, ond i hefyd bywyd bob dydd yn staff ni. Yr ail un swn i'n hoffi sôn am ydy'r gwaith wrth gwrs ar draws y bwrdd iechyd pan nathon ni rhoi'r adroddiad at ei gilydd yn yr haf. Oeddan ni'n trafod rei o'r prosiectau mowr ar draws y bwrdd iechyd oedd yn mynd i newid yr hyn sy'n digwydd. A rhaid mi ddeud, mae'r gwaith mae'r tîm profiad cleifion ac ofalwyr PAL, os ydych chi'n clywed gyn Leon yn barod bore yma. Mae'r gwaith mae pawb yn neud yn arbennig. Ond dwi'n meddwl mae'r gwaith ar Civica yn mynd i fod yn sylfaen arbennig i ni'n symud ymlaen. A dwi'n yn siŵr os da ni wedi deud o yn y bwrdd, ond dwi'n gwybod da ni wedi sôn amdano fo'n y pwyllgora, ydy mae yn yr adran iechyd meddwl ac anabledda dysgu, ddaru'r gwaith Civica gael ei mapio reit ar draws yr adran yn y lle cyntaf. Yr un nesaf ni jyst am trafod ydy'r gwaith da ni'n neud hefo ymgysylltu hefo'n tima ni ac hefo'n staff. Mae hwnna mor bwysig. Ac wrth gwrs un o'r pethau di bod yn sôn am ydy trio recriwtio, mae hwnna rhywbeth hanfodol i ni. A mae Mr Wilkie yn yr gynulleidfa heddiw. A da ni'n gwybod bod ni angen neud mwy yn y maes yna. Os fysa ni'n cael fwy o aelodau o staff i fewn yn y lle iawn, hefo'r sgiliau iawn, mae hynna'n mynd i helpu ni gymaint. Ond fel gwelwch chi yn y gwaith papur, mae yna waith da wedi bod yn mynd ymlaen o tyfu staff yn hunain. A dwi'n meddwl bod hynna mor bwysig. Pobl yn cymunedau ni yn nabod yn poblogaeth ni ac yn mynd o fod yn gweithwyr iechyd i fod yn nyrsys cofrestredig be gwell dweud y gwir. A Angela yma heddiw, dwi'n siŵr fysa hi wrth i bod yn trafod y gwaith yna. Bydda'ch bydd Chris eisiau ddod i fewn ar hwnna. Dim ond rhyw ddau bwynt bach arall o Sgai. Dwi'n meddwl fod y gwaith ar fedra i ICAN, dwi'n siŵr fyddwch chi'n ei nabod o. Mae hwnna'n symud ymlaen a mae hwnna'n waith partneriaid ac yn bendant mae'r ffocws yna yn symud ymlaen ac hefyd y gwaith ar crisis mae'r is-gadeirydd wedi bod yn trafod yn gynharach. Gymaint fwy o waith i ni wneud, dwi'n cyfadda, ond da ni'n dechrau a mae pethau'n symud ymlaen a mae gennym ni dystiolaeth o'r gwaith da yna. A'r pwynt olon ni am wneud cyn troi at Ros ydy sôn sydd da ni'n trio estyn allan a dysgu o ran arfer gora o byrddau iechyd ac o unrhyw sefydliadau eraill ar draws y Deyrnas Unedig ac yn bellach deud y gwir. A fel oedd Gareth yn sôn, oedden ni hefo cyfeillion o Llywodraeth Cymru a'r NHS exec ddoe, ac oedden nhw'n trafod gwaith oedd yn digwydd yn rhyngwladol. Da ni yn trio dysgu. Ond fel y gwelwch chi, da ni wedi ymuno fo rhwydwaith iechyd meddwl a mae hwnna yn helpu ni o ran arfer gora. Ac un o'r pethau oedd y teuluodd i deud wrthyn ni o'r dechrau oedd pwysigrwydd bob amser, trio gafal yn yr arfer gora a dod o fo'n sydyn ac yn gyflym i fewn i beti, wneud yn siŵr bod ni'n dysgu a bod o'n saff ac yn ddiogel, ond bod ni ddim yn cymryd gormod amser a mae hwnna rhywbeth da ni'n trio symud ymlaen. Ac ar y gair yna, mae rhaid mi ddeud diolch i llais ac i'r aelodau sydd wedi bod yn helpu ni trwy'r gwaith yma. Ond ddeudai ddim mwy, drosodd i Ros am ei adlewyrchion hi a wedyn i Phil. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to talk a bit about the work I've been doing, if that's okay. And when I say I mean some of the work I've been doing, but work again I've been doing as part of a team. And that team comprises of people with lived experience to current service users. And it's a slightly changing group, but 4 or 5 family members who have had experience and some of it very, very long-standing experience with the closure of the Talfan ward and everything that followed on from that. So the three roles which I was asked to take on as the special advisor was to advise the board, to support services, to be able to deliver the RCP action plan, and clearly to lead this group, like I say, with a whole range of people. Critically, I think we were thankfully given 12 months to undertake this work. And I'm very grateful for that, because I have in mind, I think, what you heard the families say to you, to say it's taken 10 years to get here. Please take some good time to try to do something different to make a difference for the future. So I'm not apologetic, I think, in explaining where we are and the way we're going forward. I do believe we have a programme and we've got momentum, but I want to explain to you quickly where we have got to. I think we've learnt, and certainly the family members have been through, looking at pieces of paper and being reassured by people that things are in place, have led to where things are now, where the RCP report was done, and it did show that not everything, there were some things that clearly were in place, but other things were not. So to say that we would go through another loop of that by engaging and talking to people about what their experience has been, even if I thought I was starting this role doing this, I have not come out with that conclusion. And so our tasks really have been to engage and to develop a dialogue through really listening to people's experience, to develop this different approach, to add to the assurance processes, to check and challenge what you're reading on a piece of paper. We have done that really and developed areas of interest and topics which people themselves feel that they are interested in finding more about. And in those areas, it won't be a surprise to know the family members are most interested to want to focus in older people's mental health services, and the current service users want to focus on adult mental health services and what experience is like that is like. And we're doing this. The point of it is to look at what difference it is making to a patient or to a family member or a staff member now. We're trying to look forward and to look forward in terms of what this work means. So what it means in terms of the sorts of things that we're going to look at and getting out and about is looking at patient experience, looking at the environment of care, looking at whether that's good and what people think of it, looking at things like staffing levels and what support staff have got, which includes training and things. So what you're reading through an assurance report, you can check out when you're going, for instance, on developing some visits into the older people's mental health wards, looking at a presentation in detail at one of these topics in terms of what people are interested in. And there are some cross-cutting themes, and we've talked about some of them today. The progress being made in the electronic patient record, that's been a very present issue in PFDs with the coroner, and what progress is really being made there. Issues to do with staffing, as I've said, staff support and mortality in terms of the mortality figures and what's happening, and issues to do with multidisciplinary leadership. So they're all very, very relevant themes that people want to know a bit more about. So where we're at now is we're developing some of these bespoke sort of work programs. And again, we're not really working as a group. We're working with individuals with common interests that want to look at these areas. And we're developing, like I say, this program now. So that's what we're doing with the expert advisory group so far. The other work that we've been doing is really with Teresa and the team and Angela's team is to really look at not just how the action plan is being developed, because the action plan, the group will look at this, it is output focused. There's 80 actions and a lot of outputs rather than outcome focused. And the work that we want to do, we are doing, this work is progressing in quite a lot of detail now and will come forward for people to be able to look at in the Q&S committee soon, is in terms of the outcomes. What mental health outcomes will dictate good care? And what does that mean? It's in the RCP plan anyway, and if you develop these outcomes, you can begin in real time to measure these to ensure that good mental health care can be, you can say what it's like today, and you can begin to look at how this can be sustained in the future. So that is a significant piece of work which Teresa and the team and Angela and the team and everybody else, performance and things, are beginning to develop. Very important. The third thing is the group will look at the pieces of paper paper, and we will review what's going on. People are keen to do that, but they will use that, and they will use the other sources of assurance which we develop to check out what's been written on the piece of paper and whether they see that in practice. My final comment, I guess, is that the families, as well as the service users, everybody, I think, does want closure to where things have been. I don't think there's anyone that would defer from that. But I think it does need the time to attempt to reach a sort of different outcome than has previously been reached before through reviewing action plans and being given assurance on pieces of paper that things are okay. So that's where we are. We're beginning, where I would say about a third through this work, which is I think where we should be. And I feel confident we will, by the end of the 12 months, have produced the outcomes, and we will have more assurance and different forms of assurance about where things really are in the mental health services in terms of what is happening today to a service user or a family member or a member of staff. So that's where things are now, and Phil's going to say something about governance.
Diolch, Ross. Hi, hello everybody. So the sections 3 and 7 in the report outline some of the governance details, but I just want to draw out some key points from the last 6 months and look ahead to the next 6 months from a governance perspective. So the governance framework, as requested by the board, has been established and it has been deployed. And it has an assurance arm and it has a delivery arm. And the assurance arm comes through the group that Ros is chairing, the expert advisory group, reports through to the QSE committee, and there's a health board action delivery group, which also makes a report to every QSE committee as well. So that's really important point to note. So since the last board, we've had 4 meetings of the health board action delivery group. We've had 3 rounds of meetings with expert advisory group members and 3 reports so far to the QSE committee with one to follow on the 20th of February as well. So also of note, I think, it's the governance arrangements are, as Ross described, we're taking a different approach as a health board. So the governance has had to adapt to a different approach as well. I'm really grateful to Eartha for the support of an IM with offering her perspective on effective engagement with stakeholders. That's been really important. And the governance framework does reflect the meaningful engagement with patients, carers and users. And thank you, particularly to Geoffrey Fleiss for his work on this. It is important to note as well, and this is different again, some emotional and practical support to members of the expert advisory group has been secured and will be provided to those members. The practical support from Leon's team, who you met earlier as well, from the patient experience team, to make sure we have effective communications. I think that's really the highlights of the last 6 months. In terms of the next 6 months, the governance focus going forward will be the subject of that report for your committee, Quality Safeguarding Experience Committee. We want to provide more information from the delivery group on the progression of those improvements that Ross talked about. So 31 of those 80 actions that are called in the report, but those improvements, there is information to share. We want to bring a sense of that to that committee in February. The details of an expert advisory group work programme. So this is critical important. So what, how and when will this evidence be reviewed by the expert advisory group? What themes will we start with? How will that work? When is it happening? That's a plan that we'll share with you at the QSE committee, Caroline. And finally, an update on measures to demonstrate sustained improvements and evidence around that is really important. So we're working with colleagues at the moment around those outcome measures that Ross described before. And we will be bringing an update on that too. So that is our focus. Final thing for me to say is, sometimes the evidence that a governance framework is working is where there are issues to be escalated, and are they identified? And yes, they are, and they come through the delivery group, reported to the executive team. We've reported escalated issues to the QSE committee, and we are coming back to your committee in February on one of those escalated matters. So I think that provides some evidence that the governance framework is in place.
So ni'n gwybod, erbyn cwestiwn ond diolch i bawb, mae rhaid mi ddeud, mae'r gwaith a'r y dull da ni'n cymryd, gobeithio yn mynd i symud ni mlaen mewn ffordd gwahanol. A Phil a Gros di deud hynna'n glir iawn.
Arwchog, a dwi'n falch iawn o weld Ian yma hefyd. Dwi'n gwybod mae Ian yn cefnogi'r gwaith a isio diolch i Ian am i. Ac hefyd, os ga i wneud, os ti ddim yn gynamserol i longyfarch o hefyd am ei benodiad yn ogystal. Diolch yn bod yma heddiw hefyd. Ie, reit. Dwi'n gwybod bod gan Caroline rhywbeth i ddeud oherwydd Caroline wrth gwrs ydi cadeirydd y pwyllgor sydd yn wneud y gwaith yma. A wedyn dwi'n mynd i ddod y Gareth i mewn. A wedyn mae Shri am ddeud yn ogystal. Caroline.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i bawb sydd wedi bod yn ymwneud â'r gwaith yma, Teresa, Ross, Phil, Ian, ond dwi'n gwybod bod ar draws y bwrdd mae yna lot o gefnogaeth wedi bod i roi trefniadau yn ei lle. Dwi'n falch iawn o weld bod y llywodraethiant rwan wedi i osod yn gadarn. Ac o'n i jyst sôn hefyd am yr Evidence of Outcomes Group. Mae hwnna'n bwysig iawn o ran edrych ar y dystiolaeth bod na wellianna yn digwydd, a mae hwnnw bellach wedi cyfarfod tai neu beth ar weithiau hefyd. Ac wrth gwrs mae gwaith yr Expert Advisory Group yn bwysig iawn. A dwi'n falch iawn bod Ross a Phil wedi bod yn hyblyg iawn o ran gweithio hefo'r unigolion yna, yr defnyddwyr gwasanaeth a'r teuluoedd presennol ac hanesyddol, yn rhoid y gefnogaeth iddyn nhw a'r faterion sydd yn gallu bod yn heriol iawn iddyn nhw. Felly mae'n bwysig bod ni'n gweithio mewn ffordd sydd yn addas ar gyfer yr unigolion. Nid dim ond pwyllgor ydy hwnnw, ond gweithio hefo nhw yn unigol i wrando ac i gael y mewnbwn yna gynnyn nhw. Dwi'n falch iawn hefyd o weld bod y consultant nurse dementia rwan wedi ymuno hefo ni, achos dwi'n siŵr fydd yr unigolyn yna'n gallu gwneud gwahaniaeth mawr i'r gwaith yma. O ran, mi nes i gyfarfod hefo Ross a Phil pnawn ddoe, a'r hyn da ni wedi gytuno ydy, mi fydd na adroddiad arall yn dŵad i QSC mewn rhyw 2 wythnos rwan, a dwi'n falch iawn hefyd, as licio diolch i Yrsa am y gwaith mae hi'n neud hefo'r y maes yma hefyd. I mi, symud ymlaen rwan, mae'r llywodraethiant wedi cael ei sefydlu. Yr hyn da ni eisiau canolbwyntio arno fo fel QSC ydy'r gweithredu. A dwi'n falch iawn o weld crynodeb o hynny ar tudalen 10 ac 11 o'r adroddiad yma. A dyna'r math o beth dwi'n meddwl fydd QSC yn canolbwyntio arno fo hyn ymlaen am 6 mis nesaf yma. I ni gael dall yn iawn beth ydy'r gwaith, nid dim ond o ran iechyd meddwl, ond ar draws y bwrdd i gefnogi y gwelliannau yma ac i sicrhau fod nhw'n cael bod y gwelliannau yn gynaladwy tymor hir hefyd. Felly mis Chwefror ymlaen fyddwn ni'n dechrau edrych ar hynny yn fwy manwl. A dwi'n meddwl hefyd, mae'r ffordd mae'r gwaith yma wedi cael i sefydlu yn drylwyr iawn. Mi fyddwn ni'n trafod nes ymlaen yn y cyfarfod yma am rhai o'r gwasanaethau bregus sydd gynnon ni. A mae yna wersi dwi'n meddwl yma o ran sut mae'n bosib dod â cleifion a teuluodd i fewn i ni gael dysgu, da ni'n clywed dipyn am hynny bore yma, dysgu o brofiad teuluoedd, cleifion a staff hefyd, a bod ni gyd fel bwrdd yn mynd allan a gweld a gwrando i ni gael deall yn well. A dwi'n meddwl mae yna enghreifftiau yma o ymarfer da allwn ni ddefnyddio mewn meysydd eraill hefyd dros y blynyddoedd nesaf yma. Diolch yn fawr.
Shri, over to you.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much. I just wanted to say a couple of things here. The 2 main aspects of the report is the first about the digital transformation and how we use the digital transformation to benefit the patients. I think we've already seen that the DATEX complaint platform has been upgraded now, so we actually look at the complaints much more quickly, so that it can be translated into frontline improvement. So I just wanted to say that aspect. So there are initial indications that you probably don't need 12 months, but there are indications that the plan is on track. The second bit is about the fact that the report highlights is about the provision of inpatient therapy, which is a significant concern, and how we're trying to change that kind of outcomes for the patients by doing more training and kind of providing staff with more help and expertise as it was. So that is ongoing. But I just wanted to make sure that there are indicators that it is progressing in the right direction.
Diolch yn iawn. Gareth, ti i gloi, wel, nawn ni ddod a Chris mewn wedyn. Right.
Diolch Cadeirydd, and thank you very much. I think which I didn't have any doubt that Ros was the right person to lead this work, and that was certainly blown away by your presentation, Ros. Thank you so much. And I wanted to pick up a couple of points of that, because I think one thing it's really important to say is if we set up this advisory group, it's important they control their work programme. And I really welcome the emphasis on what are things like now? Are they changing? Are they improving? Seeing that evidence and the focus on making services better in the future. And what I think, Ros, you said very clearly about the importance of not getting too bogged down in, sort of just scrutinising the paper evidence. And I do want to say that I think it's important to see the expert group not as a channel through which the delivery group reports to QSE, because then they become bogged down in this sort of, having to scrutinise everything rather than things they think are important. And I'm sorry if I'm saying something that is already clear and agreed, but I just think there's been a little lack of clarity about that. The one area where I do think it's important, personally, but it's up to what the expert advisory group think it's important, is I'm sure there are some of the recommendations that are no longer relevant. And I don't think we should be afraid of saying that, because the recommendations of some of these reports are very long ago. It doesn't mean that the situation's gone away, but there are some things that just structurally aren't relevant. And that's where I think the expert advisory group has a really important role to say, yes, we accept these don't need to be progressed because they've been dealt with elsewhere. But on the other changes, the other recommendations, which we are still progressing, I think there ought to be a sort of parallel line, there ought to be a straight line from the internal group, with the opportunity for observations, comments for the expert advisory group as it is. I don't think it should become a bottleneck, because that will bog down the expert advisory group in doing things it doesn't think are important, instead of doing the things that really are important. So, as I said, if that's stating the bleeding obvious, which I quite often do, then I'm sorry. But just to say, I absolutely understand from what you said, Ros, that you are on that same page. But just to say, I think that is definitely what we should do. We should respect the expert advisory group in taking the decisions about what they think is important to look at, particularly given the fact it is a time limited at the moment. It's a time limited operation.
Great, diolch yn iawn. Felly mae gen i dipyn o bobl isio siarad drwan. Da ni yn rhedeg chydig bach yn hwyr, felly gofyn i chi gadw'ch sylwadau yn gryno, ond mae gennym ni Dylan, Urtha, Chris, Claire, Jeff, from Llais. I know you've been a really central part of this work and supporting the work, so I will give you an opportunity if you wish to say something as part of this presentation, although you're not sort of officially at the table, but I'm really keen if you've got something to say that you have that opportunity. Right, yn y drefn yna, os dwi'n cofio'n iawn, Dylan, ti nesa.
Diolch. So I just thought it'd be useful just to give a bit more detail around where we are with the mental health electronic healthcare record system. So we are close to the invitation to tender going out. We've been doing a lot of work in terms of pre-market engagement with suppliers to get clear about with the suppliers exactly what we need and the scope of the change that we need to make. We've got to, just to manage expectations, we've got to recognise that implementing most of our resources, that the entirety of our resource on this programme is focused on getting this system in, but also looking at how we need to make the change to support it. There is significant variation in practice and ways of working across North Wales in this particular area. So there's an awful lot of engagement and business change work that needs to happen for the system to be a success. And just to manage the expectation, you're looking 12 to 18 months time before you're actually going live with the change. There's a lot of work to be done in advance of that. And I just wanted to be clear about that. We recognise, and it's a bit like the renal story this morning, the use in renal they use a system called Patient Knows Best, which is an app you can use in various different services for tracking, in that case, different levels, etc., where people are at and the like. There are lots of apps and services and innovations we could also be doing with mental health, for mental health, just picking up on Tree's point, for mental health patients, whether it's self-care, mood fit, talk space and things like that, which you can use to help people manage conditions from crisis and from a well-being perspective. But just to say, we are not putting any effort into that because we haven't necessarily got the resource to do so, but we are working on bids into next financial year, not just for mental health, just for some capacity and capability to work on some of the things we can do on a more tactical basis, in particular for better patients' experience and to assist around the edges of the core work on the mental health work. So it's just to give that update on where we are with the digital as a whole with mental health.
Right. Diolch yn fawr, Dylan. Arthur, gen ti rhywbeth?
Yeah, one short point, please. I think we're about halfway through in time, and my thoughts are around 3/4 of the way through. We should be thinking about managing expectations about what happens for participants at the end of that year, because there's a pattern of communication, involvement, engagement has been built up, and there may be transition at the end of it, there may not be, but I think in the next report we should probably need to have a look at that question, how we manage those expectations, where that, engagement goes, if at all.
Oh, good point. Chris, nesa? Wedyn Claire.
Fel Teresa yn dweud yn gynt ynglyn â tyfu neu datblygu nyrsys yn hunan. Be da ni'n neud ydy, mae gennym ni gwrs mewn lle maen nhw, y gofalwyr medru mynd rhan amser. So maen nhw'n gweithio 2 neu 3 diwrnod yr wsos, a wedyn maen nhw'n neud i cwrs nyrsio 2 neu 3 diwrnod yr wsos, a wedyn ar diwedd y cwrs maen nhw'n dod i fewn i swydd yn y bwrdd iechyd. Mae lot o bobl methu gadael swydd i fynd i fod yn myfyrwr, oherwydd yr arian, really, a gan nhw teuluodd. A da ni'n gwybod bod nhw'n mynd i aros yma yn Gogledd Cymru, oherwydd mae teuluodd nhw yma. O math yna peth o'n i'n neud, a hefyd jyst oedd o wedi cael ei nodi efo Helen yn yr adroddiad ydy future nurses y dyfodol. So da ni'n gweithio lot efo ysgolion y colega i ddangos yr faint o opportunities sy'n ein nyrsio, be gwahanol i wneud. So mae lot o waith yn digwydd hefo sut ydyn ni'n tyfu staff yn hunan. A jyst rhywbeth i nodi, Caroline yn anffodus, oedd y consultant nurse ddim yn gallu dod, nath i dynnu nôl ar y munud dwytha. So da ni allan i recrwtio eto. Gynna ni dal gynna ni dal Tracy, ond oedd yr ail nyrs yn, dwi'n meddwl rhywbeth personol, oedd hi methu dod. So da ni allan eto i recrwtio.
Diolch yn iawn. Claire. And then Ros, if you...
To be brief, Chair. I think when I first read the paper today, it's really comprehensive, it's really helpful. And I kind of had a little inner frustration that we weren't making as fast a progress as I might have liked. However, when I really looked carefully at what we've done over the last 6 months, I think as a board, we have to recognise that if we really want to embed long-term positive change, we have to get the foundations right in terms of how we do it. And so as a board member who sometimes sits here feeling some frustrations around many of our challenge services and the speed at which we're going, I think this is a really good learning point for the whole board, that actually, if we're starting to really listen, if we're starting to focus on the things that really matter to people, and we're building trust and confidence that we're heading in the right direction, I would much prefer that we did some things slower but better. So I think for me personally, there was a lot of learning in here, but I think it's equally applicable for many of our other challenged services. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Jeff, did you want to come in and with any comments with your involvement? Then Carol, then we'll bring Ros in to finish.
I think the families appreciate the opportunity to be involved, and we've located some service users, regular current service users, some who have been sectioned last year for some considerable time, so they have real experience of what's going on. We want to extend that a bit further. invite other people along. We do have some links with a dementia group and would like to bring in some current service users, people who are able to do that, and many of them are. We've got Tracy Williamson involved. I think that's very useful. We were hoping to have the new dementia nurse, but as has been explained, she's not with us. I think the key thing is visible progress, and progress that can be demonstrated beyond doubt. I think the issue with the activity around this in 2018, 19, early 2020, just before the pandemic, was there was a lot of reassurance going on. We had no evidence that things had happened, and it wasn't that there was no evidence; it was that they hadn't happened. So we need to move away from that. If it takes a while to do that, I think that's okay. But we need to be moving forward and seeing that change and seeing a receptive welcome to potential change from the department itself.
Thanks very much, Jeff. Much appreciate your support in that work.
Say one final word. I'm really sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier. Yeah, I think we really need to be grateful to Jeff and Llais for the incredible work that Jeff has done to engage with families and patients, current and past. And, you know, to be that bridge and to constantly liaise. If it hadn't been for Jeff's involvement, we really wouldn't be where we currently are.
It's been my pleasure and my duty.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for that.
Carol, any comments? And then Ros, if you've got anything you wish to respond with or wrap things up, that'll be great. Diolch yn
fawr, Ros, Teresa and Phil. When we sat here 6 months ago, we didn't quite know how this was going to develop. We had thoughts and ideas, but we reminded ourselves that we mustn't be too fixed. And so the work that's happened, I think, is a genuine attempt to find deep and sustainable ways of engaging people in the things that matter most to them and move this forward. So I just want to pick up a couple of comments from Caroline and from Claire, because there is just this tendency or pressure to see things done and tick, we've done that one, or that action's gone green, that action's gone green. What we did hear from families when we met with them early part of last year is that they'd had enough of that. They really wanted to get a different sense. And so, you know, I feel confident that that's what we're being presented with as a board, is a different approach to this that will meet their desires and aspirations for engaging. I think the outcomes focus has got to be the way that we work as a health board with that real-time measurement. So I'm really interested in how we utilize this. We talked about digital platforms and how we get that. That's really important. And then I am just wondering, just picking up Caroline and Claire's points, is really about how we learn from this approach in other parts of the work that we do. Moving from, you know, the actions on the page, and are they red, amber, green? And we got reports on that later on. So to when that is, what's the reality of the impact? What difference have we really made? And then on a practical note, yes, our next meeting is going, when we look at this again, it will be August. And then I'm conscious that Ros is with us until October. So there's a bit of an ask about what you might need from me and others to help to move this forward even further.
Diolch yn iawn. Ros, there's lots of comments and lots of supportive thoughts from members of the board, and I'm sure you've got something to to summarise for us, please.
Absolutely we'll summarise, take on board the notes of the points and won't respond to those, but just to summarise, thank you for your comments and for the support. And there is a real dilemma in the holding to account with the view that something different is going to be sort of produced in the end when you're trying a new approach. But thank you for that support. That's what we're trying to do. And it is hard, I think, now to say, well, this is definitely in place, because the whole process is a check and challenge as to whether it is or it isn't. So there's a sort of inbuilt dilemma in this where you want to be able to say what's being done, but you're saying, well, hang on a minute, we're going to go and do some visits and we're going to do some checking out. And I think we've got to work harder on that to try and ride both horses, to provide assurance about what is improving. But the longer term objective is exactly as Carol set out. It has to be focused in outcomes and an idea about what care is like today. So when individual failure sadly occurs, you will be able to be more assured about care for everybody else. And that's the sort of long-term approach that we're sort of trying to move towards in this work that we're doing. And the input and the insights from family members and from current service users have given us enormous insight to think about things in a way in which we otherwise may not think it. So they are a valuable part of this process too. Absolutely. But thank you.
Absolutely. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus fyna, iawn, Teresa? Yeah, gawn ni. Diolch yn iawn. Thank you, Phil and Ros, for joining us today. It's really appreciated. Work, as we have stated on a number of occasions, this work is really vital, not just to address the Royal College report, but actually to go to the heart of what is important for people who use these services and their families. If it's about anything, it's about that. So we really appreciate the scope of the work and the fact that you're giving us that assurance today. And I know QSE committee will be working very closely with you to ensure the work progresses. But real big thank you, diolch yn fawr iawn, to both. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Di pawb felly yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad a'r cynnydd a sicrwydd ag yn edrych mlaen y gwaith pwyllgor Carlain QSE yn y cyswllt yna hefyd. Pawb yn hapus. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Reit, ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesaf. Dyn ni'n rhedeg chydig bach yn hwyr rwan. Wel, gyda'n dipyn yn hwyr. Felly, just cais I bobl I fod yn gryno os allan ni. Polisi nesaf, polisi mynediad cleifion at ofal wedi gynllunio. Imran, your report on the patient access to planned care policy is the next item, please.
So I'll just take the paper as read. The covering sheet in particular has a number of details in terms of summary. Just going through really. So as everyone's aware around the healthcare, the health board's position in relation to planned care in particular, this policy really plays a key role in ensuring that where we are currently is strengthened in terms of learning and in terms of going forward, there's sustainability actions that are put in. So there's been a number of rigorous processes that have gone through in relation to the access policy. A lot of consultation at operational clinical level to shape the planned care policy. And in particular, it's gone to the exec meeting as well twice to ensure that really thorough assessment and also input. Where we are currently, the policy has now gone to the executive oversight policy group. That was on the 16th of December. It was approved, and thank you to colleagues for all their support, particularly in relation to the governance elements, as well as the equality impact assessment. That was really, really helpful. So that was a robust process. The executive team then reviewed that following a discussion. And where we stand at the moment is that it's also gone to the patient experience and care group where there was input from patient representatives. And what we're doing as a result of that as well now, which is really good, is that we've got 10 patients who've been identified by the patient representatives who are working on an information leaflet that would be appropriate and just simplified in terms of patient information as well, to support the policy further going forward. So what I will be doing is just seeking comments, if that's all right, any elements that need to be raised. Couple of things just to point out. The update currently is, since the paper was circulated, is that the Gypsy Travelling Citizens Health Needs Assessment is now available, and the lead, Danielle Edwards, is looking at that with colleagues. The other element as well is that the 23rd of January date that was put on the paper was actually relating to the board deadline papers, not the actual board meeting, which is obviously today, 30th. So just for accuracy. And I will open up to any comments and questions, please.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw sylwadau, nifer o bobl isio holi cwestiwn. Nawn ni droi at Karen gynta, wedyn Chris, Rhian, Urtha, Jane.
Mine's just a quick one. On the policy itself, on the front opening page, it refers to approved by the executive team in January 2024. Should that be 2025? Or is that?
Yes.
Yeah, 2025.
And then in section 15 is a section around audit committee and bringing report on compliance. I'm not sure, and Pam's not here to check with whether it'll be, is that going to be part of an overall compliance report, or will it be a specific compliance report related to this? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Nessa, Camille, Chris, Rhian, Urtha, Jane.
Thanks, Chair. Really comprehensive. I just wonder whether we need to qualify or caveat some of the statements put in there. 'Cause I'm looking right at the very start. It's under section 2 and section 3, and it talks effectively about this being a minimum standard of what will be expected to be provided to patients. And I look then at waiting lists, and we see the RTT, the referral to treatment, at 26 weeks. And plainly, we're not where, and we're so not where it says we should be, to a factor of some 50 odd thousand, circa 77% of the population of North Wales. So I'm not saying that's a stick to beat anyone with, because this is not a problem unique to us. But if we're making such a strong statement that all members of staff have to take this on board and have to provide that level, then it has to be achievable to some extent, or we need to caveat it and recognise that perhaps we're not where we are at the moment. Just a very small point on page 24, 711, which is, and 712, or 711, forgive me, which is veterans. I think we need to refer to veterans' families as well. We as part of the covenant that we have, it's not just veterans, it's veterans' dependents. I think we need to perhaps look at the wording of that, because I don't think that's actually quite right alongside what we're bound to provide, insofar as it's not just about service personnel receiving treatment on NHS, which they need as a result of their service. It's people that have been moved from another location, being inserted into the waiting list at the right point, and prioritising it in a slightly different way, not so they're advantaged, but so they're not disadvantaged. And that's not reflected at all in those two paragraphs. And we are obliged, as a signatory of the covenant, to ensure that that's done as well. And I suppose a very final point, I appreciate taking some time, Chair, it's around booking processes and cancellations. Anecdotally, I'm involved with my daughter through the ophthalmology, and I still ring up to move appointments and leave a message on an answer machine. It's an inefficient process, because then someone has to listen to that and call me back. So we need to think about the process. I've raised that 3 or 4 times. Yeah. I'm sure if it's happening there, it's happening elsewhere.
Yeah. Well, Chris, Rhian, wedyn Urtha, Jane.
Thank you. Just a few big points. There's the big overall thing is a policy, right? So we have a policy here. Then we've got standard operating procedures, which should sit under it. For me, they're a little bit muddled up here. that they're not quite aligned. I think maybe we mustn't underestimate the huge training need that's going to be required in order to embed the approach. Possibly I'd like to see some more targeted outcomes in a policy. We've got some outputs. We haven't got a huge amount of target outcomes. And finally, I just have to say it, have we not got a centralised booking system up and running yet?
Diolch yn fawr. Bertha?
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you, Imran. I've got a question around the neurodevelopment service. And if you remember Helen's engagement report, there was an issue raised by an MS, and there was a good description in there of the impact of the delay, which I think is really important. Obviously, the delay affects the health and well-being of the young person as well as the family. So it's really important we get this right. So my question is, bearing that in mind, the neurodevelopment pathway isn't subject to the RTT plan. So, why not? Because that might help us prioritise it more. Second question is, why is it not part of the planned care ring-fenced budget? Because equally, that might be something that could help us make more funding available to increase the service. And it does come up often. I'm sure that you'll be aware of it. Yes. I know others are. So yes, just two discrepancies there, I feel, in the approach to the neurodevelopment pathway. Thank you.
Jane?
About the implementation of that policy, particularly thinking about the inequalities, the gender equity, and the management of vulnerable groups. And some of this, I'm also going to use some of the evidence that is growing from England around some of the impact on waiting lists on different groups. So for me, there's three key challenges. One is around the two offers of appointments, and then you can be put back. It's highly likely to, from the evidence, to most disadvantaged people from deprived communities, who all the evidence says are most likely to DNA close to the appointment. And actually quite a lot of those are challenges around employment that is sort of bearable, and other challenges around being able to find time in working hours to make appointments. The second is around some of the vulnerable groups, particularly people with learning disabilities. We know that as a group are most likely to be lost. We know that people from our most deprived communities, from the England evidence, are twice as likely to wait twice as long as people from non-deprived communities. And then there are some other groups you've highlighted, and it's really nice to see the work that we've done on the needs assessment now being fed into implementation. But there are other groups where there are particular needs that are cultural or otherwise. And again, it's really been thinking about how we make sure that is built into the implementation, and particularly around leaflets. You were saying about travellers do not tend to read the sort of written material. So some of this is about that engagement with communities and things. So it's just to highlight that, about making sure that we are acknowledging some of that. And I was particularly worried about the health inequalities, because that may not be picked up by the equity, and therefore we may miss a whole group around our most deprived communities.
Jane, Gareth.
Just very quickly, 7.2, acknowledgement of referrals. So I just want to know that we actually do this now, because it says confirmation of the referral must be sent, and if it's going to be more than 8 weeks, details should include contact details for patient queries. So if we do that, if we don't do that, when are we going to start doing it? If we do it, why is it that whenever I go to primary care provider that I'm told that an inordinate amount of time is taken up by GP surgeries by people ringing them to ask what's happening to their referral? Because if they've got a contact detail in the department that they've been referred to, then why? So I basically, I'm saying, does it happen? If it does, can we really audit to see if it's really happening? Because it doesn't appear to be from the feedback one gets from primary care.
Gareth. Claire, nesa.
I apologise, Imran, if I've just missed this somewhere, but the policy is really clear that it doesn't apply to mental health and CAMS. And I know Earth has already asked about neurodiversity services. Why? So I don't understand that. it's a very procedural document, and I guess this is a general comment about when we draft policy statements for board to consider. I'd really like to see our vision around some of these things being included in that. We might have a lot of very detailed work to do for now, but what's our vision around these things and where are we aiming to get to? And then I guess the other thing is the rollout of this is crucial, and I think there's a really strong statement at the start that says this access policy should be read in full by all staff. How are we going to know that's happened? We need a process in terms of our people, team and our learning and development resources that means that we can be confident the policy's been rolled out effectively, people understand it, know what their responsibilities and accountabilities are. So something within our training systems, there needs to be some sign off that people have read it, understood it, and are going to be working to it. So again, we might do that, but if we do, I'm not kind of alive to it. And I think it's good that you've kind of put in just an annual review, because I think we hope we'll be in a very different place with some of this 12 months from now. So it'd be good to be able to refine it at that stage.
Yeah, so picking up on some of those, Imran, maybe Carol want to comment too. Please add in, when I meet people in my community this weekend, I can say, okay, we've passed this policy and this is the difference it's going to make to you. Steve's going to give that answer before.
No, I want. I would just also give a comment as well.
Yeah, please do, Steve. Yes, then I'll bring Imran and Carol in.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, so referral to treatment access policies, they are required. They're sort of standard, absolutely common practice. And this is not a new feature. Referral to treatment rules and plan care policies have been around for a long time, but that clearly the health board has chosen to update in this, and it's the right thing to do. And I'll just touch on a few of the sort of nuances of referral to treatment. I mean, so in terms of why mental health and neurodevelopment standards aren't included in the target, typically referral to treatment rules are around secondary care, acute consultant-based delivered services. That's not to say that we don't look at other services that fall outside of our referral to treatment rules. We do, and we'll be talking about them later in terms of mental health, community care and primary care and so on. So that was the one thing. It was mentioned that we're so far away from the 26-week standard. Yes, we are. And we've got to work as a health board to get back to that, so they're not using a set of rules to bash people over the head with. Those are the access standards that patients should expect to receive. We need to measure how far we're going, how far we are away from them, and what we're doing as a health board to get back to those standards. Yeah, so those are some of my opening comments.
Great. Okay, Imran, quite a lot of comments there, and
very helpful.
You and Carol will respond, please. Thank you very much.
Carol and I. So just going through around the compliance. So it's really imperative that we have a policy in place. I won't repeat what Steve has said, for consistency as a reference point and very clear induction process for colleagues. So we can record when colleagues have gone through that local induction, they've gone through the access policy, and there is a training program as well that colleagues have been working through as part of this and to support that in the rollout. So that's really critical. And I've already, obviously, Steve's already covered around the standards element in terms of Chris's comment. Arthur, you make a really important point around the neurodevelopment. So the process around treating in turn, clinically prioritization, all those principles do take place in neurodevelopment. And there's a lot of work that Von and colleagues will be aware of as part of neurodevelopment. And there are funding streams available that we've received from Welsh Government around the support in terms of the validation work that the colleagues are doing, but also the fact that the Regional Partnership Board for Children's Services has neurodevelopment as a key work stream. So the teams are working really hard, and actually it's really encouraging around the in-reach model into schools and having all of those processes in place. And if board members want to go through that, or anybody else, I'm more than happy to go through the details, but there's a lot of work that's going on, and rightly so, in an area that, there's obviously vulnerabilities that we need to cover. So lots of in-reach, strong partnership working, and also triaging that's already in place for any referrals that come through neurodevelopment they're triaged, and more importantly, navigated through to the right appropriate places, and also early identification rather than waiting until it's too late, so that there is interventions with schools, educating them, training them around neurodevelopment issues. So just wanted to cover that element there. The other bit around referral queries to GPs, absolutely take that on board. There will always be variability in terms of experience. That's not to say that that is right and is in place. So the compliance and the audit work, and the comment that was made around the oversight in terms of the policy, the compliance against that and feeding into the appropriate committee is absolutely fundamental, aligned to the trajectories that we've set ourselves, which goes back to the standards need to be there, and the trajectory deliveries need to be there so we can measure against those, and assurance that yes, we are delivering, and yes, we are compliant. So I think that's really important to say. And alongside the deprivation, as Jane is aware from public health perspective, we are working with our DDAT colleagues in terms of the data that we're getting and looking at the population profile in relation to our deprivation levels on the waiting list, and managing that and understanding that it could be, once we've got all of that together, that we work in conjunction to look at how we target appropriate high risk, high deprivation areas in terms of responding to their needs. So it's much more purposeful in our response. Booking processes, yes, we've got centralized booking processes. We're working through that. We also need to improve that in terms of our preoperative assessment clinic, which is why this policy becomes really important as a reference point for all of us to refer to as a standard that is bona fide, that is agreed, that's approved, that colleagues work to, and then we've got something measurable as a starting point. One more thing to note, and we've already said that, and then I'll bring Carol in, is around the overall national all Wales policy around access will be changing with the clock rules. So the planned care policy group that's in the document that we have now set up as part of this policy, bringing clinical and operational teams together. Shri obviously will have a role in that as a medical director through his clinical lead colleagues, ensuring that there is that one point of streaming for all access related elements through the policy group, who will then look at the compliance elements, mobilization, and the same group currently is going through consultation around the changes in the national rules. So I feel we're in a much better place now, having a streamlined approach, having governance approach. So it feels better. It could be better. I'm sure it will be. Carol.
Thanks, you covered loads of that. The reason well, I wanted to bring this policy here, it is a bit detailed, Claire, and you know, because we need a policy, we really should have a policy. We've been able to update this. And I think given our challenges, really important that the board can engage with that. It's been really a helpful conversation, I think. We're just working through the internal audit schedule for next year, so we can see whether actually do we want them to have a look at this one particularly, or are we confident we've got other audit mechanisms in place that will tell us how it's going. We have got lots of issues in this in practice, is the reality of it. You know, not treating in turn, we haven't got fraud lists, you know, all of those sorts of things. There is an RTT on neurodevelopment, and it is 26 weeks to first assessment. So there is an element in there, and of course that's a really big issue for everywhere, and the model does need to change on that. So I just wanted to add that bit in. The really big thing now is the implementation, as colleagues have said, and the training, and that's really got to form part of the now revised, what will be revised planned care programme going into next year, which actually starts in about 8 weeks' time, doesn't it? So really helpful. Really, we would like to use as much technology. We're going to come on to that in the next item. As much technology as possible, so people don't have to ring and leave messages and answer the machines. They can direct book in and, you know, do some of those other things. So quite a lot of work in progress. This will be key now as we move into the new financial year. So, Jeff Bauer.
Definitely, Carol. Just building on what I suggested is important for the public we serve. So this policy, I'm sure we will very enthusiastically embrace it as a board and organisation. In 6 months' time, then, will a member of the public have this as a tool to come and say, hang on a minute, you're not following policy, I'm calling you out on it? If that's the case, what does it mean?
So a couple of things on that, I think. I'm not sure members of the public will be particularly interested in, they may be reading all of this policy, but they will tell us their experience.
The headline is patient access to planned care policy, and that will definitely get people's attention.
And of course, in the report that we had earlier from Leon, 1 in 2 complaints are about access.
Yes, yes.
And so we will be able to track through what sort of impact does the deployment of this more standardized, more effective policy have on that. So we'll be able to see it very visibly here in the board. We should also be able to see some of those indicators that sit underneath it, and we're going to come on to those now, and much more information about, are people treated in turn? What do we do when people don't attend and, you know, we consider, or they turn down appointments? So some of those audit mechanisms brought through to really demonstrate, is this policy helping to shift the dial on the experience for people?
Exactly.
Because that's, you know, that is what this is about. Even though it looks a bit technical, that's what the end point is.
Absolutely.
So
okay, diolch yn fawr. And the centralised booking is
in work in progress.
Is a short to medium term ambition. And we've got work to do to get that together in one place, together with the technology to support that and other matters as well. So great. Imran, do you want?
One final thing, just to finish off from what Carol was saying. So as I said earlier, there's a group of 10 patients we're working through to make this a patient-friendly format, a summarized version, not all the details. So there will be principal elements that patients can refer to, essentially, that is there for their information. Just wanted to be clear about that.
Right. Diolch yn iawn. Ydy pawb yn hapus felly I gymeradwyo'r polisi? Iawn.
So then, would it be okay if we provided an update to board exactly where we are with the central booking?
Yeah, I think that would be a good
approach, just to again make sure everyone's aware in terms of managing the expectation.
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing to do. Whether we do that electronically or
the questions and answers outside of the board for information.
But I think it'd be good to do that. Yeah, diolch yn iawn am hynny, Dylan. Reit, pawb yn hapus I gefnogi'r adroddiad ac I gymeradwyo polisi newydd yma. Pawb yn hapus, ardderchog, diolch yn iawn, diolch I bawb am gwaith, diolch yn iawn Imran am gyflwyno'r adroddiad gwerthfawrogi hynny. Yr eitem nesa, egwyddorion cynllun sefydliad, dyn ni'n rhedeg tua hanner awr ar ei holi erbyn hyn, dim ond I nodi hynny wrth I ni gyd wneud cyfraniadau. Carol, the organisation design principle is your report, I think.
Diolch. I recognise that this item stands between you and a cup of coffee. So, but it is a really important item, and I just want to thank Dylan in particular and invite him to offer some comments as well, because this is Dylan has led this work with a whole host of colleagues across the organisation from every single facet of the directors' portfolios. These design principles are an important step in helping us to be really clear about the way in which we will develop policy, the way in which we'll develop services, and the way in which we make decisions. And this is a really important step forward in the development of our organisational approach to the challenges that we've got, but also the opportunities we have in front of us. They are there to help us deliver the core purpose of the Health Board, and they are there to help us to deliver the strategic objectives that we have agreed previously, and that will come back through at the next board in terms of the integrated medium-term plan. So they're a common and consistent set of considerations to help us in our work, and they are for everyone. And so within the paper, you have a couple of different versions in terms of how we propose that they are formulated for deployment through the organisation. There are 7 principles. We hope that the paper is reasonably straightforward in terms of why those principles have been chosen, and some of the questions and prompts in application of those as well. The important thing that I wanted to draw out was that all of the principles actually fit and work together, but we've discussed on many an occasion the use of the adoption of best practice, and streamlining and simplifying the work that we do. That is going to be essential if we're going to improve outcomes and experience for people. Every single item that we see there's duplication and complexity. We do need to simplify that approach. So I'm going to just see, Dylan, would you like to add anything in before I hand back to the chair? We're looking for approval.
I think just 2 things I'd like to add. I think the first thing, these have been developed through a process of consultation. So been to SRG a couple of times, for instance.
SRG being the stakeholder reference group. No, that's fine.
Diolch. Yeah, and also being consulted with the staff through the intranet. So they have been developed through a process of consultation, which is important. I think ultimately, the key thing about these now is how do we embed these and make sure they are adhered to in all decisions we make, and how do we hold people to account and be held to account by people for their adherence. So yeah, that's all I'd like to say.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch am y gwaith yna. Russ?
Diolch, Chair. I think it's a really important document in terms of principles, and we need to link this. So Dylan's already mentioned accountability, but this should underpin our business planning framework. We should be not just financial, and clearly not just financial, but benefits realisation, quantification, and starting to do those post-project implementation reviews to understand. So as we take these business cases through our formal committees, we can evaluate the successful implementation because we're really clear on what that benefit realisation model looks like. So I think the principles will lead into, I think there is more work to substantiate what that business planning process and that business planning documentation needs to look like in order to support this important principle document. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Gareth?
Yeah, sorry, I really welcome the work that's been done on this. I've talked to Dylan about it. Just a couple of small points. I mean, I think, as you said, Principle 4, and it ties back to my earlier comments, really important. There are different versions of the questions that people should think about. I personally think the version in Appendix 2 is the most helpful. So can we think about that? And in the reference to that as well is in one particular thing on the wise spending. I think it's really, really important. I know this is the intention, but it's not always clear in the document with Principle 3 that we are looking at the whole of the public sector. So please let's be clear that we should not be doing things that save our little bit of the health board money and may even save the whole health board money if they're going to put a shed load of extra costs on local authorities, because frankly we're not regarded as very collegiate players, and we do have a responsibility for that best value for the North Wales pound, not just the health board spending. So
diolch yn iawn.
Well, no, let's not, don't shift burdens, that's what I mean.
Right, Claire, Karen, and then we bring this item to close. Claire, Karen.
Again, really appreciate the work done on this, really important. My point is around these sort of inclusive co-design services Principle 2. I just feel that in terms of the advice to people around the questions, it would be helpful to have something a bit more, not just about we've kind of spoke to people, but actually how we've used their feedback to influence what the final thing is really. So just to guide people that this isn't just a tick box, I held a focus group, but did what. So that was just a small point really, but really welcome it. It's really good to see it. Thank you.
Yeah, diolch yn iawn. Karen?
As Claire saying, really welcome the document. We don't mention our volunteers anywhere. And I wonder whether they should have a listing. We might pick them up under individual people, but we do pick our staff up and we do have a lot of volunteers. So I thought maybe they should be recognised in the document.
Yeah, da iawn, including the Robins.
Yeah.
Volunteer, yeah, great. Diolch yn iawn. Carol?
Oh, I just wanted to come back on Gareth's point, really. I absolutely agree with the point about cost shifting. I think ultimately, though, we're accountable for the budgets that we're given, which is if we were in a different space, it may be interesting for governments to think about this, but in having wider public sector budgets rather than individual organisations, I think that that would be an interesting area of discussion. But yeah, so the essence of this is we wouldn't just cost shift, and I think that's absolutely right.
Reit, diolch yn iawn. Reit, pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad a'r cymeradwyo y polisi yma. Diolch yn arbennig I Dylan am y gwaith mae wedi arwain yn y maes hwn bwysig iawn a'n edrych ymlaen at weld y polisi yma yn cael ei weithredu yn gyson ar draws y sefydliad. Pawb yn hapus? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dyn ni ddim yn mynd I dorri rwan. Oherwydd bod ni'n rhedeg chydig yn hwyr ac mae gen I droddiad pwysig ar y gwasanaeth vascular nesa. And Jim, I'm really glad you were able to join us. So we are moving to this item now because I know you have calls on your time, very, very valuable, and I didn't want to hold you up any further. So we're taking your item next, that's 2513, which is a report on the vascular services. We will then be taking a break afterwards. So making a note of the time, please. Yn gyntaf, dwi am ofyn I Carol gyflwyno, and Jim, I'm sure you'll come in afterwards. Okay, after Carol just gives a bit of an introduction. Thank you very much.
Great, diolch Cadeirydd. Just to say, at the last meeting, I touched on vascular services in my report and indicated we would bring a fuller report back through. I'm really pleased that I've been able to work with Jim. Jim's leadership in this area has been hugely valuable. As has the leadership of the vascular team and the external experts that have been supporting us. So a real team approach to vascular services. As we know, this was an area that had drawn significant focus in previously and had been an area of escalation with a healthcare inspector at Wales, de-escalated because of the progress that has been made. And I feel that I've seen firsthand the way in which team has approached issues that will arise from time to time in services. And so I want to commend the team's approach to dealing with this particular situation. Jim's going to take us through a little bit more of the detail, what's happened and the impact of some of the modifications in service provision. So thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Jim.
Carol. Jim Gwiggendwy. I'm Deputy Medical Director at BCU, reporting to Shri. Yes, we've had some fun with vascular in recent months. We paused the open abdominal aortic aneurysm repairs here in BCU, with services being transferred across to Stoke. This is on the advice of our clinical team, backed up by national leads. But I really want to put that into context. They did that in regard to concerns around mortality in the open aortic patients. That's a tiny cohort of patients. That's roughly 12 patients a year. And to put that into context, we operate on approximately 800 patients a year. So these concerns are only around a tiny part of vascular services. And as Carol's alluded to, we've had a real journey of improvement over recent years with vascular. We've had external validation from HRW. The national lead has been particularly happy with how things have been moving in BCU. And I think that improvement I've seen firsthand with the clinicians, both in terms of their interactions and also their use of data. And actually, the clinicians raised this. The clinicians proactively were looking at their data with a view for outcomes. And they realised that our mortality rates were heading towards, albeit with a very small cohort of patients, making the statistics very hard to interpret, being statistically different than other units in the UK. So at that point, it was actually last spring, we initiated an aortic improvement plan. Unfortunately, despite that plan, we had a further adverse event in October, November of this year with a patient who was due to be discharged this week, actually, to a community hospital, suffered some quite life-changing complications following surgery. So at that point, our team elected to escalate this because they felt we needed to step back, needed to pause, we need to reflect, review these patients and actually have a period of time where these surgeries performed elsewhere, to give us a space to do that review process. So obviously when these concerns were raised by the team, we immediately discussed those with our national colleagues, and it was the view of the national clinical lead that yes, we should pause open aortic surgery, both elective and emergency. And the lead helped us identify Stoke as an alternative provider. Stoke, we already have a relationship with Stoke, and obviously that's our regional trauma centre. But equally, in terms of the vascular space, our vascular clinical lead actually was a senior consultant at Stoke before moving here. We share MDTs, multidisciplinary team meetings about all aortic patients and have done for some time with Stoke to help align our decision making. And indeed, with the aortic plan that was developed in the spring, and we actually had consultants going over to Stoke to dual operate with our Stoke consultants. So we've reinforced those existing relationships, and at speed, it was literally within a week, a new process was developed, so that patients could be referred as emergencies across to Stoke as well as electives across to Stoke. So that was done at pace. We've carefully monitored both the processes and outcomes. The clinicians are very, very happy with both the processes and outcomes. I was at their away day yesterday. They've had 4 emergency patients so far presenting to ED. All of those have been referred to Stoke. Of those patients, 3 have had good outcomes. They've survived. 1 is at home. 2 are currently inpatients in Stoke awaiting repatriation here. 1 unfortunately passed away on the operating table. But to put that into context, the received wisdom on mortality rates for ruptured aneurysms is actually 80%. And for those that are fit enough for surgery, the actual mortality rate is probably 35–40%. So these patients have done really well. Actually, it's a small cohort. We need a bigger cohort to be able to really judge the figures, but so far the outcomes are good. I think the only other thing to really note is future planning. We need the outcome of our reviews. We've got an external review underway for the patient in November, and we're going to do a bit of a look back on a number of patients within the department as well. So once we've got those reviews, I think we could then inform future planning. But at this point, it's a little bit too early to make any decisions. I don't know if Carol's got anything else to add.
That's really helpful, and I'm going to invite any comments or questions. But before doing so, I do want to note the very mature approach by the team to recognise there was a need to take a step back and pause. That actually is leadership.
So, yeah.
And I think I mentioned earlier in this meeting how key leadership is in this organisation. And I think that is a very good example of where that team have challenged themselves in a way and have said, you know, we're not where we should be. We need to pause. We need to think about patient outcomes very carefully. And that work in partnership is really key. As you say, we're not quite sure where that might end up. Personally, I am enthusiastic that we develop that partnership approach to the nth degree. With this service, with similar specialties, what we are seeing right across the UK is less centres doing more. And that is a pattern, I think, that is going to be very much part of the future. So part of the discussion we need is how do we plug into that? What is our role? What's the provision we're going to make? And how can we work in real partnership, recognising we also want good people working in the organisation, and we also want to take advantage of the universities we have, particularly the medical school, if I may say so too. So I think there are great opportunities there, but I really want to pass on our thanks to the board, to the team for their approach. There's more to do, as you've said. We will be wanting to support the team every step of the way. I want to get that message really clear from the board today, and I'd be grateful you take that back directly to them. Okay.
I think they will be delighted to hear that. They have felt the support from the executive team, the board, but I think I'll reiterate that again.
Great.
Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. Right. Questions and any comments from colleagues? Chris gynta, Mike, Rhian, Gareth. Shri.
Thanks, Chair.
In that order.
Chair, is really just to underscore how mature of a decision this really must have been, or indeed was, against the backdrop of the criticism that the service itself had received, both internally and I think from external partners as well. And I think that raises two issues. It signals where the service is going from where it's been, which is fabulous. Albeit it's not quite where it needs to be at the moment. We should lose sight of that, but it underscores, and as you mentioned, Chair, that the need to have collaborative working with other partners, both within Wales and outside of Wales, and not just when we're really struggling, but where there has to be an acceptance that in terms of population density, we are so thin, although we cover such a large geographical area, that is the solution to some of these problems. And my final comment, and I hope I shan't overstep here, Chair, when I say this, there was criticism from elected members of this decision, which in my view, and this is a personal opinion, was wholly unjustified. And I wonder whether, and this is a matter very much, I suspect, for you, Chair, but with decisions such as this, I'm sure that invitation is always extended, that those members, rather than comment publicly on matters perhaps outside of their knowledge completely, might well come and have a look at the progress that's been made with some level of detail before it's put out to the public to allow the court of public opinion to come to the wrong conclusions when this is actually demonstrating real progress. And I say that riding two horses, I acknowledge, but I think it's important that those that operate the service understand as well that we hear those criticisms from the elected members and we don't necessarily agree with them.
No. Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, you've got me very excited there with some of those comments. I will resist some of the temptation, but only to say we did arrange a briefing for elected members. Some attended, some didn't. Some of those who didn't attend, we did offer to do a one-to-one session with them. We went into detail, and some people were grateful for that and took notice. Other people not so much. But the offer for elected members or any representative of another body or individual to come and speak with us about this service and others is an open invitation. And we're always glad, as we've indicated previously, of listening and learning, but we're also keen to ensure that we underline what the state of services really is and the facts, so that we give that assurance to the public we serve. I think all of us, independent members, executives, and elected members, have that responsibility, actually. I think it's really, really important. So thank you for raising that point. Right, nesa, dwi'n credu oedd... Yeah, wedyn Mike.
Okay, thank you. Mine is just a very small technical question, really. It says EVAR is less invasive. However, there's a greater risk of needing surgery again. And I wonder, how great is that risk? What sort of numbers are we talking about? And what other surgery would they need again? Would that then lead to open surgery, which would not be done in-house? You know, I think it was just trying to understand the process. Really.
Okay, thanks. We'll come back to that. Mike?
Yeah, I think, Jim, that must refer to endo leaks and further EVARs rather than open surgery, but I'm just guessing. Sorry, just to say thanks, Jim, for a really good...
Been shot by a surgeon.
Thanks, Jim, for a really good sort of evidence-based report, really clear explanation. I just had one query. Open aneurysm surgery is disappearing rapidly. There's been an evolution from every hospital providing this sort of surgery 20 years ago to regional centres.
Yeah.
It has now got to the situation where even the trainees in regional centres, big centres, cannot get enough open aneurysm repair surgery. So it's probably going to become a super regional service, the likes of Stoke, for example. Just one question, that is, for patients who have an emergency AAA rupture or leak down in the Clinton Peninsula, I imagine that's probably a couple of hours on a blue light. Is that not covered by helicopter potential?
Potentially, yes. Well, the helicopter, the EMS is not necessarily 24 hours, this is at the moment. But that's not, the speed to the table is not the most important thing. That the thinking within vascular service at the moment is, and I had this explained to me yesterday by a clinical lead again. All patients have a CT scan, don't they, before the surgery? Of the patients that survive to the CT scan, 98% of those patients have stopped bleeding.
They become stable.
They are stable.
Yeah.
So they actually, what's the most important thing is, do they stabilise, and then what's their morbidity, what's their blood loss they've had prior to stabilisation. That is the key indicator, not the speed to a hospital. So if you're in a hospital and you had an aneurysm, you bled out there and then, your outcomes would be just the same really as somebody on the Clean Peninsula.
Makes sense. That probably needs to be communicated. Great. Thanks.
Gareth?
Yeah, as a definite non-clinician, just to emphasise, I mean, I agree with what's been said. I just want to say that this is going to happen more and more often, isn't it? We have to make tough decisions. And I personally, and I think we collectively, should always prioritise the solution that delivers the best outcome. And prioritise that over the ease of access question, except where ease of access leads to poor outcomes, and that will be captured in the outcomes. And I really think that's an important principle. It's not always the easy answer, as we've seen with politicians, but, you know, ultimately what we need to do is secure the best outcomes for our patients. And like you said, this great maturity we displayed in this, I think we hope we display it in the future.
Yeah. Diolch yn iawn. So, Jim, Carol, if you want to come back and then we'll wrap this. Shri, I'm sorry, before we do that, Shri. Diolch, Arthur.
So a couple of comments that I wanted to make, and I think first of all, can I just say, put it on record that grateful for excellent leadership that you have provided, Jim, along with the rest of the team members to take this forward. But actually, the provision of vascular services is a part of POVS group, which is a subgroup of British Vascular Society, which actually tells you what needs to be done. And I think every 5 years, given that the medicine is changing so rapidly, I think we should look at every service every 5 years to see how things are. It's not going to be the same again. What services we think with the way we are operating now will change rapidly. And I think it should be a part of our normal process to go through those service specifications again. But importantly, I was going to say to your question, Brianne, about the fact 40% of AAAs are open and 60% are provided by the EVA. Unfortunately, there's a big variation. An EVA can be provided at any arterial center, but it's a bit of a variation in things, and the Vascular Society is trying to see how they can improve that. So it is difficult to actually, I think it's beyond the expertise that lies within the board to be able to say how many will be there and what is it going to be later on and what the complications rate. I think it depends on lots of other factors. But what I wanted to say is that it's not limited to vascular surgeries. There will be lots of tertiary specialties that are within our board, within our kind of hospitals, where we need to actually look back and see what is the best outcome that we can provide for our patients. That is the critical one, not about whether services, if we can't provide it, what is the best outcome we can get for our patients? That's the key question to answer. Thank you.
Jim, Carol, do you want to
just specifically on our EVA rate? We have an excellent interventional radiologist here. We have zero mortality, zero morbidity, zero conversions to open repairs during the procedure. The recognised 5-year reprocedural rate is 12%. Our rate for 6 years, because we've only got data going back to 6 years, is 5.7%. So we're achieving excellent results compared to the national average.
Carol?
May I comment on interventional radiologist, because he is known as the one to go and train from. So when there's lots of commentary about this service, I think it's really important to point out that we've got excellence, not just in the region, but in the whole of the country, that people come and seek that advice and that training from. And that's why we've got such good rates for EVA. We did examine whether EVA was appropriate. We took the right advice, and we, are satisfied that it is indeed appropriate. So we did that step as well. And as colleagues have said, practice is changing. So a lot of EVA has been done because interventional radiologists are a bit rarer than hen's teeth. There are different practices that are emerging as well. So a few more open in certain areas. But the next steps on this, Jim, we're going to review, those reviews will complete, we'll take stock of that. We'll talk with Stoke and others about those opportunities for partnerships, and our decisions or the request of any further decision will be based on that principle that it's about outcomes for people, but will involve people in some of that shaping of and that communication and engagement, as colleagues have said. So I think that's what I would just add.
Great, diolch yn fawr iawn. Gawn ni ddiolch I Jim a tîm am gwaith ardderchog. Diolch am adroddiad, Jim. Really appreciate your time here today. I know you're very, very busy and really managed to fit this in, so grateful. Please pass on our thanks and our support to the team. We really look forward to seeing this service continue to progress and develop together with partners, and we know it'll get to a place we it'll be something that will be really proud for us to provide for the people of North Wales going forward. So diolch fawr iawn, Jim. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad, sgwelwch yn dda ac i nodi. Diolch yn iawn, ardderchog. Reit, dyn ni am dorri yna mewn eiliad. Dyn ni yn mynd i gyfuno 2 doriad. Felly, cinio hefyd. It's almost 20 to 1. We will be restarting 1:10. 10 munud wedi 1, dyn ni'n ail ddechrau'r cyfarfod. Os gwelwch yn dda, ar y dot. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
I'd like to continue to particular fluid. And he went straight through, he received it straight away, and I've got a stent put in, you know, called Neil Edwards. Have you heard of Edwards Holmes, builder?
Yeah.
Neil?
Yeah.
He's got very sticky blood apparently. Right. And his wife took him to
Do you know, I don't know. There are weights in these EDs for stuff, but weights at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Back before they had targets, I remember working in ED when you used to have 14-hour weights all the time, and that's how it was run. You know, it's got back to that stage with the demand patterns. But actually, they're doing a really good job. And Client Crew's a fantastic A&A, actually. Fantastic. Bangers are fantastic.
Yeah.
Iawn, naw da, chroeso nôl i bawb i sesiwn bnawn o gyfarfod Bwr Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Mae gen ni nifer o eitemau yn y rhan yma o'r cyfarfod. A'n eitem gynta ni, mewn cyfres o eitemau gan pwyllgorau ydy yr adroddiad sicrwydd cadeirydd o Pwyllgor Ansawdd Diogelwch a Profiad. A dwi'n troi at Caroline am yr adroddiad yna. Ysgolch yna. Caroline, a wedyn ymlaen i'r adroddiad gwella ansawdd. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Dim ond adroddiad byr, mae llwyth o'r gwybodaeth yn yr adroddiad nesaf ar ansawdd. Da ni wedi mabwysiadu fformat newydd ar gyfer yr adroddiadau yma rwan, alert assurance ag assure. Felly mae yna ddau eitem gyda ni yn alert. Da ni wedi cyffwrdd ar un elfen yn gynharach bore yma sef organ donation. Felly ta ddim ei fwy o fanolion am hwnnw. Ond mi oeddwn ni eisiau yn awyddus tynnu sylw'r bwrdd at un o'r performance indicators sef yna ni'n edrych arno fo, sef colonoscopy. A da ni yn bryderus, mae yna fwy o fanolion am hwn yn yr adroddiad perfformiad nes ymlaen pnawn yma. Ac ar tudalen 23 o'r adroddiad hwnnw, mae'r ffigurau diweddara. O ran colonoscopy, y targed ydy 90%. Dwi'n cofio geiriad yn union. A'n chwilio amdano fo'n sydyn rwan. 90%, fel 90% o colonoscopies digwydd. Percentage of patients offered an index colonoscopy procedure within 4 weeks of booking their specialist screening practitioner assessment appointment. Felly, targed Llywodraeth Cymru ydy 90%. Ar hyn o bryd, mae o'n un o'r performance indicators sy'n ar goch. A y ffigurau sydd gyda ni fyma a wedi bod yn gyson ers blwyddyn rwan. Maen nhw'n hynod o isel, 7.8%. Felly mae hwnna'n rhywbeth, da ni wedi cyffwr arno fo fwy nag unwaith yn QSC. A da ni'n tynnu fo i sylw'r bwrdd, achos da ni ddim rili wedi trafod o mewn manylion o'r blaen. A da ni yn licio mwy o wybodaeth am hwnna yn y pwyllgor yn fuan iawn. Diolch
yn iawn. A Jane, dwi'n meddwl sy'n cyflwyno'r adroddiad nesa sy'n gysylltiedig, ond cyn ni droi at hwnna, unrhyw gwestiynau i Caroline? Os nad oes, nhw'n ni dderbyn nodi'r adroddiad yna. Jane, am yr eitem nesa, adroddiad gwella ansawdd, a Chris, dwi'n meddwl yn rhan o hwn hefyd. Diolch yn iawn.
So thank you very much, Chair. And I'm going to do this as an edited highlights. There's some areas that we've already had quite extensive conversation around, including the patient experience. I think just to start this, in terms of, I think the discussions earlier this morning, I think it's really important we do see quality as it was originally described in terms of that safe, effective and patient experience, and all three of those elements are really important. More than that, I think there is a real acknowledgement from all four of the clinical directors and in discussion with the rest of the exec team that we need to widen how we look at quality, not just in terms of these very specific areas, but really how are we trying to ensure that we maximise the quality and the outcomes for patients. And I think things like the QMS and the development of that are going to be fundamental to making sure that all the elements of quality are brought much more into the discussion and how we actually improve outcomes for patients. So with that sort of very, I think actually there is actually quite a lot of very constructive things within this report that I would like to highlight to the board. In terms of our nationally reportable incidents, there's been a big improvement in the number of reportable incidents that we have completed within the timescales, and there are now, I believe, only 7 overdue, though you may have more accurate information from Chris, and she can come back on that. We also have seen no never events between October and November 24, though, and that is really good news. In terms of oxygen cylinder safety, which has been an issue and has been raised, there has been quite a lot of work happening on that around an improvement plan, and also how that is implemented with staff. And I think that's a really important piece of work, given the sort of history and some of this that has come before to this board previously. I'd also want to highlight the work on missing patients, which is work with North Wales Police, and in fact, in joint discussion with them, they are reporting a much improved position in how we're working with them, and are reporting that no inappropriate patients were reported missing to the police. So that's a really good outcome. It means that we've got a much better understanding of staff about the processes and when we should report patients missing. Would want to highlight the work that we've been doing with our colleagues in local authorities around discharge reviews. I think this is a really important piece of work in the future, and one that I know that Imran is working with the local authorities more generally about how we can replicate across North Wales. The other thing I think it would be really important to highlight is the position on complaints. We have now seen 3 months when we have been above the standard for complaints, a huge amount of work to get us to. And I believe that the most recent was we were about 80%, 81% of complaints. So that's a massive improvement, and one which I think the recommendation is now going to go to QSE that should be de-escalated as a risk because of the improvement has been sustained. Looking, I'm not going to go on the rest of the sort of issues about patients and on the clinical effectiveness, just going to highlight the work on the mortality review and looking at that work. And Shri may want to come in at some point and talk about some of the work we are doing on improving the how we're working with the medical examiners around decertification. Other than that, I just highlight for you that there's been a couple of safeguarding reviews where we're working with our local authority partners on that. Though we're not the lead agency, are fully engaged in those, and the findings from that have implications for us as an organisation. In terms of the infection prevention and control, what I would highlight is that though we are doing well on a number of those, a big issue for us at the moment is around C. diff. Now, that is an infection that is highly related to healthcare procedures, so it is within our gift about how we can improve that. So there is a significant amount of work going on to look at that. But actually, having talked to colleagues across the rest of Wales, this is an issue that is actually apparent across Wales. So we're not alone in seeing these rising numbers of E. coli. And the report talks about some of the broader work that is going to improve our infection prevention and control. Finally, just to highlight that we've had a number of inspections, including an unannounced inspection of headband unit, which was overall in positive, though did identify an area where there was a need for additional assurance in terms of restraint and physical intervention, and I understand that assurance is now being provided back to them. And we've had notification of an announced inspection on ionized radiation, which again, that work is progressing well. So I wasn't planning to highlight anything else in terms of the report.
Just to add on the ionising review, that has occurred now. I know Teresa was there for the feedback, and it was largely positive feedback, wasn't it, Teresa? It was yesterday, wasn't it? So that's happened within our services. So that was largely positive. And I think just to add around the infection prevention and the C. diff rates, obviously there's lots of work going around there. It was noted in IQPD with the Welsh Government on Tuesday when we had our IQPD, and we also have invited both the HARP team, which is the National Infection Prevention Team, and Public Health colleagues to come in to look at our practices within BCU to see if we can strengthen everything that we're doing around the prevention. And I think one of the main areas was around some of the medical leadership and the C. diff ward rounds, which Sri has already picked up. So that was one of the key main things. And the other challenge is just to note around the infection prevention. So obviously we have a crowded ED departments in crowded hospitals at the moment, which we will come on to in the performance report, and that makes it very difficult then to have decant for cleanings. But all three of the general hospitals now have identified a decant process, and our high-level disinfectant cleaning will be commencing, and we are just awaiting the national cleaning standards to come through, and then our new director of environment, as you've got a list, he's got a long list, leading on the implementation of those standards across the health board, but happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn iawn yr adroddiad. Neu ddod efo Rhian a Gertha, wedyn mae Caroline mynd i ddod mewn ar ryw bwynt hefyd. Rhian a Gertha, gynta.
Okay, thank you. It's really good to see that there are many improvements, I think, over the last months. One thing does concern me, and I'm thinking back 18, 20 months ago when I was chairing QSC, there was when partial assurance is given, the justification always was then the pace of learning and improvement remains an area of concern. And it's disappointing to see that still being used 20 months on. And I just, it's a broader thing, isn't it? The whole idea of learning and embedding the lessons and leading to improvement. I just wonder how we're coping with the barriers, you know, and when do we hope that line will never come up as a justification again? You know, I just wanted to, on the one hand, say it's really good improvement, but there is that element of disappointment, I think.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Gertha?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a very thorough report again, so thank you for all the detail. I do have a question, and I might have missed the information. If I have, I apologise. But it's to do with discharge, really. So I wonder how many vulnerable adults are admitted to hospital as an inpatient. Could be older people or could be people with a long-term condition, but how many of those are discharged home and how many of those are discharged to a care home? Because that relates to the quality of care as well as linking up with discharge with local authority support as well. But if we don't have that information, I think that would be useful information for us to acquire.
Iawn, ni ddod nôl at hwnna. Shri, wedyn Caroline.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add a couple of points to the whole report, and I will answer a couple of questions as well, if that's all right. The first comment was to make that in the audits, the tier 1 national audits, I think one of the important things, the very positive things, is that we are the first ones in Wales to implement the Saving Life Babies bundle. That is a direct impact of that. The impact it will have is to reduce the number of stillbirths and neonatal deaths within Wales itself. But actually, we are the first health board to introduce that. I think we should just kind of pause for a minute to say that we've done very well. It's another indicator of how well we are doing in maternity and child health. So that's number one. Number two is I think we're not an outlier in mortality, and we have continued to work with the limited data that we have got with crude mortality data, but actually that does not provide us the assurance that the board would want. We would obviously want more assurance with the indicators which are HSMR, SHIMI and other data that will indicate more as to what exactly is happening, because it is just not the numbers in the death, it's about the story behind every death, because every death is important for the hospital. And there are several other issues which is beyond our control, especially because currently the medical examiner system sits outside the health board, which impacts on the delays in reviewing these deaths itself. So I'm trying to see how we can actually bring it back to the health board so that actually there's a pace in kind of learning about the deaths itself. And yes, the board will see in future a kind of a more integrated report with regards to learning from deaths in itself. The third bit, as I was also going to say, was about how do we embed the learning? I think there are two important questions to ask whether we have actually learned from any events or not. The first bit is the recurrence of the events. If you're having the same events again and again, we can't really say that we have embedded the learning. That's one. And number two is about the resources that we have, such as one example would be about the C. diff, which we talked about. To have effective C. diff monitoring, we should have antibiotic stewardship, we should have electronic health records, we need to audit the number of usage of antibiotic policy within the organization. Those are the things that we need to have to be able to say that we have embedded the learning. So it is not just about saying that we've embedded, but it's about the outcomes that we see and how we actually learning from those. I think those are lacking. Clearly, you have actually picked it up. You're absolutely right. And I think I'm not going to sit here and say that we are on the course to learning. It's going to take time to be able to assure the board that it won't happen again. So people coming into hospitals should not be having any further kind of any more kind of morbidity because of all this hospital-acquired infections. And one final point I was going to say is the overall. I think while it may seem that we followed the performance measure, but it's just a pause to think through. We have got so many reports coming from everywhere. We have got national audits that send out reports. We have GERT reports. We have NICE compliance reports. We have got individual specialty review reports. Everyone's got their recommendations to implement. And all of them are aligned with one another. They all are different. So it is very difficult sometimes for even specialty teams to actually say, where do we start from? How do we actually collate all those? And what are the things that we have got within our gift to improve? So it is quite a challenge to bring it all in together. But that's about it. Thank you, guys.
Diolch yn iawn. Caroline.
Ie, dwi'n meddwl bod o'n werth nodi rhywbeth o Jane am gwelliant o ran delio efo cwynion. Mae hwnna'n amlwg yn y papur yma, a fel QSC, da ni wedi gweld hynny'n ysblygu'n raddol dros y 9 mis dwytha, blwyddyn dwytha yma. Mae delio efo cwynion, pan ma'n hwyr, mae'n ofnadwy anodd. Beth da ni eisiau gwneud wrth gwrs ydy trio osgoi bod pobl yn gorfod wneud cwyn yn y lle cyntaf. Ond os ydy pobl yn cwyno, gyntaf byd mae rhywun yn delio hefo hwnna. Mae'n haws cael ei wybodaeth, mae o'n fresh yn y côl. Os yw'n cymryd amser, mae'n anodd bach o lawer ac cymryd mwy o amser. Felly dwi'n falch iawn, a dwi'n gwybod mae Carol wedi canolbwyntio ar hwn dros y flwyddyn dwytha yma. Dwi'n falch iawn o gweld bod y gwelliannau yna wedi cael ei wneud a bod ni bethau yn cyrraedd safon dda iawn ar draws Cymru. Yn nod rwan ydy cadw at hynny. Sio sicrhau bod ni'n gyson o ran hynny. Ac mwy am byd, da ni'n delio efo cwynion pan nhw'n digwydd a delio efo nhw'n gyflym. Yn y gobaith wrth i gwasanaethau gwella, dyna lai o cwynion, a mae hwnna'n rhai amser bwysig staff i ddelio hefo chleifion ac i wneud y gwaith o ddydd i ddydd, y gwaith rhain ymlaen yna. Mae nhw wedi dod i fewn i'r swyddi i ganolbwyntio yn yna. So dwi'n falch iawn o weld gwelliannau yna. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn. Carol, did you want to?
I only want, and thank you. Yeah, there's been a lot of work in this area, but there's a lot more to do. We are concerned about the harm that people could be coming to whilst waiting so long. So we've made lots of progress in areas, but we are concerned about some of those other areas. And then just on Rhiann's point very quickly about learning.
Good point.
I think this is a culture, system and process, Rhiann. It will take time, but I think we've got to really focus on not just how we learn from things that don't go well, but how we learn from the best practice and we adopt it here, and we don't take too long to adopt it. We've got to be much more agile in that, which is why Objective 5, I think, is going to continue to be really important in our IMTP. It's about learning. So, diolch.
Yeah, diolch yn iawn, Carol. Mike, sylw gen ti.
Yeah, just a reference to what Caroline was saying about complaints. Complaints was brought up by the audit mission, obviously, has been problematic. But what I want to draw your attention to is that there's a significant and explained, this is where I struggle, an explained drop in the number of complaints received in the first 6 months of last year. The reason for that is quite simple. The phone system wasn't working. Why did we not know about that?
Yeah. Diolch yn iawn. Mike, am hynny, a dyn ni'n gwybod mae yna waith wedi digwydd ar y system ffonau erbyn hyn. sydd yn llawer mwy effeithiol. Dyn ni falch o'r datblygiad yna a byddwn ni'n parhau i gadw llygad ar y gyfundrefn na i sicrhau bod yn gweithio yn effeithiol. Jean, very, very briefly, if at all.
Changes.
Yeah,
So we'll go back to see whether there's also has been loss of the phone system that we weren't aware of. It may be that people weren't aware of the changes. But secondly, that we have got, if Caroline wants, Imran has been working outside, which right isn't in the report, but we have been working on the issues around the current. We can either give you now or outside this meeting a more in-depth about the work that has been happening outside on that issue. And the third one is on the learning. All the evidence suggests that the best happens by continuous improvement, and actually the work on vascular system is really good, because what that brings together is both a real look and audit around what's happening, so you understand the outcomes you're getting and looking at where that compares with best practice, and is owned by those clinical teams. So it is more likely to get both implemented and to be updated as the understanding and the challenges change. So we're probably starting to see the seeds of what will be really good practice and is likely to improve outcomes in a much more consistent way for patients over time by things like the work that the vascular services have been undertaking.
Right, diolch yn iawn. Claire.
Diolch. It was about the difference in so page 10 in the report, the difference in from the All Wales real-time patient feedback data, that we've had this before, and so the pattern is still the same, but significantly lower levels of satisfaction with people who are accessing services in the emergency departments. And I just feel that and probably it's going to be through QSE, but at some point we need a really deep dive around what the longer term solutions are around ED, because you know the figures on outside of ED, all in the 80s. You know, I'm not saying that's where we want to be, but that's not bad. But ED departments 60%, and it's interesting the way we've switched the data around, because we've got a 33% felt they needed the service for the wait shorter than expected, when actually what we know that means is that 65-7 waited too long. So they're not unknown things, but I just feel that we need to work through what the solutions need to be to get that data at least as good as outside of ED, because I'm sure the things about not feeling listened to isn't because we've got like a different group of staff in ED with different values. It's because they're under so much pressure. They don't have the time to do the things that make a difference to patients. And so it's about how we can make sure people start to be able to have. And I think that's a theme that runs through some of the other items we have on the agenda, really, in terms of ED departments and so I just think we just need to
So I think that is a good suggestion there, that we look at it not only as a deep dive but very broadly, because we know that some of the solutions to ED are outside the department it goes. So, but I think it could be a good piece of work if we suggest to the chair of QSE to look at, so that we consider there have been improvements, we know from different reports, but it's very much up and down, I think, and we have to recognise there's pressures at certain times of the week and the year. But there's something in terms of improving the overall performance, I think that would be useful to look at. And if Caroline is happy for the committee to consider that in due course, I think that could be a really good piece of work to do with contributions from various people. Are we all happy with that suggestion? Okay, diolch yn iawn. Os oes neb arall yna, nawn ni ddiolch am yr adroddiad. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y gwaith. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, sef pwyllgor arall. Wrth gwrs, pwyllgor ple y tro hwn, y cynllunio iechyd cyhoedd a partneriaethau. Claire, over to you for your report, please.
Diolch. So we had a workshop session at the last TPHP committee to look in a bit more detail at the draft annual plan. And that was opened up for all board members to attend. Unfortunately, there was only a small additional group of people who were able to join us for that session. But I had to catch up with Paolo this week, so I'm up to speed with the ongoing and continuing work that has happened since then. In terms of next stages, that will be being brought to our next board meeting at the end of March. There is a further PPHP committee before then to again look at the kind of next iteration. And I think we have an all board session planned as well. So it does feel like we're moving closer to the wire, but I think as we were reminded in the PPHP workshop, this isn't a kind of new development starting from scratch. It's building on work we did last year and issues that have arisen throughout the year, and those are all feeding into the plan. And I am conscious for officers that the guidance from the new health minister this year has meant some quite significant change really in terms of priorities and how it's set out. So that's just to keep people up to speed on that. We had an interim paper on the establishment of the primary care board, and I think what I wanted to say to the board today is that it was a paper that was quite detailed on the process of getting that established and the stage that it's at the moment. But I think the committee are really keen to start to see the priorities and the work that's coming out of that. So we're kind of looking forward to getting more involved in reviewing and receiving assurance on how that work's developing, because that's critical, as we know, around our objective around improving health and well-being for people. And keeping people well in the community. I think the only other thing I wanted to say was the committee's agendas are, I would say, to probably focusing a lot on prevention, which is exactly what we should be doing. So we're getting a real kind of breadth of papers coming through to us. So we did have the draft prevention plan at the last meeting. That will be incorporated into the annual plan in terms of priorities and activities for the year ahead. And we have the Gypsy Roma health needs assessment. So again, really helpful for us as a committee to look at some of the needs of some of our minority groups and to start to understand a very different way that we need to provide services to encourage that community to take them on, and also to deliver more broadly in terms of improving health and health outcomes for people. Happy to have any questions, Chair.
Diolch yn iawn, Claire, am y adroddiad. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith. Mae'r pwyllgor dweud hefyd dan dy gadair SB hefyd. Cwestiynau, sylwadau i Claire? Os nad oes pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad, sgwch yna. Ia, pawb yn hapus, diolch yn iawn. Yr adroddiad nesaf, felly sydd gen i 25-17, ydy'r adroddiad chwarter 3 y cynllun blynyddol. Ag Chris, I think you're presenting this report to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, if it's okay with you, I'm going to hand quickly over to Paolo Tardivol. I think as board members will be aware, Paolo's led the development of the reporting process for the annual plan and for special measures now over the course of the last couple of years, and has done an awful lot of legwork to improve continually the reporting. So Paolo will take us through.
Diolch yn iawn, Paolo. Drosodd at y ti.
Iawn, diolch yn fawr Chris, diolch yn fawr Cadeirydd. Pnawn da pawb, dwi'n Paul Tardwell, cyfarwyddwr trawsnewid a gwelliant, a wna I siarad efo chi trwy papur chwarter 3 yn cynllun blynyddol. The board is asked to receive assurance on the progress that's made during quarter 3, noting the challenges that have been highlighted through the paper and approve a single change control at the end. I'll take the papers as read, but I'll just summarise a few key points if I may. There was 121 deliverables that were due for completion in quarter 3, which is quite high, and we have been discussing that, I'm looking at Claire, a number of times before, and in our current IMTP planning process going forward is something that we're reviewing in order to make each quarter's delivery a little bit more manageable going forward. In terms of a few of the highlights that are drawn out in the paper, there's been progress made in the prevention space across smoking cessation, healthy weight, physical activity and alcohol. A number of important pieces of work in primary care, including the same-day primary care offer. We've achieved a number of the objectives within women's services, including the support for the physical, mental and emotional effects of the menopause, as well as implementing some of the GIRFT recommendations, which is an example of the focus that has been brought to the adoption of best practice that has come up a number of times in this meeting already today. A workforce planning lead's been recruited that's supporting gathering the pace in this space, which is an important area for the Health Board to improve upon. And the final area I'll call out is just some of the vital work on the electronic healthcare record. We heard earlier how important that has been in the mental health space for that component, and there's a lot of work in this space that will benefit the whole organisation in terms of enabling overarching service transformation. What I think is encouraging about some of those areas is the important deliveries across a good range of kind of strategically important areas of prevention, primary care, workforce planning, and indeed digital, noting the importance of us having a balance that's not just focused on secondary care services, as been discussed already. However, there were a number of areas that didn't deliver on time this quarter. That led to a 61% delivery rate, which is a step back from last quarter that was just over 70%. The vast majority of the areas of challenge are within Objective 4, which is the improving quality, outcomes and experience. Common issues relate to things like workforce, investment and delays in health boards outside the health board's control. Almost all of the areas have had work started and they haven't quite got over the line, so that at least is something. Improving the delivery rate in these areas, in particular for Objective 4, continues to be a really high priority for the health board. This is where the patients and citizens' experience is obviously most acutely affected. The final point is just as a reminder that we've integrated our special measures response plan into this report, and you can identify which those things are within the appendix, but it's roughly half of the deliverables are relating to special measures. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Na i cymryd unrhyw cwestiynau.
Diolch yn iawn, Paolo. Unrhyw un efo cwestiwn, sylw? Edrych Trian mewn munud, just checkio unrhyw un arall. Trian.
Just very quickly, I think it's in here somewhere. Can you tell us a bit more about how the green wards bit is developing, and is it being effective as a re-ablement tool, not just as a holding bay, really?
Yeah, diolch yn iawn. Claire?
Diolch. I think, yeah, when the plan was approved, I think I did question our ambition versus our capability and capacity to deliver such a number of improvement areas. So I guess it's a question more broadly to the exec, not to you, Paolo, which is those things that are behind target right now. How confident are we that we're going to achieve those things by the end of Q4? Because although we've set measurable quarterly targets throughout the year, what's important is where we might be at year-end. So that'd be helpful to understand. Is it a bit of slippage or we're not going to deliver?
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Paolo, Carol,
Well, we've chatted about this, haven't we, Paolo? Because we have this tension. You know, there's a tension here. We've got so much to do that we've got to lay out that ambition to do that. And then there are pockets, as we know, some of them quite large, where our capability does not meet our ambition, and that's the gap. I think in all reality, there will be things that are in the plan that don't quite finish that we have to transfer into next year because we feel are important. But where work has started, that's okay, you know. Yeah. I think there may be issues where if work hadn't not started, why not? You know, was that a mistake in terms of, you know, wasn't important enough, or, you know, it wasn't well thought through? I don't think there are any areas that spring to my mind on that. So I think it's more delay rather than completion in there. I've reflected on this report because just as I started here in the organisation, I looked back at previous reports on progressive that were presented, and I think I would take some views, but this report has come a very long way to help us understand the focus on delivery. So I think it's important that we keep being, you know, open and, you know, keep us true around, well, 61% is a bit disappointing for us, but it is where we are at the moment. Hope that helps, Kat.
And the focus, not just on delivery, but delivery in a way that makes a difference to the people we serve. That's the key thing. It's not just completing a task. It's completing work in a way that makes or improved outcomes for the people we serve in terms of health and well-being. Unrhyw arall? Is that after ddeud, Paolo?
No.
Green wards, anybody going to pick up on that response? Anybody? I'm looking to colleagues. Imran, maybe? Russ, Imran?
So shall I pick up the green ward comments? I was going to pick it up under the IPR, but I'll do it now. So West in particular started off on Travan ward, focusing around, and just to be clear, around the green ward terminology, that is a ward that specifically cohorts patients that are pathway of care delays, and in particular to stop the deconditioning. So given that position and having had conversations as part of urgent and emergency care and pathway of care delays across all the areas, what's really come across is that the reluctance around doing that in particular is that it also detracts from getting the pathways of care delays resolved in the first place, because patients shouldn't be in an acute setting, particularly if they are ready for discharge. Now, Travan ward in particular, we are monitoring closely, but what we are doing is applying the principles of preventing deconditioning across the whole of all the wards, all the areas, rather than just having a cohorted approach and being over-specialized in effort. And again, from my experience, having done this several times in several systems, as I've said previously, with having a dedicated, what I call case management ward, it should be in the community where we have community facilities, because that's more akin to preventing deconditioning and ensuring reablement, having therapy input, and really moving away from a medical model of care rather than in an acute hospital. So there is still a question around the effectiveness of what's termed as green ward, but more broadly known as case management area or ward. And I speak this from experience, having done this many, many times, and starting it probably about 12 years ago. So there is still conversations going on, but what we are focusing on at the moment is deconditioning as an absolute work stream to ensure that it happens across all our areas. That's definitely part of our UVC improvement program, relating to work stream 3, which is around hospital flow, and ensuring that happens. Travan ward at the moment works in that it's a nurse-led unit. It's exactly got those principles. What would be really good is to look at those principles and apply them into a community hospital setting and working along those lines. Because really, we don't want patients who are ready for discharge to be in an acute environment, because that mentality and mindset applies. Wrexham Mile in particular is more challenged because of the constrictions in space. If we start carving out what should be in community hospital work stream or pathway, then it makes the specialties like gastro and other areas more challenged because of the space requirements. So at the moment, it's about maximizing specialty cover and therefore ensuring that wherever patients are, if they're pathway of care delay cohort, then we are preventing deconditioning with a focused approach around those. So I hope that helps.
Just Caroline, how would you get it today? And I can sit in, just go on that.
You know, I think it's worth pausing to look at the fourth theme within this plan. Paolo was saying, you know, it's got the most actions, and it is behind in terms of delivery. And when you look at them, there are a range of things there, but an awful lot of these are the challenge services. So, you know, just looking for, you know, 4F onwards, you've got urology, colorectal cancer, hematology, oncology, you know, emergency care services, ambulance, a whole range of things, and an awful lot of them are in the category of challenge services. There are two things we've done over the past month that really give me assurance that we are now really moving forward with these. First of all, we had a really useful presentation by Chris Stockport. I think it was in QSC in December, just before, week before Christmas. Chris outlined the plans for the clinical services plan and explained how all the data is being pulled together now that we've got a QMS dashboard and all of the reviews that have been commissioned, all of that information will be coming together. Chris explained that the first area to be explored in detail is urology, but the similar methodology will be used in other challenge services as well. And I think it was a fortnight ago today, as the independent members of the briefing from Carol about challenge services. And I must say, a combination of those two elements, Chris's presentation, 17th of December, and Carol's presentation, 16th of January. It's the first time that I felt collectively as a board, we really now get into a position where we understand what the issues are, we're getting a grip, and we've got a plan on beginning to deliver on this. There is so much to do. There's an incredible amount to do. So we mustn't underestimate the challenge here, and we can't do everything at once. But I think we've got a better understanding now of where the issues are, where we need to prioritise, and I would certainly hope during 2025 we begin to see real differences and real progress in these areas, and that hopefully will then begin to show in the quarterly reports as well.
Marianne, Gareth, do you
Yeah, I just wanted to come back very briefly on the green wards, and obviously I haven't got the clinical expertise, but I mean I do understand that with Trevor and that it is nurse led and it's actually being managed, I think, by the community manager who manages the community hospital. So it's almost like bringing the community hospital into the acute. And the other thing is that if obviously it will not be appropriate everywhere, but if the answer in the east is to move more resources into the community hospital and more patients, then I don't understand why we close Penley with no notice. So, I just think we need to see some action, and I don't entirely buy the thing that it'll put people off for really pressing to resolve the core issue, because I don't see the connection between those two things. I mean, I can see sort of the out of sight, out of mind thing, but I'm not really sure I buy that, because we are all aware it's such a big problem.
Absolutely. Diolch yn iawn, Carol, and then we will close with that.
Yeah, thanks very much. Piece of learning in my own mind, bit of reflection is maybe at Q3 we can give a view on where we're likely to be at Q4. So I'm just thinking, but thanks Claire for prompting that thought in my mind. And Caroline's absolutely right. The big area, which is the area that people tell us, is our biggest challenge, is about that delivery of service, the access, fragility of services, and we have got those mechanisms started to come in place now to get those specialty plans. So does feel, although we need to pedal pretty quick because they really need to be within the IMTP so we can see that progress being implemented. But I think we're getting closer to that period. So thanks, Caroline, for recognising that. I won't come out on green wards. We're going to get in amongst that, I'm sure, on another occasion.
Yeah, great. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith. Diolch Paul a'r tîm, Chris, sydd wedi bod wrthi hwnna. Pawb yn hapus, ardderchog. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesa gan y pwyllgor sydd yn wneud perfformiad a cyllid a llywodraethu gwybodaeth, a Gareth yn cydeirio'r pwyllgor.
I don't need to say anything about the report, just to add that we did have a very useful discussion of the financial envelope for the IMTP, which I think was an extremely valuable session. It was a closed session because it was a development session. It was an open discussion. But for those members who weren't able to attend, it is still available. A recording is available to be viewed if you want to. And I think informally we received some feedback from our various auditors that they thought it was an extremely sort of valuable opportunity that, was actually best practice, so that was quite nice too. And I don't take no credit for that. I think Russ indeed deserves to take credit for it, but
no, please take all the credit you can when it's written up.
Particularly given what's coming up.
No, diolch yn iawn, Gareth. Unrhyw sylw cwestiwn i Gareth? Na, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn adroddiad ardderchog. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen adroddiad nesaf. Ag adroddiad perfformiad ariannol, a dwi'n mynd i droi at Russ am y adroddiad yma. Over to you, Russ, for this financial performance report.
Yeah, diolch, Chair. So Thank you for that introduction, warm introduction, Gareth. So I'm sure it'll go swimmingly. But I'll start off, if I may, just giving some context in terms of where the position and financial situation sits across the NHS Wales. So it is a very challenging climate financially, even though over 50% now of the devolved budget is allocated across into health. We have a number of health boards who have moved away from what was their targeted control totals in year as well. So there are some real financial difficulties and pressures out there that are being experienced. I think what I wanted to focus in therefore on where we find ourselves. So £2.3 billion as an organisation, a 1% deviation from that position is £23 million. So a marginal movement, a very small movement, results in a very big figure. So it's just been cited on what that level of precision is that we're targeting here, and the challenge that brings, of course. In terms of where we find ourselves, so the last time we were here, we had a £19.8 million deficit plan. And kindly, we have received £11.15 million as a recurrent allocation in year. All health boards received a similar percentage of that. So we have moved our deficit position. It was a condition of accepting the resource. So we're now targeting an £8.6 million deficit that closed the financial year. It is worth mentioning, of course, that does not deliver the key first duty, and we will see that referenced, of course, if we were to deliver that plan at close of the year within our Audit Wales audited report on the findings when they audit the health board, because that does result in a potential regulatory breach, of course, which is what happened last year. So where are we to date? 14.8 million deficit position year to date. That is an improvement over last month. So we knew we'd got financial challenges in getting to our control target. Back in November, through the Integrated Performance Executive Delivery Group and through the executive, we did issue expenditure control target reductions. We are targeting, because of that value, circa 1.4% reduction on spend profiles. And some of that has materialised, and clearly we've seen an improvement this month from 16.3 down to £14.8 million as a deficit position. However, that is still circa £8 million adverse to our plan and our targeted performance for the year. So we're not out of the woods by any means. We envisage there's circa a £16 million residual risk now. We've quoted 20 in the programme, but we are continually refining that position to deliver our control targets. So there's still much work to do. We're continuing to monitor that progress through integrated performance. As I mentioned before, a lot of health boards are finding difficulty financially, and they've implemented a series of control measures. We'll be looking to implement those, specifically focusing on temporary workforce, just to give help and focus within integrated health communities and our other areas and directorates, so that we can target reductions in areas that will give benefit and have limited impact, or as limited impact as possible on patient outcomes and care. And certainly with the targeted resource from planned care, we are still focusing on delivery of planned care. So we are not looking to damage our performance around planned care, around these financial oversight measures. So looking at temporary workforce, also looking at non-pay subjective analysis. So that's things such as other expenditure. So additional controls around those areas. So not blanket non-pay. Clearly, we need to procure our clinical supplies. So looking at those elements and seeing how they model out in the financial year. But all of those elements will be needed, I think, to get to that control target, because there is still a risk evident to us hitting that 8.6 million. And just to be clear, why we would want to hit the 8.6 million, of course. So it's our plan and what we said we'd do, of course, and what we'll be held to account to deliver through our regulator. But also we've received two quite sizable non-recurrent allocations. One of them, we felt we've moved into the right direction and secured recurrently. We believe that has been allocated now as non-recurrent, so 74.6 million, which was the conditionally recurrent allocation we received in 23-24. That has been allocated non-recurrently in the allocations letter for the financial planning to 25-26. So we have to hit control target to absolutely guarantee and secure that permanent resource. There's also the £82 million, which we've talked about quite a lot through the board. That is the strategic funds. That 82 million, for that to be allocated again into the new financial year, again, that is linked to delivery of the 8.6 million control target. So there's circa just over 150 million pounds of additional allocations secured on delivery of control target. And we're in active dialogue, of course, with Welsh Government colleagues to make sure that we monitor and report our performance as we move through that trajectory. Where that becomes real, services are underpinned through that allocation of resource, and we have to make sure we're maintaining appropriate service provision. If we try to match those services with non-recurrent costs, we end up in a temporary workforce model. We have premium working. It's not a great value for money model, and it doesn't give any security to the services. So we're working through that modelling as well. So that'll be a really important aspect and a really important development for us to secure that funding. If I may, there's just one reference point around the delivery. So there's £72.5 million, which is our calculated pay award cost implications for the year. We've always predicated our plans on receipt of central resource to offset those costs. So we haven't quite got all of that cost offset by income yet. So we are still having a conversation with Welsh Government. We believe that obligation is there, but it is to make members aware that we haven't yet seen that money come through. So there is a small risk at the moment. If I may then also just talk a little bit about the capital plan as well. So £15 million circa spend year to date. We have a £45 million plan. So we have a couple of months to go through a 200% increase in cost. It is planned to happen that way. How scary, we want to make it interesting as we go towards the end of the year, I'm sure. But I'm pushing as hard as I can to get that cost brought in as soon as possible to de-risk that plan. So the rules around it, if you like, are we have to get within £500,000 of our plan, but we can't go over it. So we can be under by £500,000, but we can't go over. So that's the regulatory controls around capital spend. All of my capital colleagues, I think we've referenced a certain new director will be joining us soon.
Yes,
I'm sure we'll be looking at capital. He messaged me today, but we do have plans that are underwritten across the broad spectrum, and that includes IT, that includes, of course, medical devices as well. So they're all orders progressing through the system. There is a major capital piece of work planned. No, of course, we need to make sure we commit and spend the resource that we plan to on that particular scheme. And there are risks around that members are probably aware of. And then the only other mention really is to think about, so we've done really well on the savings performance. We've hit a forecast position of over £52 million worth of delivery this year against a £48 million target. We are going to have that similar target going into the new financial year. Well, we're going to have a 2% of baseline target. I would imagine once we get to the plan, and Gareth's already referenced the development session we held with members from PFIG and wider IMs, I would imagine we'll be circa £40 million as a savings threshold. We have to have a minimum 2% as a savings ask. So it's a real priority for us to develop transformational schemes that will support us as we go into the new year. That will be a fundamental risk if we don't underpin that in the next 10 weeks. So building that up through the value sustainability workforce, through oversight, through PFIG will be key. And then development of the baseline plan as well, of course. And members were very clear that we were targeting to hit that break even and deliver that key first duty as a financial plan moving into the new year. The challenge around that circa is that savings programme. Cost overruns we've already discussed about patients who are being nursed in medical environments that require a different care model. Otherwise, we are deconditioning them. And that's predominantly that Greenwood debate. So how do we model and support that patient cohort differently? And of course, we have our out of area mental health and medicines cost pressures that are continuing. So we need to contain all of that into our risk appetite around the plan delivery going into the new year. So I think I'll conclude there, and I'm more than happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Diolch yn ynys, very comprehensive as usual. Unrhyw gwestiynau? Gareth yn dod mewn munud. Claire, yeah, have you got a question or just checking?
I will have one.
Okay, yeah, because
But
I wasn't
thinking
sure.
Gareth
No, I
has-
wasn't sure your hands were.
Please, can I ask something?
So, Claire, Karen, Mike, Ursa, Gareth.
In that order.
Correct.
Okay, deal, sorry. When we come on to the performance report in a few minutes, I think there are some things that are reported a bit differently between both items. So I'll perhaps ask for some clarification when we come to that report in terms of where we are with some things. But I guess one of my main areas I need more understanding on is page 218. You've got a slide, Russ, of £21.5 million of risks, but it's headed up as risks and opportunities. So I'm not sure are they 21 million additional expenditure risks for this financial year, because you do include the pay award in there as well, but there's no number in for that one. Or are they things that could deliver savings that might help us to get to where we need to for year end? I just felt it was a bit unclear.
Yeah.
And then where are we today? So this report's month 9, but we're at the end of January now. There's 8 weeks left of the year. So even though you won't have finished the month end accounts, I know that, but you'll have a good feel for, because you got till tomorrow to start, haven't you? But you must have a good feel for whether things are.
Yeah.
The pattern from month 9 is continuing in a positive way or in a higher risk way, because I think we've talked about it before. We all know and are committed to, we've got to get to a place where we protect that money that we thought was recurrent, that now is maybe not recurrent, but we want it to be recurrent. I think I've got those currents correct. So yeah, where are we right now?
Yeah, great. Yeah, if you can respond to that, then I'll bring others in then, Russ, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. So really good question. So I think we'll make that table a bit more explicit going forwards, because I can absolutely see how that is confusing. So for example, we've got the dental underspending there, which is a risk if that resource is removed from us because it's ring-fence funds.
Okay.
So that's why it's a risk, but it's also an opportunity, because if it's not, then they won't. So I guess we just had a bit of clarity as to exactly what we've got as underpinning. It does appear to be an opportunity we may be able to realise as well. So it probably will vanish as we go forward. So we have improved on that table already. The pay award is to be confirmed, because this is exposure. This isn't our pay award. This is exposure through our relationships and contracts with our joint commissioning and JCC effectively. And they commission outside of Wales. And there is a potential cost exposure on pay award charges that come back into Wales through this model, and who picks up that cost. So at the moment, the discussion is that is a central government cost.
Okay.
But they are in dialogue around that. So it's just a risk at the moment, and they may seek to pass that through members. But I absolutely will make sure that table is more explicit going forward. In terms of where we are, I wasn't going to
Yeah, more or less confident.
So
all the same.
Yeah, almost the same.
So I think with additional controls going forwards and the things that have been actioned already as part of that engagement with integrated exec delivery group, I think we're more confident that we're closing the gap. And I think that gap and that risk will be significantly less than where we currently find ourselves. As I've already alluded to, I think we've mitigated the dental issue already. So that value of 21 million will start to fall. If I had a crystal ball, and it's always dangerous to say these things, I would suggest it would be between 10 and 15 million pounds as a risk profile that we will see when we next receive our report. The challenge is always when you grip these areas in the way that we do, because it's a small percentage we need to save. So we don't want to grip things we want to keep the freedoms, as we've discussed with the standing order scheme of delegation. And it's how much we see and testing that as we go, because clearly I'm not committing the money, other officers are.
Yeah.
But I think that risk profile will move down to circa 10 to 15 million when we next see this report. And then we need to manage that process down still further to deliver the control target.
Very much. Diolch yn iawn. You're okay. Then I think it was Mike.
Well, Claire's already asked the first question.
Okay.
My second question was slightly different, and that is, we've seen a neighbouring health board defer referrals into England.
They didn't.
Because of allegedly.
They didn't in the end. Because the board decided, which ties into the point I want to make.
But I suppose it gave a picture of concern that perhaps the year-end target wasn't going to be met. Could we find ourselves in a similar situation where looking at desperate measures? We're also a bordering health board with England. Just can you reassure us at this stage? Or?
Shall I comment on that?
Yeah, hold that for a second. I'll just get questions from others as well. I think it was Rhiannon-T. No, Urtha.
I'm glad that we've had discussion around the issue that the chair of PFIG raised in his report, because obviously it's a concern to all of us that how we balance at the end of this financial year. But I've got a question really going a little bit forward, and I wonder what actions are planned to be taken to consider duplication, rationalisation and productivity looking to the mid and long term in relation to balancing our budget. So what focus have we got on there, and what can you share with us, Russ, on plans going forward?
And finally,
so actually, I mean, I'll let Russ answer, but just to say that value and sustainability is, which is really the shorthand for that, is absolutely key. And we're having a session on that at our next PFIG meeting. So we've asked for a paper on it. So Russ is, I'm sure, got a good answer. I do want to bring up the point really that Mike just raised, because it's a governance point really. And I think if we're going to introduce additional controls, which I'm completely in favour of if they're necessary, I'm absolutely in favour of them. But if we're going to introduce additional controls that, for example, means suspending parts of the sword, then those decisions need to be taken by the board. Now, that's not for this, it probably is in the private session, but I want to be very clear that I think we need to be clear on any additional controls that are going to be introduced, because I don't think, and this goes back to your question, my understanding is that those were recommendations. The Powys board, the board took the decision not to do something that officers had recommended. Now, as I said, my position is I'd more or less do anything to get to that 8.6 million, but it's still got to be a decision by the board. And so I'd like to bring this back into the private agenda, if I may, Chair.
Okay, Russ and maybe Carol, do you want to make a comment first?
Start with that one. Of course, you know, we're not here to discuss how it, but I have been asked the question both in the Welsh Affairs Committee last week and by an elected member of North Wales what our position is. So it's a great opportunity to say, if there are to be, you know, really quite significant strategic issues that would we would wish to consider, that is a board decision. And my understanding is the unitary board in Powys have been looking at every single thing, because what's really clear is the government have said very, very clearly, very loudly, there is no more money coming to go into the NHS beyond what they have already allocated. So just to be really clear, unitary board decide that, and they've done that. We have no service change, nothing of that nature to bring forward. In fact, we're actually looking to our colleagues to help us, you know, on our planned care, and that's what we were able to say really well. In terms of the decisions, and it'd be great to unpack it a bit more, as you say, Gareth. The decisions about management controls, we know as an organisation we've got still some way to go on general financial management controls and things that we can do that do not get anywhere near those types of decisions, and I think that's really what we're talking about here. So I hope that's reassuring. So especially because people go across the border all of the time, and if somebody is, you know, keeping a track of all of this, then they may well be worried. They don't need to worry. They'll be able to access that.
Certainly. Yes, sorry, Steve.
So routine housekeeping for non-pay and financial control you would absolutely expect in any organisation. What I'm used to then, if organisations are likely to take more, say, controversial decisions, is that's put through a rigorous quality impact assessment and equality impact assessment process, because then you get that belt and braces approach to identifying all the risks that could be associated with taking that decision. To be fair to Paris, that's what they did.
Yes.
Yeah. Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw un arall, os nad oes, Ross, anything to round up on?
Yeah, so I think we've discussed the provision of service. I think there's another contingent in that as well, in that ceasing plan care and using plan care resources for things that are other than plan care when it is a ring fence allocation is always a difficult place to find yourself. So I don't, you know, there is always a risk that you may take that decision and then Welsh Government will remove the money anyway, because it is a ring fenced allocation. So there's no discussion about doing those elements. In terms of that duplication and rationalisation of service, I think we need to have really good understanding of our specialty models, demand capacity, and that's how we're currently using our capacity and what productivity and efficiency we're securing, but also that overlay with the benchmarks and GERFT. And really that's all about the clinical variation element of the value and sustainability work, and that will be led by medical director clearly. So I think once we get into those demand capacity models and we start overlaying what we have as an opportunity, we'll start to see the opportunities around, is there more patients we can see, or is there rationalisation of services? I personally think on top of that, we'll have workforce models and course benchmarking, corporate benchmarking. We've got to look at all aspects of the organisation to ensure that we are cost efficient and delivering the services we want. I am having a discussion with Welsh Government around some of that plan care resource, because if we can be more efficient and productive with our internal capacity, we won't be committing that resource against premium working, and therefore becoming more efficient might support some of our savings asks. But we have to do that in a very open and transparent manner. So this is an agreement position. And then I think really links back as well to some of that business protocol. So when we produce business cases, some clear indications, you know, there is no central money, there is no Welsh Government pot of money. And so we've got to look at, if this is really important to you, what are you currently doing that is of less importance, having less impact on the patient cohort, or you can manage and mitigate that impact and redivert the resource to the things that you think make the most difference. So I think there's a bit of a learning and development and training ask as well as we go forward.
Gwych iawn. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb na Dylan, cyn i ni gloi, gair ola.
Just un beth, when we think about what is it we can stop, we need to think about that as a whole health board.
Yes.
So therefore, what should we be reallocating from one part of the health board to another to deliver the success we want? It's not just service by service.
No.
Just to add to Russell's point, really.
No, really important point that we consider everything in the round and not do it bit by bit, as it were. I think that's a really important point. Reit, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y gwaith ardderchog sydd yn digwydd, a da ni wedi dod a daith bell iawn yn hermau ariannol. Dwi'n meddwl ni 180 miliwn yn gorwario nes i fewn i'r bwrdd iechyd, a rwan da ni'n agos at sicrhau bod ni'n gallu cyfateb yn gwariant yn incwm. Da ni'n agos iawn at y llinell derfyn, felly gan ni fynd amdani a cyrraedd gobeithio gyda'n gilydd, felly diolch o galon am hynny. Droddiad nesaf ydy'r adroddiad perfformiad integredig. Steve, your report is the next item, 2520. So over to you then, Steve. Thank you very much. Diolch yn iawn.
Yeah, thank you. So, colleagues, this is the report to month 9 to the period to the end of December, and it brings together a comprehensive suite of indicators that the health board is measured upon, and we put it through a process of escalation and de-escalation in terms of the way we report up through IPDG, through PFIG and onward to board. And I'm obviously going to talk about a lot of numbers in this report, but behind every number there's a patient that's either received care on time or not on time, and always waiting in the queue for treatment. So I'll be bringing out some of those facts and figures as we go through. So I'll just take us through the sort of the quadrant approach that we developed as a health board. So from a quality perspective, you know, it's really positive that there are no new never events, and that's been the position since the end of July, and also the number of complaints that have been responded to in time, that's been successfully delivered for 3 consecutive months. So we are going to de-escalate that. So congratulations to the team on keeping that performance to that standard. There is a new area of concern that's come through this month, and that is a potential fine for the learning from events and the late submission of those reports, and those are about £2,500 a time. So there's a potential fine of £196,000, but if the current volume of responses continue to be late, that could expose us, albeit a small risk, to a much larger fine. So that is in the report for us to not only consider but to mitigate against it actually occurring. So action is being undertaken to make sure that we are not in that place by the end of the financial year. From an infection rate perspective, we've got 2 infections that are above target, that's MRSA and C. diff, and 4 below trajectory. In the final area in the quality domain is our clinical coding compliance. There is some improvement in month, but we're still significantly below the 95% target. And the reason that we're focusing on clinical coding because it has such a influence on some of the mortality work that we want to do, that Sri referenced earlier, in terms of HSMR and SHIMI reporting all relies on clinical coding to drive that intelligence. From a workforce perspective, nurse and midwifery turnover rates remain really low at 0.6%, which is excellent in terms of health board performance, but also benchmarks really well. And our sickness is at 6.88%, which is a small increase, and stress and mental health issues being the main contributory factors to the reason for ongoing sickness. And our agency increased in month from the position reported in November and stands at approximately 3.6% of our pay bill. Russ has commented on the financial position, so I won't go over that. And really the sort of the meaty issue is the final quadrant, is our access. And we're measuring 3 sort of 3 areas of performance. Our actual performance against the official standards, so whether that be the 4-hour A&E wait, the 62-day cancer standard. We're also measuring our performance against a Welsh Government priority area, be that care delays and so on, or we're measuring against a performance trajectory that we have submitted as a health board, and therefore a board, in order to return a target of non-compliance back to compliance. So those are the 3 broad areas that we measure against. And obviously what we want to do is we need to report the performance, but it's more then about what we're doing about it, when do we aim to be compliant, and so on and so forth. So we're bringing more of that narrative through the report to gain that assurance and momentum that we're actually dealing with things. So just briefly from a access perspective then, so if I start off with mental health. So in general, adult access to mental health continues to perform relatively well, but there are some operational issues that need to be resolved, and there's some differences in locality access for mental health services. Say, for example, when you compare the performance standards in Denbighshire to Anglesey. For children's mental health services, the assessment target continues to perform, but therapeutic interventions doesn't. We heard about that earlier. And similarly, neurodevelopment target, both of those services are way below the access targets at 34 and 15% respectively, against a target of 80%. Therapy, number of patients receiving treatment by therapists continues to perform well. It's still over target, but it's a reducing target. From a diagnostics perspective, there are currently 10,000 patients waiting more than 6 weeks for diagnostics. an increase in demand is the main reason for that increase. And there are two areas in particular that are driving that poor performance. That's an increase in endoscopy and radiology, and that accounts for more than half of the backlog or in the 10,000 patients waiting. But there are recovery trajectories and additional investment going into either in endoscopy, neuroaffairs and cardiology, cystoscopy and histology, and that's a mixture of insourcing and outsourcing and extra capacity going in through WRIs. From a urgent emergency care perspective, there are a number of indicators that are failing both the target and our recovery trajectories, be that for packages of care. So we fully understand our demand for urgent care services. So the team working through the DDAT team, we're fully aware of the number of patients that are likely to turn up in A&E, and it's not the A&E department itself; it's the way the system is then functioning. So we've got packages of care delay across the county. It's worth noting that in December, our 4-hour performance was around 60%. But more than 3,600 patients waited over 12 hours then for a bed, and 1,900 patients waited more than 24 hours for a bed, and that was the highest figure that this health board has recorded against that area. But it's really planned care that I wanted to focus on. Our cancer performance was 52%, was 52% against the 62-day target in December. So roughly what that equates to, we should have seen 800 patients on time within the 62 days, and we only saw about 400. And we've got 3,000 patients waiting in a backlog for cancer care, 2,000 of those in dermatology. So there's a lot of work in that area to improve access. And some of those waiting times, they're so excessive, we're now measuring them in weeks. So some of the dermatology access times are up to 29 weeks, where the target should be 62 days. So a significant challenge, which we're working upon. Planned care itself, that's the referral to treatment times. Our total waiting list size is around about 180,000, and that continues to be stable at that point. We have a follow-up waiting list. That's patients that have predominantly had their treatment and then waiting for follow-up. That stands at 260,000. So there is some validation that's needed to reduce that, to make sure that figure is robust and valid. But of that 260,000, there's about 91,000 patients that have waited more than 100% beyond their due see-by date. So that's a real concern for the health board, and we have to get into that area so that we can manage those patients and manage the risks. From a 104-week perspective, we've currently got just over 10,400 patients waiting more than 2 years for referral to treatment. We've set ourselves a target of having no more than 5,000 by the end of the year. At the moment, for the last 6 weeks, that figure hasn't really come down. There's an enormous amount of focus on the health board, and obviously we place it upon ourselves to reduce that figure. And we have mobilized a lot of additional capacity and a lot of additional assurance meetings to ensure that figure comes down. I think the next couple of weeks are absolutely critical, but we're getting greater confidence in the additional capacity that we've laid on. There was some slippage in the mobilization, but we're now getting back up to speed with the delivery of that. So I'll probably pause there, share. So in summary, it's access, yes, and flow that are both of our fundamental problems at present, and it will take some time to resolve.
Many thanks, Steve. Yeah, and as you indicated, those are the two issues that are highlighted across a whole range of reports, and is captured in this, as you say. We've got questions, comments with the Gareth Gunter.
So I'll try and keep this reasonably brief. But first of all, I want to say, the quality of the reporting is definitely getting better, and I want to thank Steve for that. I think there's more narrative about what we're doing about things, which I think we need to see. And I was going to say as well, Steve, that I'm sure you're glad to hear about the new arrival of the Director of Estates, because it's somebody else to be thrown in right at the very deepest end, isn't it? Anyway, so it's a shame really that the quality of the data doesn't reflect the quality of the reporting. And I don't want to state the bleeding obvious. Obviously, things are pretty dire, and particularly in some things. So it seems to be it's a bit whack-a-mole, isn't it? So I think back in the autumn we felt that the 156 weeks were under control, and we now find that we've got 1,400 people waiting more than 156 weeks. So it's really, really, really difficult. And what we absolutely have to do is to show that we can get close to the trajectories we have promised. I appreciated your distinction, and I know if it was down to sheer blood, sweat and tears on the part of some of the people in this room, particularly Carol, yourself and Russ, we would be sort of absolutely there, but so we need to continue to make absolutely every effort to do that. I just want to pick up a couple of detailed points. One is, so on the therapist wait, so one of the bits of data I've picked up somewhere else is that this was the end of November, we had 1,932 therapy waits over 14 weeks. 1,732 of those were for physiotherapy in the east and the centre. And in the east, we're told, it's in this report, that the reason for that isn't that we haven't got the people, but there's not the space. And that must be solvable. There are community halls that can be rented. Why, I'm not asking you, why are we not doing something about that? And the other thing I wanted to mention, because this is a little bit of lobbying possibly, but there's a project in the West, there are no physiotherapy waits over 14 weeks. We also, possibly coincidentally, have a project which has been funded by Advanced Clusters, which is putting physiotherapy in primary care practice. That comes to an end in March. At the moment, it's going to be taken away. So that is just mad. So can we please have a look at that? I just wanted to ask on the cancer trajectories. I noticed that we've revised down our cancer trajectory to 60%. I presume we agreed that with the Welsh Government, or at least we've informed them of it, because that was something I wasn't aware of. I wanted to then say just, perhaps I'll end with positive point, which is just to say that there are areas, despite all this, where we do well. I particularly want to highlight the PIPS, which is the pharmacy independent prescribing advice, and where we saw more than 10,500 urgent or emergency care consultations in December. And I know that 10,500 isn't an enormous amount in the quantity of compared to what our EDs are seeing, but that is all relieving some of the pressure. And if, as I don't think, Carol, you've had the chance to say, but we were talking about outside the meeting, that although things are difficult, very, very difficult, we haven't had, touching wood, we haven't had to do some of the measures that have happened elsewhere in Wales, and part of that is to do with the fact that we have got things like the pharmacists, which really are going above and beyond and are early adopters of all this agenda. So that I wanted to add to that genuinely, Brian.
No, I think the pharmacy, if I may add briefly, from local experience, that the pharmacy's gone from seeing 5 or 6 people to seeing hundreds of people a week, literally hundreds of people a week. So a really important development that and meeting that need. Right, nifer o bobl eraill yn y drefn yma yrtha Rhian, Chris, Karen, Claire, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Steve. I've got a couple of questions really, and it focuses on delayed care and hopefully our improvement partnerships with local authorities. Now, there's a couple of things. I'm not sure if the dates are mixed up or if it's me that's mixed up. So just a bit of clarification, really. There's a reference to a 2-week rapid improvement event in February 2025 with local authority colleagues. So I just wanted to learn a little bit more about that. And there's also a reference to joint escalation meetings held with local authority heads of adult services about 2 weeks in January to support collaborative approach to progress in discharges. I weren't sure if they were the same thing, but I'd like to know about them. And the last thing would be in relation to the outcome of the 50-day challenge and the Ysbyty Gwynedd new frailty approach. Is that possible to give it? Or is it possible to share?
Eartha, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll pass you to Imran when we've done the round. Yes,
Great, thanks, Steve. Yeah, we've gathered questions, very brief questions or comments, underline brief, please. So, yeah.
Yeah, I picked up the bit about, is there anything to report on that January meeting with local authorities, since discharge or timely discharge is so key to freeing some capacity. How are we getting on there? So that was one. Escalation of learning from event reports. It's disappointing, isn't it? It comes back to the same thing. How important is identifying the improvement required and the learning and so on. But there's no need for me to preach on that one again. And have we reached the bit about theatre utilisation yet? Because it's still pretty hopeless. And I just wondered how it's being challenged in order to drive, more productivity there.
Yeah. Well, Chris?
Thanks, Chair. On the learning from events, it feels a little bit like you've closed the stable door after the horse has bolted. This was being flagged. I think the first board that I came to almost 12 months ago, and it hasn't. We're now already escalating it when we started to pay money. So it makes no great sense. In respect of the theatre capacities, I was at I think it was PFIG relatively recently, and a comment was made that a clinician had said, it would be nice to see our productivity data so we could see how well we were doing. And I that puts a great big question mark over how assured we can be that people are being held to account if they're not even being provided with the data that we're seeing, because this has been a downward trajectory for quite a long time. And I suppose just to wax lyrical about the long waiters. It's got to know better. It hasn't gotten any better for a long time now. I harked on about this last time, last meeting, and I suggested that perhaps, having reflected on what Carol has said, that we are treating people, that perhaps we could see who we're treating, because what we keep being told is, well, we're insourcing, and that will make things better. But the lists are going up, and we don't know how many people are being treated, and we don't know what this insources is doing, and they seem to me like relatively simple figures to pull.
Okay, great. Chris, Karen.
Thanks, Chair. I was just to pick up on the LFERs, and just to give some assurance to the rest of the board members who are not part of the audit committee, that we studied what was going on at length. We've got a further development session around this down the line. I can provide information that we are trying as a collective to get to grip with this. There is a new process that's been put in place, but some of the concerns that we had as audit committee members was around recovery from the backlog whilst dealing with things that are coming in. I know Pam was going to try and speak to whatever their initials are to ask whether we could have a stay of execution on any more penalties. I don't know how far that's gone, but just to say that the penalties can be anything from 2.5k to 25k, and that range of 196 could actually be just shy of 2 million if they were to penalise us at the higher end. But we have sought assurance at the audit group. There is a recovery plan for the backlog, and hopefully it's going to be managed through, or we're going to be reported back on through the financial conformance report on a quarterly basis, as well as your PDG thing. So yes, so things are going on in the background, is what I'm saying. I would have brought that to the table in my report, which will make my bit a bit shorter.
Claire, within Mike, and I'll bring Steve and Carol.
Sorry, but we're all kind of raising different points, but on some of the same issues. So one of mine was that that risk around, say, £2 million, I don't see that reflected in the financial report. So I think it's just as we move forward, checking in with each other to make sure that there's a read across with things. Although, again, thanks, Steve, I think this report's really starting to develop, and it was easier this time to understand some of the key risk areas. So thank you for drawing them out. And then I think also, I kind of see it's not, is the phrase whack-a-mole? I don't know. There in Russ's paper, we talk about better control now around pay, better control around use of bank staff and overtime. And then in this paper, we talk about some risks around agency. Now that is mentioned in yours too. When I look at the trajectory, it's still actually on the downward. So is it an issue? Or are we also saving on some lines, but then having to spend on others? So I guess that's just to note that really. I guess the main one I wanted to pick out was the people, 90,000 people waiting follow-up. That's 14% of the population. And at first I'd thought through some of the services that people I know have been accessing, where sometimes I think we don't need a follow-up, we just need a phone call to say, are you all right now? Take you off the list. But actually what this identifies is 3 quite critical areas of pressure and specialties where actually people do need a follow-up. It's not, you know, you've had a treatment and you're fine. That just bothers me. That's a really big part of our population. And actually, if the follow-ups don't happen in a timely way, people could be coming back into the system again, needing some different kind of treatment. So good to understand where we'll get into with that, I think. Thank you.
Do you want to Claire? Mike?
Yeah, just a question for Steve, really. The cancer kind of curve or graph, it's not flattening out. So, yeah, and the casualty rate, you know, for people that contracting cancer is still going up. So is that factored in and appreciated in, you know, in the figures and in our planning?
Right. Carol and Steve, maybe between you.
Start off with a couple, and we'll, if that's all right. There's a couple of things I'd like to say. So I'm rather frustrated that sometimes there are some reasonably straightforward things that appear to be reasonably straightforward things that don't get done. So the physiotherapy facility, we have had some conversations, etc., and I'm sure we've got colleagues in other organisations who've got large facilities that we can utilise as well. So Gareth, I will personally find out why a room cannot be found of the largest proportion. So you know, those sorts of things. Can I just say, it's these sorts of things that are in the organisation that we have got to change. They're at the roots of some of this. Some of it is really hard. You know, we can't recruit a certain type of professional, and they're rarer than hen's teeth in the UK. You accept that, but there are some other things that just need sorting, really. So that's a bit of the task that we are on. And
if I may add, these sorts of things you've described play into the culture of the organisation. That's the issue. And I think very often our approach to these sorts of things reflects our approach to other matters as well. You know, the what we consider a small matter plays into bigger matters. It's to do with approach, it's to do with standards, it's to do with the culture. So that's why they're important. It's an attitude and a state of mind. It's more significant than some people might recognise. That's the point I'm making.
And David, you've mentioned a couple of times our leadership in this, and I think you know, ideally we have 20,000 leaders that can find solutions. I think that's our task to unlock that really. So that's the bit of the physiotherapy thing. And I think there's a couple of things I want to talk about planned care, because it's a really important opportunity to say. Literally within the next few weeks, there's circa 4,000 people will have treatment under largely two specialties because of insourcing and outsourcing. So the numbers, Chris, that you refer to, we have referrals coming into a cohort all of the time. And on the whole, our general sort of internal capacity keeps that steady. But it's a backlog steady. So we need to take that down a level, which is what that 4,000 plus other specialties as well. So that move from 10,000 to 5,000 is going to be really important. There is something about the common goal being we're going to support as many people in North Wales to have care they have waited for far too long within the next 8 to 9 weeks. And so big effort on that. I think we can bring more through this report, even more on what we are doing about it, because we're still describing the picture and not the story, perhaps. On the learning from events, I think there is an issue here in that you'll recall we did the learning from investigations, that whole review of investigations. Of course, all of those were then concluded and they all need learning from events report type of thing. Well, not all of them, but quite a few of them. And it's the same discipline. The £2 million, that's an internal NHS Wales transfer, which I think we would be having some discussions about if that was a real possibility. That would not be acceptable, I don't think. Theatre utilisation, but also things like clinic utilisation, standards against GIRFT, all of those are a real opportunity to improve access, actually without very much investment at all, because we've got the resource for that. So that's within our grasp. And I at least we sit here thinking we've got some opportunity in here. It's not as if we're really efficient and we've still got this position. So that's the silver lining on a cloud. And then on cancer, it's really difficult, isn't it? We talk about these times, but the times don't help us to understand the volumes of patients going through. And the reality, if I take dermatology, high volumes, we've got to manage dermatology pathway differently. We see 100 people. Thankfully, 94 of those do not have cancer. So we are the health board that has got the lowest numbers in that pickup out of every 100. Now, it could be because others sift patients out, and that's the thing we need to look at. But just to be, open about that. Everyone will worry about how long those 6 have waited, of course. But hopefully that helps. And I think Steve's going to pick up the other point. One point Gareth said, the UEC has actually been, although it's been very busy, there's been an extraordinary level of resilience in the system. We did not go into level 5, which is sort of the most severe level. We managed to maintain that, and that is from the good level of planning that happened and the efforts of staff. So thank you for recognising that, Gareth.
Steve?
Yeah, I'll pick up a few items then. So Gareth, cancer performance, as we bring on more capacity, our cancer performance will actually get worse. So just for board members to be aware, it will and until we get back on top of access targets and a sustainable list size. A number of people commented about the detail of urgent care, the 2-week event, and so on and so forth. So I'll hand to Imran in a moment. Theatre productivity, GIRFT, and the availability of data. I mean, Dylan and the DDAT team, we've got an absolute ton of data. We haven't got really good data on theatre efficiency utilization. We can break it down by theatre, by surgeon, by site. So it's not the data that's the issue. It's then acting on it and doing something about it. And the data is visible. We talked to the IHC directors about GIRFT productivity and throughput on, I think it was only last Monday, we had the national GIRFT lead, Professor Tim Briggs, come up to us and talk about theatre and productivity as part of a ministerial advisory group visit. So it's our, it's the doing that we need to focus upon in terms of productivity and efficiency. And Mike, in terms of cancer referrals and planning and looking forward, absolutely. A couple of colleagues have mentioned demand capacity planning. We will be doing a much more detailed and rigorous approach to demand capacity planning and looking at the source of the referral, their urgency type, so that then we right size the specialties so that they're geared up then to be able to meet the demand. So that's what we need to be doing. We'll have better planning, better performance, and better overall healthcare delivery. But as colleagues have said, it'll take time, but it's absolutely part of the equation. And Imran, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. Yes, so I will be brief. So in relation to the pathway of care delays, pleased to say that the Cabinet Secretary of Health and Social Care had a meeting, I lose track of time, I think it was Monday this week. And really pleased that Betsy Cadwallader was one of the green areas from pathway of care delays in terms of being within trajectory. So we're not reducing it massively, but we're definitely within trajectory. So that's good from an assurance perspective. But there's still more to do, just to be clear. From a partnership perspective, I think again, it's really palpable in terms of partnership working, really good to work together. And on the back of that, presented at the Regional Partnership Board proposal around a 2-week focus. The two-week focus basically beginning of February, so that it puts us in the best position possible, given the allocations from Welsh Government via the Cabinet Secretary of just under 5 million to the region in terms of North Wales around pathway of care delays, and also the demand management, and also making sure that the high risk groups in the front end out of hospital are managed in a different way. So we've got plans against those, and that's part of the assurance that I provide regularly as the regional lead for the Action Committee. So that said, the 2-week starts from 3rd of February. It'll be for 2 weeks. Shri will be joining me in terms of having a very clear clinical and Chief Operating Officer leadership. Angela as well will be part of that. Angela's supportive of it. Took it to the Regional Partnership Board. There was wide support around that. Leadership group with the Directors of Social Services, again, wide support for that. Each will be represented, and we'll have a 30-minute catch-up with the IHC leads in the morning, 30 minutes in the afternoon. Shri and I will co-chair that, possibly with Angela when she comes back next week. So it's a really good triumvirate of effort around this. So the idea is to start reducing our pathway of care delays and really getting traction, but also the pathway zero, which is in our gift. There are patients that could be discharged without additional support. We'll also be focusing on. So the internal stuff we should be doing as a health board absolutely needs to be on the radar. We'll be managing those. With partners of care, we'll be doing the same as well. So I'll leave it at that. So it's good.
Steve, just very briefly, I forgot to address one of Chris's comments. So Chris, we are in the process of developing a new report for the integrated performance report, and it will have much more emphasis on activity versus plan. So just to give you that assurance.
Great, diolch yn iawn. Pam yn hapus felly i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, adroddiad cynnwys fawr, adroddiad pwysig, ac diolch yn iawn am y gwaith lot fawr o fesur angen gweithredu dilyn hwn, wrth gwrs, ydyn ni'n edrych ymlaen at weld cynnydd gobeithio. Pam yn hapus i dderbyn hynny? Ardderchog, diolch yn iawn.
Yeah, sorry, I should have come in a bit earlier. I've been asking for months about clarification of where we are with clinical coding, because the figures are being tried for. We've had an update now. QSC, we didn't have a chance to discuss this at the meeting in December, but we've had some slides with an update from David Gwyn and Catherine Lang. And if Philippa wouldn't mind, I think it'd be really good to share that with all of the board, and then maybe we can come back to it some other time.
Diolch yn iawn. Nawn ni hynny yn sicr. Reit, ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesa, adroddiad gan Cadeirydd Pwyllgor Archwilio. Karen, turn to you for your report from your committee audit. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr. Pretty much take the papers read. There was 3 points that I wanted to alert board members to particularly. The second one we've already covered as part of Steve's report through the LFERs and the concerns there. The other one was the results of the rapid review that Carol had done on the consultant job planning, which has received an unsatisfactory opinion. The conclusion was that of 1,200 medics, there's only 2/3 or 2/3 were still requiring some action in this area. We've got a bit of an out-of-date policy And we need to develop some plans around training and development to resolve this issue. The other key thing that was flagged was that most of the objectives within these job plans were old and not in line with the current strategic direction of the board. I'm not sure from recollection now whether by the end of the year meant the financial year, Carol, or by the end of the calendar year. But there is an aspiration to have 90% of these job plans done by the end of the year, and I think that's probably a little bit of a
I don't think
tall
it'll be
order
the next
for
8
this-
weeks.
for this financial year. So that's the key things there. It's something that we need to really address as a matter of urgency. As Caroline's pointed out previously, there's a lot of work to do in this area, a hell of a lot of work to do. So, you know, but I think it will help us in terms of focus around all the things that we have been discussing today and shaping those services and getting the momentum we need. So that was that one. And then the final one is we're having a fraud awareness session on the 20th of February for audit committee members. If any other board member would like to join that. I don't know who's sending the invites out, but Philippa, can you just make sure that's done?
No.
And that's it.
Diolch yn iawn. No question? Bertha?
Diolch yn fawr. I think this area has come up in quite a few of the reports today, and I'm just wondering if it might be useful for the board to receive one report focusing on this area. So it's come up under the job plan, it's come up under things like theatre usage, and it's come up in other places. I just wondered if kind of bringing it all together could be useful at a future board.
Okay, good suggestion. We will consider maybe if there are common themes, you know, that could be captured somehow, maybe just to underline them, that might be very useful. So we'll give that consideration. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Na, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y adroddiad. Diolch yn iawn i Karen am yr adroddiad. Diolch i'r pwyllgor am y gwaith yn ogystal. Diolch galon. Ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesa, adroddiad llywodraethu corfforaethol. Philippa, you're deputising for Pam, so please, if you wish to draw anything out in particular from that corporate governance report, please.
So there's nothing other than what is in the recommendations, other than the ratification of, the approval of the terms of reference of the two subcommittees of the joint committee. There's been a slight change, and we are not being asked to. There's no need for a staff representative, so that needs to just come out of the terms of reference, and we just need to minute that we're happy with that.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. And the ask today is to ratify chair's action as has been noted, and matters considered in private, so that together with the terms of reference and the approved coalitions section, as we do usually. Unrhyw question? Claire?
Just one quick comment, Chair. It's about the use of the seal, which is a very kind of minor stroke operational thing, but I think raised last time it was brought to us that we seem quite lax late in affixing the seal to contracts. So the plan did no orthopaedic work December 24. The board approved it in September 23, and the works are, well, they're going to be done in 5 months. So it just appears to me in terms of contract management, we've got to get more efficient at getting these things signed and sealed. So the works are kind of nearly done, and we're just signing and sealing the contract.
Is that a fair reflection?
What's what it said in the paper, date signed and sealed, December 24th.
I think there are component parts, but I think it is fair. I think we want to get this stuff much more up to
slick.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's on my list of things to refresh is the seal protocol.
Yeah, okay, good. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus dderbyn y adroddiad? Gwych, diolch yn iawn i chi, diolch yn iawn am y gwaith yn y maes pwysig yna. Ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesa, fframwaith sicrwydd y bwrdd. Mae gennym ni adroddiad, dwi'n meddwl, o'n blaen ni, ac mae Nesta yma, os oes isio tanlinellu unrhyw beth Nesta yn gymarol fyr, byddwn ni ddiolchgar iawn. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. This is the first iteration of the board assurance framework following the approval of the 3-year plan. It's very much a live document and it will evolve as we work through the plans. It's important for the health board to understand the risks facing the overall strategy and the plans. So what might stop us achieving our strategy and our plans to become more resilient. So it's a milestone in improving our risk management practices. So it's important that we see this today. It's been developed by the executive team and it's been reviewed by the committees as well as internal audit, and it's been strengthened since October. So the framework defines the 8 risks, which I won't go through in any detail. The board is asked to approve the 8 risks. The executives have outlined controls for each risks as well as the actions. So you'll see the hard work and the commitment from all the executives in the report. The next stages will be for the committees to review the risks and their overall responsibility in terms of the level of assurance that they have over the risks. Dwi'n hapus i cymryd unrhyw cwestiynau am yr adroddiad.
Diolch yn iawn, Nesta, diolch yn iawn am y adroddiad yna. Unrhyw sylw, cwestiwn, unrhyw un? Troi at ple gynta, wedyn Rhian.
Firstly, diolch yn fawr. Thank you for all the work that's done on this collectively. I think this is such an improvement from where we've been. I think the document that kind of sets out the risk controls, the gap plans, really good, really easy for us to see. Look forward to looking at specific ones for PPHP when it comes there. So I guess 2 minor points in a sense. So plans to improve control, those where there are dates included, I think they all say Q4 2024. So again, it's about, let's be realistic in terms of what's possible. And just a question really. So we did as a board test our risk appetite, didn't we? Probably 18 months ago now. So in terms of the targets we're aiming to get to, do they reflect the work that we did then? Yeah, okay, yeah. So I did have a question.
Yeah, no.
What will be the role of the board and committees in terms of what we'll look at going forward? So for example, let's assume we deliver the actions and we're at the score we want to be. Will we be looking at those as a board then, or will you only bring them to our attention should something change? I hope that's the answer, and Carol's nodding. So that if something, either the risk increases or the likelihood changes, then you'll bring that to our attention. But otherwise, we'll focus our energy on the ones where we've still got work to do. Great. Yeah, but great piece of work. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Rhian, a wedyn, I thought that you know, Gareth, wedyn.
Mine is only just a minor point. It's the use of language. I don't see how a risk can be of ineffectively achieving. You know, I think a lot of these, I think, could just be read, do not achieve this properly or effectively or whatever. But I think it's just terminology here to make it clearer.
Yes, interesting language. Yeah, Gareth.
I just want to say there's a huge amount of work on it, since I really want to, I know we all agree with that. It's a shame it comes quite late in the agenda, so we perhaps don't have time to do it justice, but it is really impressive piece of work. And I had one very small question, which was on, and I know it'll come back to the committee, so I'm quite happy to leave it there, but it's on the engagement and communications. And we say the consequence of ineffectively engaging the citizens, partners and communities, but is minor. And I'm not sure, do we really think that? And if we do, I think perhaps we just need to think a little bit about what it gives the wrong sound, even if we're, you know, and what we're talking about is the consequence of our operation. So I sort of understand it, but I just think we need to think a little bit about that. But honestly, huge amount of work, very impressive.
Sorry, just to add to Gareth's comment, that depends if it's subjectively or objectively, isn't it? Because the people, our citizens might have a different view of that. So
Yes. Carol, did you want to say something before I bring Nesta?
Just to say the good news is you'll get to see this again soon. Because and that's why it's come now, even though we're in Q4, is the work is leading up to now the reset for next year. So you will get to see it soon, and you'll get perhaps a bit more opportunity to get stuck into it as committees as well. But Claire's point is absolutely right. You know, we don't want to spend all of the time going through it. It'll be more in the exception, a bit like the risk management stuff. This is going up, down, whatever. So good work. And we did, when we discussed at execs, request that when we get to the next iteration, we use simplified language. So we want members of the public to be able to know what we're talking about, you know.
No, good. Nesta, sure.
Just to pick up on some of your points, I've already taken some of that from committee to strengthen so we can see the actions, hone down on the date so they're a little bit more specific, smart, and make sure that we have a status so we can give committee that assurance that actions are progressing and they're not overdue, for example, and then that we triangulate with the progress in the plan. So I've taken that forward in the next iteration. And then Claire's, Carol's addressed some of your points there, so nothing to add there. And happy to look at the language to simplify that.
Diolch yn iawn. Nesta pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad. Gawn ni ddiolch unwaith eto am y gwaith sylweddol sydd wedi digwydd dros gyfnod. Da ni yn datblygu yn y maes yma. Dyna beth sy'n bwysig. Felly dal ati a wedyn nawn ni edrych ymlaen at weld adroddiadau eraill. Diolch yn iawn, Nesta. Ymlaen i'r adroddiadau nesaf, fel y gwelwch chi, casgliad o adroddiadau gan gadeiryddion y pwyllgorau amrywiol, ac yn y rhan yma o'r cyfarfod dwi'n rhoi cyfle i unrhyw gadeirydd sydd eisiau nodi unrhyw beth yn arbennig, nid mwyn ailadrodd beth sy'n yr adroddiad, ond os oes yna rhywbeth arbennig eisiau tanlinellu. Dwi'n digwydd bod yn gadeirydd pwyllgor taliadau, ac dwi am nodi un peth gan bod ni wedi cyfarfod neithiwr, felly gallai roi newyddion diweddarau i chi bod y pwyllgor wedi cymeradwyo a pwyntio Mr Russell Caldicott fel cyfarwyddwr cyllid. So hot off the press, Russ, we can confirm you went through a rigorous appointment process and you come through that successfully, and Remuneration Committee will be very glad to confirm today that you are now in that post. So, croeso cynnes permanent. To you. So, great. Diolch fawr iawn.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
And that was on the basis that you get it. Where we need to be by the end of the financial year, of course. Unrhyw arall o gadeiryddion pwyllgorau. Mike.
Yes, I'll be brief. I'd just like to report on general, the SRG generally. We've increased membership. We've got better attendance. We've lost one or two of them. Looked into that, and it's been a case really of the baton's not been passed on within the particular organisations. So that's getting corrected. I think the group now appreciates that the board has recognised that historically in the past we've been a bit of a tick box exercise, but we are now getting consulted at ground level of projects and things that are happening. So that's recognition, I think, for the SRG. And basically, we just need more of the same. Diolch fawr.
Diolch yn Mike, a fel dwi wedi deud o blaen, ddiolchgar iawn i Mike am ei rôl fel cadeirydd pwyllgor. Wedi datblygu'r pwyllgor yn wych iawn cydweithio efo Helen. Ac mae yna llawer mwy o weithgaredd o gwmpas y grŵp na sydd wedi bod, felly diolch yn gael yn unwaith eto, Mike. Pawb yn hapus sydd erbyn yr adroddiadau yna, diolch yn fawr iawn. Materion eraill, mae gen i un peth i gyhoeddi o dan un materion eraill, ag dyma gyfarfod ola un yn ei plith, sef Dr Chris Stockport, your final meeting of Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Board. I'm just looking round the table. I think with the exception of one or two, you were in a select group who have been here longer than the rest of us. Actually, I think there's probably 2 or 3 around the table. And you've been on the journey. You're in one piece, but have found the escape tunnel. And we wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for all your efforts and to really wish you well in your new post. I'm not sure if we can see it today, but across the water in the Isle of Man. So thanks very much, Chris, and we'll have another opportunity to do so before you go finally. But today, your last board meeting, I wanted publicly to say thank you and to wish you the best in the future. Diolch yn galon.
Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Dyna ddiwedd y cyfarfod. Mae gen i gyfle i adolygu effeithiol roedd y cyfarfod. Os rhywun eisiau dweud gair am sut mae cyfarfod wedi mynd heddiw, mae wedi bod yn gyfarfod llawn eitemau pwysig iawn, wrth gwrs, fel arfer. Ac da ni wedi treulio lot o amser yn trafod rhai ohonyn nhw, ac mae hynny'n iawn. Ond weithiau mae'n golygu bod ni'n rhithro trwy beth eraill. Unrhyw un eisiau deud rhywbeth? Os nad oes, gawn ni sgwrs eto, unrhyw syniadau, cofiwch rannu e-bostiwch. Dyddiau'r cyfarfod nesaf ydy 27 o'r trydydd, ac dyn ni'r... Sorry,
it's just a minor point. If at future meetings, if we're using the screen, could we please have a monitor here so that when we're watching the video, we don't all click our necks? Just a small monitor in the middle would be fabulous because we're next to it.
Yeah, we'll or possibly somewhere, it may be difficult to put it in the middle, but we'll look at that. Yeah, so thanks very much.
On that as well, I mean, we must all be little ants on the screen to people at home. I'm just wondering if we could trial using the owl.
We'll give everything due consideration before the next meeting. Diolch yn iawn. Dwi wedi rhoi cynnig bod ni'n eithio'r wasg a'r cyhoedd yn uno ar ddeddf cyrff gyhoeddus 1960. Ydy pawb yn hapus i ni wneud hynny? Diolch yn iawn. Dyna ddiwedd y cyfarfod. Diolch am eich cyfraniadau, diolch am eich presenoldeb. Dyna ddiwedd y cyfarfod, a sallwn i ddod y cyfarfod i ben. Diolch y galon.